I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone is.
Minggu yang ke-7, hari yang ke-3, MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama dengan Nescafe dan gaming bersama dengan Cadbury Zip. Dan saya Jasuran bersama dengan Sid dan kita ada Lafel kat sini. Okey, hari yang ke-3 ini. Okey.
Yes. Betul, ini hari ke-3.
Tapi hari pertama kita puasa.
Hari pertama kita puasa.
Hari pertama, selamat berpuasa kepada
Tapi
semua.
kita still bertenaga.
Yes.
Sangat energetic.
Saya tak boleh dengar bila awak cakap bertenaga tu. Saya teringat case HOMEBOIS.
Oh ya, oh ya Allah, janganlah. jangan ingatkan apa kata kita just recap balik sedikit apa yang terjadi pada game-game semalam. Game-game menarik juga tetapi masih kekal story yang sama. Untuk Group B, boleh dikatakan mereka punya grouping dah lebih kurang solid. Group A je. Group A SMG confirm nombor 1, yang selebihnya semua masih tengah fighting untuk mereka punya slot dekat playoffs.
Ya, semalam pun MLBB telah pun berjaya menewaskan pasukan RSG. Satu perlawanan yang cukup panjang. Mereka terpaksa bertunggu lumus untuk dapatkan kemenangan 2 berbalas 1. Ini menunjukkan bagaimana sengitnya Grup A, perbezaan di antara tempat kedua hinggalah tempat yang kelima. Untuk setiap pasukan adalah 1 poin saja.
Namun begitu. Jadi kalau nak tak nak kita tengok macam mana dia orang punya performance. Sebab kalau kita tahu walaupun dekat bawah, sebab dia beza 1 point. So that mean, apa-apa pun boleh jadi.
Betul.
So sama-sama lah kita tengok macam mana. Dan untuk kita punya first match hari ni kan, kita punya jadual peranan pada hari ni, jom sama-sama kita tengok. Kita excited ke tidak untuk yang pertama tu SMG
memang excited.
RED. Yang kedua RED Esports melawan CARACAL, HOMEBOIS melawan RSG. Untuk kita punya first match SMG.
Ini yang dah lama sangat tunggu. Sebab saya masih ingat lagi kita pernah pasukan RED Esports mereka menang. Lepas tu dalam interview tanya, untuk pasukan RED nak lawan dengan siapa? Sora Payung dia dah berkali-kali cakap dia memang nak lawan dengan James. So perlawanan antara kedua-dua coach kat sini, SMG dengan RED, bukan saja dua pasukan yang paling kuat dalam grup masing-masing, tetapi perlawanan antara coach. I memang excited untuk first game.
Ini antara satu perlawanan pembukaan yang baik untuk sepanjang musim. Ini kan mulai pada minggu yang pertama hingga minggu yang ke-7. Bagi saya ini adalah satu perlawanan pembukaan yang boleh berikan satu benda yang penyokong-penyokong boleh imagine. Pasukan manakah yang bakal berentap di bahagian final? Kerana ramai ataupun rata-rata penonton mengatakan bahawa bagaimana pasukan RED kemungkinan mampu untuk pergi ke bahagian final.
Ya.
Betul. Dan kalau kita tengok untuk match kita yang ketiga, HOMEBOIS melawan RSG. Kalau kita tengok kat sini kan, kedua-dua tim perlukan 2-0 untuk objektif masing-masing.
Ya.
Kita nak tengok kat sini. So, tengoklah kalau HOMEBOIS punya ada luck, kalau diorang perform, diorang konsisten, apa yang jadi semalam, diorang konsisten rasanya. Tak terkejut kalau diorang naik, HOMEBOIS naik atas. Nampak dia punya.
Saya tak terkejut kalau mereka naik, tetapi saya akan terkejut kalau mereka tukar mereka punya playstyle. For now, mereka masih kekal apa yang mereka selalu lakukan. RSG mereka ada adjust sedikit-sedikit. Pasukan RSG mereka akan masuk playoff. Cuma diorang punya seeding kat mana tu still tak sure lagi. Untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS, I nak tengok mereka boleh ke tidak kekal menang kalau just kekalkan dengan game style yang sama.
Ya, mungkin itu yang kita akan dapat saksikan bagaimana mereka semalam jaya menewaskan pasukan Geek Fam, di mana mereka agak sedikit bukanlah nak kata kemenangan yang agak mudah sebenarnya untuk pasukan Homebois, tapi
Apa sih, sakit gigi ke?
sakit gigi
sakit
biasalah
gigi,
puasa kan.
Yalah, sensitif kan.
Tapi itu yang berlaku untuk pada hari semalam. Tapi untuk hari ini, adakah mereka mampu untuk berlawan dengan pasukan RSG? Adakah mereka mampu untuk melakukan perkara yang sama seperti mereka lakukan terhadap pasukan GFM?
Baik, jadi sekarang kita nak fokus untuk kita punya match kita yang pertama. Sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok untuk meet the teams. Alright, so kita tengok diorang punya
untuk RED ni sendiri daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle RED ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. RED?
Momennya jadi wake the boys up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam RED Esports is COO untuk RED Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim RED Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ni. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan. So kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi RED pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Kodak dan CARACAL, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, RED Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kajian dengan sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke RED ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player RED ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat RED. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk RED Esports.
Zahid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zahid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zahid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni tim underdog, tim yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk RED champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba lah try untuk grab that title. Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni, dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni, dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Impian saya adalah untuk menjadi juara.
Yeah, I actually suka any of the meet the team punya video I tengok. I memang sangat suka dengan kita nampak dalam mereka punya bid. Diorang sendiri mengaku yang yes, kita orang sebenarnya pasukan yang kuat, cuma perlukan guidance. And Sora Payung, dia macam the missing key, missing piece masuk dalam pasukan Red dan berjaya untuk lead mereka kepada victory. Tetapi apa yang saya suka dengar juga di mana Zaid awal-awal masuk degil sikit. Tapi lepas dah main, dia sedar, okay, this is pro scene, beza dengan rank.
Sebab dekat dalam pasukan Red, dia yang paling muda. Jadi biasalah, muda ni suka sikit nak mendengar cakap. Tapi dengan adanya Sora Payung, seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, ada impact yang ditunjukkan. Ada someone yang boleh ajar tegur. Kalau setiap ada masalah dia buat, ada someone yang boleh tengok daripada pandangan atas untuk pastikan kelima-lima boleh bermain dengan baik.
Tapi macam mana nak pandang atas lagi kalau dah Zaid macam mana kita? Faham tak?
Dia tingkat 2.
Oh, Sora Payung naik tingkat 2. Lepas tu cakap, Zaid, macam tu.
Sora kan payung.
Betul lah.
Ya tak ya juga. Namun begitu kita tahu kan, even masa saya tengok tadi kan untuk make the team punya video tadi, bila Kak Pen tanya boleh tak bantu tim saja. And then saya cakap jangan risau. Kurang-kurang 1 ataupun nombor 3. So that mean diorang dah plan, diorang dah tahu apa yang jadi. So itu yang membuatkan pasukan Red.
Yang saya suka, dia start confident. Jangan risau. Nombor 1 atau nombor 3. Dia macam okey, mula confident, lepas tu dia macam okey, fikir realistik sikit. Tapi sekarang nampak pasukan Red memang nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Ada potential mereka boleh jadi champion.
Kita tak tahu.
Tapi nak lawan SMG dulu. SMG pun keras juga.
Betul?
SMG Baik, jadi kita memang tahu perlawanan pertama ni memang seru, tapi ada yang lagi seru di mana anda semua jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan skin yang eksklusif dan dapatkan 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma. Dan paling penting sekali, jangan lupa untuk letakkan kod MPL Rewards. Tapi boleh tak yang ini
jangan seru sekarang.
Berbuka lah.
Tak, dia sebenarnya lagi bagus untuk McDelivery sebab payah sekarang kalau nak pergi kedai nak beli leceh. Jadi dia hantar rumah terus, dia lebih bagus, lebih senang, memudahkan kerja semua orang.
Satu lagi, nugget tu boleh simpan sampai malam. Sekarang kau nak dekat pukul 1. Kita buka insyaAllah dalam pukul 7. Jadi masih lagi sempat. Sebab itu yang best pasal McDelivery ni ataupun McNugget 6 ketul tu, kita boleh simpan. Malam boleh makan.
Betul.
Tapi tak tahu tinggal berapa masa malam.
Jadi Sim dah ready untuk kita punya coin toss. Silakan.
Ya, seperti biasa kita akan mulakan perlawanan pertama ataupun mulakan mana-mana perlawanan dekat MPL ni dengan coin toss untuk kita menjaga kita punya integrity. Jadi kita akan menjemput kita punya hits of leagues ops iaitu MLBB bersama dengan 2 wakil daripada kedua pasukan. Dimulakan dengan ataupun diwakili daripada pasukan SMG, kita ada Sasa dan juga Mal daripada pasukan RED Esports. Di mana coin toss ni dibawakan khas oleh kita punya Cadbury Zip. Rasa yang sangat-sangat lazat. Malam tadi, masa saya tengah sahur, saya rasa memang sedap. Alright, jadi keputusannya adalah hits. Jadi pasukan daripada SMG memilih untuk melakukan first pick dengan 75% kemenangan dapatkan first pick.
Dua-dua pasukan ni diorang punya win rate sangat-sangat tinggi. Jadi saya tak terkejut first pick, second pick. Tapi kita tengok untuk pasukan SMG, mereka memang nak first pick kat situ. So kita nampak Coach James dia lebih confident kalau dia boleh control the draft. Tapi I akan cakap advantage untuk pasukan Red sebab Sora Payung ada kat sini. Dia nampak in real time emosi player dia sendiri. So either way, I rasa macam Red ada peluang lebih bagus.
Jadi sama-sama kita nantikan. Jadi untuk kepada anda semua, match kita yang pertama di antara Red dan juga SMG. BM Caster, English Caster, please take it away.
Can you still be moving under gunfire if you see the red of your blood? Welcome back to MPL-MY Season 9, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, here on the English Caster Desk. My name is Stafa. Alongside with me is going to be Gideon, bringing you perhaps one of the most anticipated matches of the entire regular season, SMG versus RED Esports. And it is all brought to you by our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI.
Yep, we have to thank our sponsors because we've got a beautiful stage stage behind us and an amazing audience ready to watch one of the most highly anticipated games of the season. Two top-tier teams, both number one in the rankings in either group, are going to go head-to-head. So make sure you are telling your family, your friends, your pets, because we've got share milestones to be giving you free rewards, and you can farm the MPL while you anticipate for this match. 3 tiers, 500, 800, 1,000. If we hit the 1,000 mark, you guys are going to get even more rewarded with the lucky draw selection.
Yep, those of you who have been sticking with us here at the MPL for a long time already know the number of rewards you can be expecting to receive as long as you participate and witness all this MPL action here today. So make sure to get all your friends and family in on it by sharing it out and getting them to click on that share button as well, because every single click will contribute to these milestones and give you guys even more special rewards.
Guys, you gotta make sure, who are you supporting, SMG or Red? I want to hear your predictions down in the comment sections below. And if you want to get rewarded for them by being the biggest brain in the room or in the chat room, make sure you use the hashtag MPL Predictor. Guess which team and what the score is going to be of the game. And more importantly, make sure you have your game ID and server ID listed out as well, so that if you are correct and you are the biggest brain in the room, well, you're gonna get rewarded with a beautiful Ruby skin.
Yep, for those of you who do love playing Ruby, and even if you don't, this is a wonderful skin. I'm sure all of us will be looking forward to receiving it. But we're all even more excited and looking forward to seeing both of these teams walk out onto the stage.
Team SMG. Team SMG confirmed for the upper bracket. SMG is looking to extend their winning streak and gain that momentum for playoffs.
Team SMG is literally the team that requires points the least now in the regular season, but it's not going to matter to them because the dynamic duo of Zion Senpai and Stormy will be looking to stop the invasion of the Izanami Zakus combo.
Oh my goodness, this is tough. I mean, these are really powerful teams that we're talking about here. The most powerful dynamic duos we've been having since the beginning.
RED Esports. On the other side, we got RED Esports looking to be maintaining the same lineup as always. RED looking very confident with Zayed standing literally tall on stage.
Can the rookie jungler cause some serious damage against that combination of Zion Senpai and Stormy? A behemoth of a man on the battlefield and the tallest amongst the rest in real life.
But speaking of being tall, these two teams are literally the tallest right now, the kings of their respective thrones in the two separate groups of the regular season, eager to extend their claim on this top spot.
All right, it's time to get the show on its way. Let's start off with the player stats, and these are going to be the most outlandish stats we've seen so far, completely blown out of proportion, as these are two rank 1 teams in their own respective groups. If we're all going to start things off, we have to look at Smooth, who's been having a wonderful KDA, a lovely average damage taken, but also the rookie Stormy here, having some of the best, and I'm talking about the best in the league when it comes down to KDA and average KP.
Stormy has been one of those rookies to really watch out for. But if we're talking about rookies as well, Harpist has been performing out of his mind among Team SMG. His farm speed is clean, his assassin gameplay very consistent, and able to take advantage of the space that is created by both Smooth and Zion Senpai. Really annoying frontliners that have been always there to create space for the rest of their team.
He's talented. I mean, he only joined in week 3 and he's made such improvements and works well with the team. But if we're looking over at RED Esports, they've stuck with this lineup since week number 1. I mean, Mom, of course, the most versatile role player in the game, has extended his own hero pool to literally nobody's surprise. 11 unique heroes. I mean, he lives up to the name.
That honestly, Mom, going to be one of the most effective roamers in the entire league so far. But we could say the same about Zion Senpai. That's going to be such an interesting 1v1 to watch out for. But if we're talking about 1v1s as well, no one is going to ignore the Mal versus Sasa gold lane matchup.
Oh boy, both of them are very highly dependent on these marksmen. We have seen Sasa actually changed out of it, picking up fighters for himself, but even Mal himself is very capable in his past couple of matches. We've seen him play Yuzong, we've seen him play Yin as well. Sasa playing the Paquito. Very interesting matchups to be had here today. Let's look at the predictions from the Talons with an overwhelming majority for RED Esports. Team SMG has a supporter in LaFell.
Honestly, I was considering that this would be a lot more divisive in terms of predictions, considering that these are the two top teams of the MPL so far. But seeing that it leans very heavily towards RED Esports, I think a lot of us do believe that the ability of RED Esports to just perform their late game 5v5 will be the key to stopping this really disciplined gameplay from Team SMG.
Exactly. I think, you know, one of the biggest things for RED Esports is their teamfight executions. And let's see, what about you at home? Who do you believe is going to take the game? And it looks like an overwhelming majority for Team SMG. And that's highly understandable because both playstyles are very contrary, right? If we're talking about Team SMG, they have one of the most disciplined styles, which is giving them that consistency. When we're talking about execution of teamfights, we look to RED Esports.
It's very interesting to see that both these teams have their own respective strengths, and the variation between our predictions and yours kind of differ in that case. But what doesn't differ is the fact that our official smartphone Samsung will provide all of you with the awesome gaming experience that you've been looking for.
Also, you're able to earn one here today with the highest stakes match for both rank 1 teams. It is your opportunity to earn an A52s 5G, and all you got to do is head onto social medias, look to predict the outcome of this game. Are you Team SMG or are you RED? Make sure you like that post. It's so important if you want to be able to get that giveaway of the A52s 5G. It is time for the draft.
Yep, no time to lose. It's time to get underway because everyone in the arena, us included, are very excited to figure out which of these two top teams is truly going to be holding the throne of the MPL regular season.
Oh boy, this is going to be some great games here. I can already feel it. I've been waiting for this matchup for a really long time, considering the overall outstanding performances and growth we've seen from both Team SMG and even RED Esports. Yes, they did lose 1 or 2 games, but their overall consistency has been key. And you know me, I'm a huge advocate. Consistency is always key.
Yep, absolutely. I cannot doubt that right there. But with Team SMG drafting on the blue side, RED Esports on the red side, so far in this week, we've seen that blue side tends to give a very notable advantage to any team because in the brand new patch, I think a lot of teams haven't quite figured out exactly what kind of strategies they want to play, and thus being put in the red side of the draft where you have to ban out heroes like the Valentina, like the Fanny, like the Selena, and so on, does make things a little bit less than ideal.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. And more importantly, this Fanny is a bit of a coin flip. Some junglers are capable of playing it at a high level. Others would rather not risk it. It doesn't really scale well towards the later stages, but its devastating impact in the early game to mid game is what makes her a top tier jungle pick. However, if we're talking about red side, the Valentina is always a good shout. Masha still hasn't been banned out just yet. RED Esports decided to take away Stormy scaling with the Sicilian, and even for Team SMG, they're focusing on their own bans. Fanny, to be expected. Zayed, top tier jungler, top tier hero pick. They don't go well together for Team SMG. Phoveus, also a really annoying pick. However, Karina ban for the side of Team SMG is rather interesting. I mean, Harpus has had quite a performance on it last time.
But I think it's also understandable for Team SMG to not want to go for the Karina so early on, because right now they want to see if they can prioritize the Masha. Yes, they're on the blue side, so they would be able to first pick the Karina if they wanted to. We've already seen how much this hero is able to tear up the Land of Dawn in the recent patch. Team SMG, though, they don't want to be put in a situation where they have to pick between one of these options. Better to just get rid of it and hope that RED Esports will allow the Masha through.
Now, I'm looking at the bans from Team SMG. 2 things it's screaming at me right now. It's Wanwan and as well as Ling, both of which Karina as well as the Phoveus do really well against, right? So RED Esports, whoa, they're actually letting Masha through.
That is a statement right there by RED Esports. They're basically saying, Zion Senpai, we know you play the Masha very well, but we have what it takes to be able to stop it. This Zion Senpai versus Mom 1v1 in the roamer position is something that I'm very interested to kind of witness, because in my opinion, these two have been the most consistent roamer players in the entire league.
Okay. Okay, and we've definitely seen both of them actually have their hands on Masha before, so I don't know. I feel like Team SMG, it's a really good first pick, but for Red to kind of let it go like that is a little unsettling. So they're going to opt to go for Ling first. This could be a potential mistake. I mean, we've seen Zyme Senpai play the Valir to actually deal with Masha before. It wouldn't be too big of a surprise if they do it again. And even Red Esports, considering what they have banned out and very focused on their bans against Team SMG, it feels like they've done their research too.
I think this is very smart from Team SMG here. RED Esports are very obviously using the Masha as bait. There's not a lot of teams that let the hero through on the red side and basically saying, pick this, please, because Zayed on the Ling is an absolute force to be reckoned with, and Team SMG don't want to take that risk, even if it means that Masha will go to the opposite side.
Let's see where RED Esports is going to lean towards to this time, and I'm hearing the Kagura as well as the Grok get locked in for the side of RED Esports. Remember, Selena is also available, so RED Esports is going to take the initiative saying, hey, we're willing to let you have Selena, because if you do take Selena, that's great. We're going to pick Masha, and we can run into your jungle for free. So they're thinking ahead of time. They're thinking 2 steps ahead, in a matter of fact. Hopefully Team SMG are on the same page, and I think even for them, it's really risky to pick up Masha right now. So they get the Angela first, which is going to be a little interesting because now they don't have Grok on their sides. How are they going to push out that mid wave without a little bit of help?
It's going to be quite interesting to see what Team SMG decides to go for here. I'm assuming this will be a Zyme Senpai Angela rather than a dedicated mage Angela by the Stormy, because it doesn't really feel like his hero pool, and the Lilia being locked in does confirm that, which means that Team SMG are going for a less aggressive early game.
Personally, I like this, right? Because now you have a way to get mid lane control, and even though you don't have the option of Valir, if RED Esports does decide to go for Masha, Ling will casually have to patiently wait and do the buff slowly to make sure that Zyme Senpai gets that first initial push and gets topped up by the Angela and has to minimize his damage until backup can come to save him.
Yep, but picking this Angela at this point not only combos well with the Ling, it in a way kind of deters RED Esports from going for the Masha that is still open, because this is one of the few early game supports that can actually dish out a fair bit of damage against her. Hayabusa gonna be locked in by RED Esports.
Okay, this does give me this does tell us that RED Esports, especially for Zayed, is not in favor of tank junglers. The fact that he's getting Hayabusa right now, he technically could have gone for Lancelot. He technically could have gone for even a high loss jungle. Baxia is already banned out, so does mean that SMG could have punished him later in the second phase. So might as well protect him early on, and now we could start focusing on that gold lane, right? I think Team SMG, it's great if they get Wanwan. I feel like RED Esports have a good sense that, you know what, Sasa, on this Wanwan might be a little annoying to deal with. I think even for Mal as well, there's not a lot of good matchups against it, and they could ban out Popo and Cobalt for all we know, right?
They could, but instead, RED Esports will elect to ban out the Ruby, which is very interesting. The way you can see it goes 2 ways. Right now, Team SMG already have the Angela, so it doesn't seem likely that they'll pick up another roamer. They're either thinking that this will be a mid lane Angela, or they actually are just afraid of Smooth playing on the Ruby in the EXP lane.
Trying to get into the thought process of Red here. Okay, so they have the Hayabusa, right? Ruby, a natural counter to Hayabusa, buys a lot of time before he's able to get the Oki Shadow kill off. RED Esports have first pick on the second phase. I find it interesting that they are banning out Ruby when they could focus on a completely separate side, but I think I'm a lot more aligned with Team SMG with the way that they're drafting, right? They don't have first pick, get rid of that Wanwan. What else can you get rid of? Probably turn it into a 50-50 matchup by banning out Popo and Koopa, and now you have Melissa as an option. I think they might even consider banning out an EXP laner at this stage of the game as well, probably an Esmeralda, I'm guessing?
Actually, I feel like Team SMG might want to consider banning out Yin at this point, because they have the Angela Ling combo. We know Maul can play the Yin in the gold lane, and it would instantly counter the combo. I think that's something they have to be careful of.
That's actually a really good shout here. And especially since both side laners haven't been predetermined. I mean, Grok can be flexed, obviously, but it's still tough. Team SMG, they ban out the Franco. I really like this ban. It's great. It's overall super annoying for his Team SMG's particular team composition. Ling doesn't want to be stuck in CC, and Lilia doesn't want to get one shot while she's stuck in the Bloody Hunt because she's got black shoes. It is so much value, and you don't want to lose that value because of one pick.
That does mean that the Yin option is open for RED Esports. I don't think they'll lock it in yet at this point. The Grok can still be flexed into the mid lane and the EXP. I'm not really certain if it's an Ashe hero, so I'm expecting this to go on Ren QT instead. And RED Esports will still go for the default marksman pick as Beatrix is still open.
I think it's just really safe. Now SMG easily are going to take Popo and Koopa for sure, and the only way that Popo and Koopa is going to have any threat to that backline is either Hayabusa, which again is on condition, but I think the main issue is that he has to worry about, you know, Grok, who doesn't get locked down. Ice Traps, Popo, I'm Angry, Alpha Wolf, all don't matter against Grok because he's able to be immune to CC.
Yeah, that is going to be the main issue for Sasa if he decides to go for the Popple and Koopa. I think RED Esports are aware of this, which is why they went for Beatrix instead, knowing that if Team SMG goes for the easy counter, they do actually have solid ways of jumping into the back line. The final few seconds can tick down as Team SMG lock in the Paquito and the Yu Zong, so they are going for the fighter gold lane.
It is a Big Daddy composition coming in from Team SMG, and for all of you who don't know what a Big Daddy composition is, very reminiscent of Season 2, Season 3, and Season 4 of the early stages of the MPL, where fighters were extremely powerful and teams would gather together for big team fights. They don't even care about backline. They'll just jump straight into the middle, cause as much chaos as possible, and roll the enemy team as quickly as they can.
Yep, this means that Team SMG are going for a huge dive composition as the Angela can not just jump onto the Ling, but onto the Paquito and Yu Zong as well, and that is terrifying. RED Esports needs a way to be able to disengage from this. Maybe something like a Beleric or an Atlas would not be too bad to buy some time. But also, the Akai.
I actually really like this as an adaptation from RED Esports. That Hurricane Dance is going to bring a lot of value. However, I think level 4 might be a bit dicey for RED Esports, right? Because the junglers are going to hit level 4 immediately. Harpus has a way to punish RED Esports because Mom won't have his ultimate in time for that moment of the game. So there is a potential interaction there. We'll see how this goes, but I'm liking this draft from either side.
Yep, this is going to be a very interesting dynamic to witness here in game number 1. I think both lineups are pretty balanced. Both of them have a solid leveling curve. RED Esports going to be leaning a little bit more towards the late game, which is where their strong point lies. But as we prepare to enter the Land of Dawn, looking at the lineups once again, Team SMG, as you mentioned, got that Big Daddy composition with the Angela buffing all of their cores. RED Esports going for a slightly slower early game, but their late game scaling is going to be massive, and they're going to be playing off of their primary strengths here as we enter the Land of Dawn.
Excited to bring it here. Both rank 1 teams of Group A and Group B. Team SMG on the blue side. We have RED Esports on the red side. Oh, let's get the show on the road here as I'm Senpai immediately invades Zayed. Wow, that's kind of interesting.
Simon Senpai, realizing that the Akai won't be able to play very defensively, elects to go straight for the aggressive play on the Angela, while we can see Mom doing the exact same thing on the opposite side. Zayed, though, taking a lot more damage as compared to Harpist.
I'm surprised that Zyme Senpai didn't just walk in towards the buff to try and steal the fruit. He's still able to maintain his own health, especially with the love taps. More importantly so, Akai really doesn't have a lot of early game presence. Yes, he can annoy, but look, Harpist is still full HP, and Mom had to recall.
Yeah, Harpist is definitely going to farm a lot faster in these first few levels simply because Mom isn't going to be able to exert any pressure without the Hurricane Dance. Meanwhile, Rank QT, now in a bit of trouble, has to use the Flicker to get away from Zyme Senpai.
Yeah, I think Smooth is doing a really good job in this matchup where you can tell that Ren QT just wants to focus on clearing waves, maximize his damage, but Smooth, if he takes a trade against Ren QT, it's actually really good for him. He's able to sustain even longer in the lane. If we look in the mid lane, Ashe versus Stormy, Ashe needs to make sure that he continuously pressures Stormy because he's going to get outpushed every single time. He's got to punish Stormy for walking up to that wave. That way, it makes sure that Stormy is going to be low on mana. if he recalls early, it's a big win for Ash because now they can't set up this dive on bot side.
But all Stormy really needs to do is hold Ash in lane because he knows that the rest of his team is going to be a lot stronger than what RED Esports can muster up in these early stages. And so by keeping the enemy core occupied, it'll allow Harpist to make use of his mobility to wreak more havoc across the map.
Bozide and Harp is patiently waiting by the turtle. They need that support. And Smooth has priority and has won his trade against Ren QT. He still has Black Dragon form ready to go. So they have to play it slow. Guardian's Bulwark has already been dropped by Ren QT, but Mom hasn't hit level 4. And I think RED Esports understand right now that they can't do much. They're going to try and focus on Mom. Mom manages to flicker on out of there in the nick of time. Petrify has been used. Ren QT continuously being annoying, but notice that Ling is on that purple buff, and Zion Senpai and Smooth are just juggling this turtle. Mao unfortunately takes a bad trade down on the gold lane. It looks like Sasa knows his matchup, and he also took high and dry.
The turtle has been reset, but Harpist is already on it. Zayed coming in as well. He's actually slightly ahead in terms of EXP, as Mom is going to use the Hurricane Dance to lock down Stormy. Hard guard already on top of him, but instantly taken out. Tempest Ablaze lands on 3 people. Black Dragon form causing a lot of chaos. Mom gonna get picked off as Ash uses the flicker to get away from Smooth.
Oh!
Gets the turtle, gonna pop the shadow kill to try and keep himself alive, but it's not going to matter too much as he's going to fall to Zion Senpai.
Oh, what an interaction there. A nice play coming in from RED Esports to punish Stormy, but Team SMG. Harpist had already used this retribution way earlier in the fight. They knew for a fact that they were going to have to give up this turtle, so they instead started to farm the heroes of RED Esports. They managed to walk away with a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team SMG as RED Esports secures the turtle.
Yep, even though RED Esports were able to get the turtle, they are now behind in terms of gold. A 800 gold lead for Team SMG. First blood bounty going over to them as well, as Maul definitely going to have a hard time farming down here against this high and dry Paquito.
Yeah, I mean, the damage, the raw damage coming out from Sasa's Paquito is already devastating, right? Maul. Oh, wait, actually, he decides to go for Weaponsmith. That's an interesting item to go for, but I guess he wants to scale. Zion Senpai manages to get out in the nick of time. Oki Shadow Kill is down, but Stormy with the black shoes popped. Mom tries to punish him with the Hurricane Dance, but cannot clip him against the wall.
We can see that Sasa has also just completed the Blade of the Heptases, so he's going for a full-out damage ambushing style of play to see if he can pick off Maul in the 1v1. This is going to be ideal for Team SMG because they want to avoid this late-game potential for RED Esports. Basically getting any pressure.
Oh, look at that damage. Look at that damage. One level ahead, and now Harpist is going to go for the full dive. Uses the Tempest of Blades early on, wants a Kai, but now changes his target towards Maul's side, realizes this dive is taking too long. Zion Senpai in the middle. Maul almost landing Renner in time. Doesn't manage to get anybody with Renner's apathy. Top side going to get proxy. 10 more seconds until turtle spawns.
All things considered, Mom being able to escape in that situation was really good maneuvering because honestly, that should have been an easy kill for the Ling. So missing out on that is going to cost Team SMG a little bit because they did end up rotating 4 members down to the bottom lane to try and get that kill.
Yeah, but Sasa, he almost got punished there, manages to get out in time and join this upcoming fight. He has cleared the waves, and now Turtle is a big opening for Team SMG to start getting ahead. Smooth has been controlling Rank QT for the longest of times. Black Dragon form is going to pop. He's looking for Ash. He knocks him away as soon as he can. Harpist secures the turtle, and the Overturn is going to initiate that fight. It's going to be Nibiru's passion to check the back line, but it doesn't matter. Smooth has already found his target. They've killed Ash, and now the rest of RED Esports has to pull away.
A slightly disjointed fight from RED Esports. As we can see, Ren QT's wall charge was perfectly avoided by Harpist with the Tempest of Blades timing, meaning he could secure the turtle with no problem. And then even though Mom tried to use the Hurricane Dance, it was not enough. But now the Ogi Shadow Kill comes out on top of Smooth. Hard guard gonna keep him alive. Mom coming in. Does he have the Hurricane Dance? No, he does not. Puppet on the string, going to catch out the Akai, and the assault is going to end right there.
Woo! It looks like Zion Senpai. I love the way that they're using this hard card, right? They're not saving it just for funneling their hyper carry here, or the jungler Harpist. Whenever he wants to go, he's gonna have that extra bit of protection. They're making sure that they can actually save gold and save potential casualties across the map. This is the second time that we've seen Zion Senpai use that hard guard to protect his teammates. This time it works out for Smooth.
Yep, it's gonna work out very well for Team SMG as well if they're able to continue doing so, because right now RED Esports, they really do not have enough damage to take extended fights, and when they use all of their burst damage and aren't able to take out Team SMG because of this hard guard, it does end up wasting a lot of their resources. And guess what? Zyme Senpai has gone for the first item, Fleeting Time.
I like it. I like it. He wants to get his ult off as much as possible, but that does mean he needs to use it aggressively if he wants to abuse the fleeting time. Now, looking at bot side, Sasa, he's trying to bait something out. He knows something is up, and Harpus is going to initiate right on top of Mao. Here comes the Bladed Tempest, and immediately Nibiru's Passion comes out. Ash also using the Yin Yang Overturn, gets very minimal damage here. Hard Guard being targeted on Harpus. They're waiting for an opportunity. He's going to regenerate. Maybe he's considering catching somebody out here. I mean, they don't see where Ren QT is right now, and I'm pretty sure Smooth is communicating he's probably rotated mid side.
So Team SMG aren't going to overextend. This is classic behavior from Team SMG. They take fights they know they can take, but avoid anything that might show over aggression. So far, RED Esports has done a good job of responding to this, being able to zone them out whenever they try to go for these fights. But because of all the pressure that Harpist is able to execute with his global presence on the lane, as well as the hard guard, Team SMG are way ahead in terms of farm.
I mean, we say way ahead. It's 7 minutes, it's 2.4. RED Esports with one good team fight could turn this around when it comes down to the economy. Now, Team SMG, it's a slow roll for them, but you have to give it to RED Esports. They are playing defensively. They know their win conditions is for the late game. Zyme Senpai doesn't get punished just yet. He flickers early, but now he should be dead to the Oki. Shadow kill. The backline gets attacked, and Mom goes down. Harpus still has a Bladed Tempest. Gets on top of Zyme, gets the knock. A Big Daddy comp activated with Smooth in the back line. Gets the petrified. Maul is dead and will run Ren QT down. Sasa can technically still go for the dive, but it's all up to Stormy to finish off the rest. That's a full cleared sweep by Team SMG.
A perfect engagement by Team SMG, taking advantage of RED Esports, who had overextended themselves, going for the kill onto Zyme Senpai, knowing that Zayed already did not have his cooldowns up. Harpist went in for the dive, and while he lost his own life himself, it allowed Sasa as well as Smooth to come in from separate angles to really pick off RED Esports, who at that point were already missing out on all of their abilities and were just sitting ducks for the Black Dragon.
Now we got to talk about the follow-up from Team SMG, right? 4.3k ahead. They're looking to take every objective. Smooth is able to tank the full damage of this. He literally does not care. That's how strong he is right now with his max stacks of the Festival of Blood. He can sustain through a lot of damage when he procs that shot residue. But now Team SMG, right? They're looking for Lord. That's number one. All the tier 1 turrets, which they still haven't been able to completely get. But they open up that mid lane, and they could look to punish Zayed in the jungle.
That's exactly what Team SMG will want to be looking for right now, but I don't think it's something they'll prioritize very much as well. They know that they have complete map priority. They don't need to overextend themselves. Go for the neutral objectives. Respawn when they see RED Esports on the map, and then that'll allow them to slowly edge their way to victory.
I think as of right now, RED Esports, they cannot initiate. They cannot be utilizing their resources against Team SMG. They need to wait for Team SMG to make that first move. They need to see the big ultimates. Black Dragon Form and Heart Guard are the two main ones they have to keep an eye out, because those are the re-engage tools for Team SMG. The Heart Guard can be forced out, yes, but that Black Dragon Form, especially for Mal, he can't really handle that. There's no way he can protect himself against a Petrify Yuzong.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with having the Akai. Even though the Hurricane Dance is very effective at disengaging, if Mom tries to use it aggressively, he will not be able to defend his squishier backline team members, and that is what RED Esports desperately needs right now, because Team SMG can so easily dive on their squishier members and take them out. For that reason, RED Esports are now electing to avoid fights entirely and go for the split push, even giving up the previous Lord.
Yeah, now let's see how they play it out. They want to punish Ren QT here. Harpus with the Heart Guard has more than enough. Black Dragon Form is down, and Mom is on the run. Hurricane Dance may not be enough. Smooth finds it. He does it again with a Petrify. He's going to get hit by the Yin Yang Overturn as well as the Nibiru's Passion, but Stormy, oh Mal, he flickers forward to try to secure the kill, but walks into the gloom of Stormy. Nicely played by Stormy. Team SMG still pressing their advantage on all sides of the map. A well time fight means all the tier 2s should be collapsing.
Yep, this is really bad for RED Esports. That was the worst timing that they could have lost a fight like that, but I'm pretty sure that this was perfectly calculated by Team SMG to really hit RED Esports where it hurts. They've taken out pretty much every external tower at this point, and 8k gold differential 11 minutes into the game. This is a very difficult wall to have to overcome, and RED Esports, they are a team that really needs to be at least equal at this point in the game, or they will have difficulty catching back up.
Yep, I mean, Team SMG has almost achieved checkmate 12 minutes into the game. If we pull up the item list as well, Team SMG should be on their 4th items at this stage. And I mean, Stormy, he's having the time of his life right now. He's able to back up this Big Daddy composition because he can run so far forward, and if anything goes wrong, instantly black shoes to get him out of a tough spot.
RED Esports right now simply do not have enough consistent DPS to deal with the bulkier composition of Team SMG. And even if they do, they simply do not survive long enough to output it. Having this Grok and Akai isn't enough of a front line to protect them from Harpist, Smooth, and Sasa. And not to mention having to consider Stormy just pelting them with magic DPS in the backline.
Oh my goodness, it's 4 items compared to 2 items here. This is not good, especially for Mal. He's fallen so far behind. He hasn't even gotten the Hunter Strike just yet, and he's trying to double down on full damage, especially with Weaponsmith. He needs to have more attack damage. Literally, he needs the greediest build in the world to help him scale against Team SMG. Even Ash is struggling with only two recently complete items, the Clock of Destinies as well as the Lightning Truncheon. It's tough because Team SMG now, they already have the counter items. They already have their Athena shields ready to go, but now Red is going to make an active effort. Wild Charge does it. Oh, actually, it clips onto Stormy at the right time. The counter engage coming in from Smooth. Harpist finds one onto Ren QT, and now they're running for that backline. They trade 1 for 1, and this is great, but Zion can't get out. Gets hit by the Petrify, followed up by the Furious Dive, and Harpist is here to clean up shop.
A 1-for-4 trade in favor of Team SMG as they instantly break through RED Esports. You can have Stormy. We're going to take everyone else. And now Ash has to defend 1v4 against Team SMG. They only have 1 Canyon minion to be able to break through the inhibitor, but they have done so. Another wave is coming up with a few seconds left on the cooldowns of RED Esports. Team SMG, as per usual, will not be going for the aggressive risk and securing the Lord.
I think this is checkmate for Team SMG. If they secure this Luminous Lord, it's over for RED Esports. They don't have enough items to kill the Lord itself, especially though, even though they do have Mal, who is great at high ground defense, nobody can really back him up, and they have to waste these primary ultimate utilities on waves for defense, while Team SMG can solely focus on taking out the members of RED Esports. Look at them. They can't spread out their resources at all for RED Esports. They just have to focus on clearing waves. Brutal game coming in from Team SMG.
Yeah, we are 15 minutes in, and Team SMG has an 11, nearly 12,000 gold lead. When the gold differential has reached this kind of level, it is basically impossible for the losing side to try and claw their way back into the game. RED Esports, they don't just need a perfect team fight right now. They need a miracle to be able to take this victory.
Yeah, and look at how clean the map is right now. Team SMG so efficient with their jungle pathing as well. They're gonna let Lord die because nobody really cares about it at this stage, but Mal has used big ultimates to actually clear it fast. They've got 2 big waves pushing top as well as bottom, but Smooth now looking for the engagement, sees Zayden as well as Mom. They don't know where Mal is. He's under the crystal. It ain't worth the dive, but I think even for Team SMG, they're gonna wait for better win conditions. They want a perfect game, not a suboptimal game.
Yeah, this is the classic Team SMG style. Even though right now, at any moment, they could actually just break through the defenses of RED Esports, considering the net worth gap. Team SMG are the type that will just wait for the next Lord to come up before actually making anything happen. Unless, of course, they find someone off by themselves.
Now here's the scary part, right? I think RED Esports, they don't want to fight. They shouldn't be looking to open up the map at all. And if they do, they need to have it on the side that has camps so that their jungler or literally Mal or Ash could farm off of, right? RED Esports, the moment they hit 3 items, I think Team SMG has to be even more cautious about where they position themselves. situational items are great, but that doesn't necessarily mean execution. Their execution is going to be perfect. If you look down to the player head-to-head, if we're talking about perfection in terms of their execution, Smooth has got it all.
Yep, Smooth has been doing really well here, but he's gonna get caught out by Ren QT with the wild charge. But look at how tanky this Yu Zong is. He literally does not care.
He can regen all of this back up. He's just waiting for the next wave. Team SMG patiently waiting for RED Esports to make a mistake, but they also understand that RED Esports has really good ways of disengage. Now Mal, he gets a very important item. Winds of Nature is going to help him survive against Smooth's initial attack, especially since he's just waiting on his Petrify. 15 more seconds until it comes back up.
RED Esports now, their chances are not zero, but it is looking very spotty, and the Wind of Nature pickup right now is something that Mal really desperately requires, because some defensive options against teams SMG may be what he needs to actually output some of his AoE damage. But being 11,000 gold behind, I'm not even sure if RED Esports will be able to make any meaningful damage happen.
Oh, wait, they actually fight Smooth. They have to use the hard guard on Smooth. Can he get the Black Dragon form up? This might be the fight. Mal uses his Winds of Nature just in time, and he takes out Ling. This is the miracle fight they're looking for. Sasa is able to take Kagura in the backline, but that's only a 2 for 3 trade in favor of RED Esports. Sasa is looking to try and pick up Mal. Zyme Senpai patiently waiting. He doesn't have the hard guard. He's kind of useless right now. He needs his ultimates back up. RED Esports find a weakness in Team SMG, and they punch through the weak chain.
I cannot believe RED Esports were actually able to find that opportunity, but that is huge. They are now 3v2 right on top of the Lord. Sasa, he has a lot of damage, and he does have the hard guard to support him, but he's gonna get caught out by the wild charge.
It works!
Nibiru's passion. He takes out one more. Sasa's still alive with immortality, but it does not matter. He's gonna get shut down. Double kill going over to Zion.
This is what I'm talking about. You do not let teams reach 42k because our playability skyrockets through the roof. These situational items, especially when you have an execution genius like Mal, gives them an opportunity. Team SMG should have forced it when they had the chance.
We might be witnessing a miracle here, ladies and gentlemen. We know that RED Esports' late game 5v5s are some of the best in MPL, and Team SMG, because of their discipline and slow gameplay, has allowed RED Esports to scale up to their strongest point. The net worth gap has been reduced from 12k to 3k, and at 19 minutes in, this kind of difference means nothing.
The shutdown goal is nuts, and RED Esports now full items. They're ready to fight. This time, they're gonna bring it to Team SMG. This time, they can be aggressive with this Luminous Lord crashing. The outer turrets fall so quick, and RED Esports patiently waiting together. Come at us, Team SMG. Show me the Black Dragon form. Smooth is going to initiate onto the fight, but he's looking for the backline. Mal is not revealing himself on purpose, and even Harpus is going to force the situation down on towards Zide. He's chasing him down, but in the middle of that fight, Mal is able to pick up Smooth. Sasa still looking for it. Ash is down. Mal is still alive. Sasa is looking for him. Winds of Nature keeps him alive. Mom is trying to get on out of there, but Mal, it's over. No more battle spells, and Team SMG drag out the fight long enough to take out key members of RED Esports.
Perfect execution once again. RED Esports looking for an opportunity, but the initiation from Smooth was exactly what they were looking for. They are going to brush straight into the base, and with 20 seconds on the cooldown of RED Esports, this is going to be GG in game number 1, going over the Team SMG.
A beautiful game of Mobile Legends to start off the day. You see no sad faces from these competitors, only smiles, only eager to get into game number 2.
This is peak Mobile Legends gameplay, everybody. This is what we have been waiting for in the matchup between the two kings of Group A and B, and we are reveling in it. I am so excited for what is about to happen.
This is sweaty. It's so sweaty. GG, well played to Team SMG. Wow, what a banger game to start off the final day of Week 7.
I think this was a perfect clash of styles and of ideals in terms of the draft. We saw Team SMG really taking control of most of the game because of the fact that they have really disciplined, really coordinated movements overall. But because of how long they delayed the game, it allowed RED Esports to actually gain back a bit of that advantage. Once they got their max items, it didn't matter how big the net worth gap was, they could take that fight. And they used their late game 5v5 potential to its fullest. Just one mistake could have cost either of these teams, and in this case, it was RED Esports.
The smallest crack in the drywall could make this entire place just drop, and the roof nearly collapsed on Team SMG, but I think they identified what they did wrong in that last fight. Actually, the second last fight, actually. They dedicated a lot of the responsibilities of diving too smooth, right? And Sasa, unfortunately, was not able to participate in that fight. When they lost Stormy, they lost a lot of their peeling power, a lot of ways to, when they gain ground, maintain holding their trenches. And for Team SMG, the moment the entire team realized, if we just spread out our resources, Harpus, with the help of the Heart Guard, can beat Zayed 1v1. We need Smooth to make sure that the Winds of Nature coming out of Mal, and maybe even a battle spell, which would have been ideal, will allow Sasa to actually dive the backline more safely. And it works out perfectly for Team SMG.
It really does. I think in that last fight, after RED Esports was able to turn that fight around and actually come back in terms of net worth, they were feeling a little bit ecstatic. I get the feeling they might have overextended themselves a bit too much because Zayed jumped in to try and get the kill onto Zayam Senpoi with the Ogi Shadow kill. But when he used up that cooldown, when he used the Quad Shadow to get back out, that was instantly go time for Harpus. Is like, this Hayabusa cannot run from me anymore. And if Zayed is down, the rest of RED Esports are easy pickings.
Oh, it was such a good fight. Such a good fight coming in from Team SMG and as well as RED Esports. There's no other way to explain it. It's anybody's game, even though RED Esports for a majority of that game was continuously just taking punishment. But right now, I think we have to talk about priority lanes here, because Team SMG is following the very simple rule book, especially in high tier playing. If you have winning lanes and you can gain control and priority of them, push faster than your opponent, you can make the first move, you can determine the pace of the game.
Yep, many of these one-sided victories we've seen in MPL so far have simply been because the winning team was able to get priority in every lane. But MVP of this game is gonna go over the Harpist on the Ling. An 820 match GPM man was farming up a storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see the different adaptations of the Ling build these days. Now, instead of going for the auto attack crit build, he greeds out. He's like, I want to make sure when I hit somebody with a Divine Sword, it's going to really hurt. He's got the Berserker's Fury on top of the Blade of Despair. Malefic Roar, it's a must. At top of having a Windtalker and Endless Battle, the numbers that he's going to get for true damage is ridiculous.
Yep, this is a really high risk, high reward build coming out from Harpist because he literally has 0 defensive items, no immortality, no brute force breastplate, nothing like that, all damage. He is relying 100% on Zayam Senpoi to keep him alive during the fight, and because of that, his DPS output is just insane.
Yeah, but it also shows how the new patch, especially for Ling, works out in the later stages of the game. I don't think he would be able to get away with this if it was the previous patch against Hayabusa of all things, unless he's able to outplay it, right? He would just run out of energy, and every single time he actually gets the Divine Sword off, it probably wouldn't have hurt as much if Zayed decided to go for, I don't know, maybe an immortality alone, probably even a brute force breastplate, arguably.
Yep, but having a look at the highlights of that previous game, you can tell that Team SMG was taking full control of these fights. They can split up the fight very easily because having 2 fighters in the side lanes means that they can take easy 1v1s against the squishier backline, the mages and the marksmen of RED Esports. And once the frontliners have been taken out or just completely ignored altogether, they can get these huge AoE combos into the backline, and RED Esports just has no way to escape.
Oh, I love these Big Daddy compositions, man. It really brings me back to the good old days. But notice how Team SMG, it's not like the true Big Daddy compositions where all you do is just run at your enemy. There is a lot of intelligence to this, right? When they dive, they are prioritizing key targets. Most of the time, it was Mal as well as Ashe, the main DPS of the team. Zayed can only do so much, but he needs the support to make it happen.
Yep, and I think Team SMG did a very good job in spacing and layering their fights as well. You could tell that both Harpist and Sasa were always keeping their distance to avoid getting easily caught out. This one fight where RED Esports was able to take the advantage and then turn things around and pick off Sasa and Zion Senpoi to take the Lord was the instant comeback moment for RED Esports. But then they got a little bit overzealous, not realizing that Team SMG are just as capable of putting up a fight, got themselves chased down, and once the team wipe happened, Team SMG had an easy way to victory.
The main issue in this last fight was the fact that RED Esports had to use so much of their disengage, and then they had nothing left. And once they were out of gas, wow, it's just so easy for a Team SMG to just run each and every member down. They're so ultimate reliant for RED Esports.
Yeah, RED Esports definitely needed to play more of a counter-offensive once they got that comeback instead of going aggressively for the big team fight, because even if they've closed up the net worth gap, just in terms of lineups, they are much more susceptible to being run down. They do have to catch someone out with a wild charge, with a hurricane dance to initiate, instead of trying to go for the cheeky Ogi shadow kill.
Yeah, they have to play for their win cons, and their win cons was Kagura as well as the Beatrix, Mal and Ash respectively. Yeah, that last fight could have been a little bit better, but it does show a lot of hope for RED Esports in this second game. They put up a good fight. Not a lot of teams would have been able to handle that kind of pressure, especially an 11k gold lead by the 14th minute. That's ridiculous.
Yep, it just goes to show how much the game can swing as long as you're still willing to put in the effort and the energy to keep yourselves in the game. RED Esports literally had a 10k net worth swing in a single fight. It goes to show no game in ML is truly over until you yourselves decide that it is the end.
Yeah, and oh man. Honestly, we got to be hypercritical of Team SMG too. They should have forced it when they had the opportunity, when they had Lord as well. They decided not to. They got to stay sharp on these things. They got to stay refreshed, but they're going to celebrate that first victory with Nescafe. So secure yourself some Nescafe here today, and you want to be able to stay awake for the rest of this series. You don't want to miss a second. Take that 30%. Quickly scan that QR code, get a new flavor, get a regular coffee flavor. That's up to you. Doesn't matter. You just need to be awake to celebrate when one of your favorite teams wins this game.
Yep, the camera being reflected is kind of confusing because I was trying to point at the QR code, but I actually could not tell which direction my fingers were supposed to be going. So in case some of you were wondering what I was doing right there, no, I was not doing some kind of weird dance at the caster's desk or anything. It is because the camera is flipped. Your left is my right, or whatever is going on. Either way, scan the QR code. You already know the drill. Going into game number 2, though, I think it's going to be very exciting to watch out for what both these teams are bringing to the table.
Absolutely, and I think RED Esports need to start understanding that priority. Both teams are playing at high levels, right? They were both able to achieve what they wanted during those team fights, and you can tell the overwhelming amount of damage coming out of Team SMG and the instant swing coming in from RED Esports. The win conditions are dishing enough damage. Unfortunately, the amount of peel that they had kept wasting their abilities, focusing on these catches rather than peeling for their carries.
But we still cannot understate how much impact Mal brings to RED Esports. He was single-handedly the highest DPS output in the entire game, even out DPSing Harpist on a full damage Ling build in the late game.
Woo! Mal was able to pull some good stuff up. Oh boy. I really hope the draft does change for RED Esports. They need more dominance in lane. They need more control. And I think now that, Team SMG has shown potential solutions, they might want to consider changing up the bans. Number 1, the Sicilian. I think that's that's going to change at some point of time. They know Team SMG can play for the late game, but now that they're showing, hey, early to mid, we can do what we want. We have that versatility. We have that width on top of the depth, on top of the discipline that they have.
Considering that going into game number 2, RED Esports will be drafting on the blue side, I'm thinking that Team SMG will need to prioritize this Ling ban, because giving it over to Zayed is a very bad situation. We already know how strong this hero is ever since he was swapped to more of a right-click late-game DPS. So I'm suspecting that despite it being quite unusual, Ling is going to be a red side ban in game 2.
Well, I would make an argument here that Masha should have been taken on to Mom instead of the Akai.
I don't really agree there.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not? Because for me, I think that a secondary, well, not even a win condition, but a way to actually transition from early to mid is by throwing resources and, more importantly, Mom going into the enemy jungle and just disrupting the Ling.
I don't know if it's going to work though, because what they're lacking right now is a little bit of that Cadbury Zip. Now ever more chocolatey. Make sure you guys get your Cadbury Zip from 7-Eleven, or if you're like Gideon, you can grab it online as well by scanning the QR code you see at the bottom of the screen for more of that chocolatey energy.
Now more chocolatey, cop yourself some today. I don't know. I do feel that it is about execution at the end of the day, and I think both sides, they executed it well. It's just that very last fight for RED Esports where they finally evened up that score, played that last fight kind of poorly. It's unfortunate, but it happens. It's competition. Somebody has to win. In terms of what they can do better, they need to keep in mind that maybe Mal might have to, well, I don't know, even for Red side, I just feel that Red side is difficult.
It is, but I think there were still ways that RED Esports could have played around it. You know, when you see that the Paquito and Yuzong are coming out, you know, okay, this is a rundown composition. This is a Big Daddy lineup. You need ways of disengaging. Yes, the Hurricane Dance can do that, but it is very conditional, and you end up giving up a lot of your early game pressure. If they wanted something similar, I feel like even the Atlas wouldn't have been a bad choice because he can threaten people who want to run in as a group. The same could be said for someone like Belleric. I do think that RED Esports could have gone for more of these team fight compositions if they wanted to avoid getting jumped on.
Fair enough. I agree with the Belleric. I don't necessarily agree with the Atlas. I feel Atlas is in the same category as Akai, where there is a lack of early game and you have to forcefully make aggressive plays when you have Flicker available. Belleric, at least you can kind of play both roles, right? You can play defensively, wait until the right opportunity to actually go in on your enemies with the Flicker, or depending, some people like to take Vengeance as well. Those are not bad options, but against a composition like that, probably I either regenerate, revitalize or Flicker. I don't think Vengeance was even a consideration.
Well, either way, what these teams are going to need to consider now is how they want to adapt their strategies, because they're going to be switching sides in game number 2. RED Esports drafting on the blue side, already banned out Sicilian. Team SMG on the red side.
And RED Esports really want to make sure that Stormy does not have a good time or a guaranteed way to scale for the late game. They know he's hyper efficient on the Sicilian, might as well get rid of it earlier rather than later. Team SMG though, let's see where their priorities lie, right? Because every time we see them on the blue side, they consistently ban out the Phoveus, they consistently ban out the Fanny, and considering that Masha is still a big problem, I think Team SMG are going to stick to those 3 bans.
Yeah, being on the red side is very rough nowadays because, yeah, as you highlighted, all of the common bans are still there, but also respect bans that they have to watch out for. Zayed's Ling, as well as the Karina, are both going to be options that RED Esports are looking to lock in ASAP.
Yeah. It's frustrating. It really is frustrating. Team SMG have done some great research, especially when they were playing on blue side. Ooh, Rock gets banned out for the side of RED Esports. It seems like they still are giving respect where respect is due.
Okay, Grok going to be banned out, understandable. Team SMG gonna continue with the Fanny, also a hero that Zayed can be very oppressive on. Now, with the last couple of bans coming out, RED Esports actually needs to make a choice here. If they decide to ban out either Ling or Karina, Team SMG will most likely ban the other. If they let it through, Team SMG will probably match them so that they can lock in one of the options themselves.
I feel like RED Esports, there's a possibility that they may or may not consider Masha. I guess that really depends the moment Team SMG kind of reveals what their roamer pick is. But I don't know, with this new tank meta, would you even call it a tank meta? I would say
not really.
That's
right?
the thing, right? I mean, tanks have had significant changes, but I wouldn't say that it's tank meta oriented just yet. I still do believe that a lot of it is going to come down to just that mid lane control. And if you have mid lane control, you can do so much with it at the end of the day. Whether you're scaling, whether you're playing for early, it's about making that first move. Angela gets banned out for Team SMG.
Okay, so Team SMG knows that they're not going to have enough bans to get rid of either the Ling or the Karina. So get rid of the hero that would be able to enable either of them in the Angela. And this also opens up the possibility that they can pick up the Masha if Red Esports don't go for it, since one of its most common counters is now taken off the table.
Yeah, but Karina is also a really great way to deal with Masha. Masha is very auto-attack based, so if Masha walks into the enemy jungle, Karina just has to sit in the shadow dance, look her dead in the eye, and tells her, yo, you want to throw down, bro?
Team SMG now will most definitely be looking to try and pick up the Ling within the first phase. I don't think they'll lock him in this first 2 picks, because that would make it way too obvious for Red Esports. Right now, they need deterrence to be able to counter this Karina and also lock away heroes from Red Esports that might be able to stop the Ling from having access to his mobility.
I'm still thinking that Team SMG might want to go for double fighter compositions. They might use Paquito as a potential flex pick here. Arguably even Yusong as well. But then again, there's just so much more things that need to be locked in. Lilia is going to get locked in first. Masha is going to be shown. Now, Red Esports well, I think Mom knows how to play Valir. I mean, out of all people to ask that question, I think it's undoubtedly Mom who probably knows.
Yeah, but I think Ash would be able to play the Valir pretty efficiently as well. So this is an obvious choice for Red Esports. If they don't go for it in the first phase, Team SMG will probably look to lock it out. But are there other options that would be able to deal with this Masha at this point in time?
Valir, I think, is, as a roamer, probably their best bet. That way they don't have to sacrifice too many lane priorities to make sure that Masha doesn't go through, right? You can just continuously burn her. You need to be able to identify and utilize the team before the waves collide. The very first waves collide in the first minute, right? But it's going to be Beatrix, and there we go. Valir, 100% win rate, picked one time. I know an MPL SG caster who would be very happy to see Valir coming back into meta.
So far, he's got 100% win rate on the one game that he was picked up specifically to counter the Masha. So this will be a very solid solution for Red Esports. Whether or not this is going to be their roamer or their mid laner remains to be seen. But Team SMG will now need to figure out a way to really enable this Masha, or maybe just render the Valir not so useful by doing something else with it. They could even put the Masha in the side lane instead.
Personally, I think a big mistake coming in from Red Esports is giving up. Well, actually, it might not necessarily be. The fact, actually, you know what? I'm going to make a hard read here, right? Red Esports, they pick up this Beatrix saying, you know what? We're going to have priority. We can flex her into the mid lane because Ashe is very capable of utilizing it. It's all about making sure that you can back up your roamer at that point of time so they can't punish your jungler, correct? So if Beatrix is going to be that flex pick, Valir is going to go 1v1 against Masha. Lilia is going to naturally push out the lane against any other mage except for Beatrix. So now it becomes a possible 2v2.
That is a possibility, having the Beatrix in the mid lane instead. And it would open up possibility for Maul to go for a fighter gold lane as well.
Exactly.
So I think you might be onto something here. Team SMG not even going for the Ling now that Angela is no longer on the field, picking up Hayabusa instead. Most likely going to make use of the Ogi Shadow Kill to pick up easy kills onto this squishy Valir.
Yup, and they also ban out the Ruby, which is a really natural counter to a lot of things. Number one, slows down Masha, and more importantly, it slows down the combinations of skills coming in from Hayabusa. Red Esports, on the other hand, what do they start focusing on? My guess is that they need to get rid of fighters at this stage of the game. They still are using the Beatrix as a flex pick, so start focusing on getting rid of divers. Paquito, Yusong as well, being the top two.
Yeah, but if Maul does want to go for a fighter gold lane, he does want to go for something like the Paquito or Yuzong himself.
Still has Yin.
Yeah, but Yin... Actually, Yin in this situation would not be bad at all, splitting up the fight. If they can catch out Harpist in the Yin ult, it would actually be huge for Red Esports.
The thing is, there's just too many fighters right now. And we know for a fact Maul has this extra pocket pick in hand for the gold lane. Is it useful? Yes, it has its uses. Is there a bit of sacrifice? Well, Malin may not necessarily carry the game, but at least he's taking out a key component for Team SMG if he does.
Yep, absolutely. With RED Esports already banning out the Paquito, it does look like they're leaning more towards that. SMG now making a choice. It looks like they're hovering over the Dirov, and that is going to be their ban.
Yes, get rid of oppressive heroes. You want to have that control over the lane. Now, both RED Esports and Team SMG are on the same page. They're trying to contest for these top oppressive picks so that they can't be dove. They're not going to sacrifice. They're not going to sacrifice a lane anymore for the sake of the overall team composition. It's about control. These teams are at the top of their game because they can execute perfectly when the plan falls together. They just need the right ingredients.
I'm pretty sure, yep,
Yuzong let's go.
Be the ban here. If they're going to be banning out the Paquito, they see the Dirov ban, Yuzong has to be the answer. Especially if they have the Beatrix and the Valier, they cannot allow SMG easy ways to dive the backline. This is going to force move onto the Esmeralda, but this is also one of his signature picks. So RED Esports still has to be careful of that late game.
Khalid.
Really?
I'm guessing Ren QT is going to take Khalid.
Okay, I can see that being the case. And since Team SFG did ban out the Dirov beforehand, it does give RED Esports a little bit of information that the Esmeralda is most likely. So if RED Esports are prepared for this, then Khalid is a good option. But I'm just wondering if there might be better choices, because Khalid really doesn't scale well into RED Esports' signature late game.
I totally agree with you. It completely sucks in the late game here, but I think Team SMG, if they're going to sacrifice any lane, they're going to sacrifice Smooth's lane. He knows how to control that matchup, and RED Esports, instead of saying, I'm going to get a winning matchup, I'm going to get something that scales and actually works out for the better of my team. Uranus is able to go 50-50, even though it's not the most fun thing in the world, but they also lock in the Selena. So they're saying, you know what? I am willing to give up the mid lane to speed up my jungle. That is the sacrifice that RED Esports is going to take, but they scale very nicely into the later stages of the game, and more importantly, Team SMG, do they want to take full advantage of this?
They're still looking for their gold lane, and it looks like 1-1 is going to be the choice. A really solid matchup, especially nowadays. 1-1 is a very strong hero ever since the last patch. Both teams really solid early game, really solid late game scaling as well. We are seeing a master class in drafting in this series today.
This is good. This is good. Personally, I do think that Ash's performance on Kagura was a little lackluster in lane against Stormy. I definitely think it could have been a little bit better for, I don't know, Kadita for an example, something that Ash probably might have considered or talked to Sora Bayong about. But I think it's all about playing for the team, right? You got to make sure RED Esports, they execute well as a team, they're going to stick together as a team.
As we once again prepare to enter game number 2. Having a look at the lineups once again, RED Esports going to have a solid early game with the Valier and the Selena to make space for Maul as well as Ren QT. But Team SMG going to be planning to put the stop to that with the early game Masha as well as the 1-1 Lilia and Esmeralda to dish out late game DPS. We once again enter the land of dawn to the cheers of the crowd as they are just as excited as we are to figure out which of these teams is the true champion of the regular season.
Welcome to game number 2. You can see Zyme Senpai. Mom, this is great because Zyme Senpai does this habit all the time. He starts from the Tri-Brush to make his way over in towards purple side. And more importantly so, they didn't waste both Abyssal Traps on the jungle. He threw one into the side lane and one on top of the enemy, on top of his own purple buff, and now they contest for Lethal Wanderer. Mom is getting free stacks. Zyme Senpai is now in significant trouble, but Harpus wants to be able to secure the kill. He gets stunned by the Valier passive, unfortunately must back away, but at the very least, they were able to get the Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, but already we are seeing how effective this Valier pick is at countering early game aggression. Zyme Senpai literally not being able to step a single foot into RED Esports' jungle, as down here, Ren QT actually taking a bit of a bad trade against Move.
Yeah, that was a really bad trade. He dashed right into him, and at this point, Smooth is like, okay, I'll take all your shields, man. I don't mind. But now, here's the second hardest part of the game, right? Even with Torak, we saw Masha was a major issue because it continues to pressure the jungler throughout the game. Now, RED Esports, they are trying to keep control of it by throwing these abyssal traps into the side lanes, but even Harpa is playing on the opposite side, making sure he's continuing to not mirror his opponent, but play on the other end and steal away free gold.
Yeah, but I think this is really smart movement from Mom. He is not directly trying to match Zaim Senpai. He's actually playing on the opposite side because he knows Zaid can put up a fight. In the end, though, he's gonna get caught out first. Going to Team SMG, Zaid not able to find Stormy.
What? He didn't have enough damage for that? I really thought that was going to be a kill for Zaid for sure, but that's great for Team SMG. Now, they have to fight for this turtle. I think both teams really desperately need it. They have the scaling, but the EXP bonus is very, very crucial. Team SMG, unfortunately, looks like they are going to give this away as bot side doesn't have the right priority, and neither do they have Stormy in position yet.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. Ren Cutie here taking a lot of damage, but Consecration has been popped, so he will be able to survive. As now Stormy gonna get stunned by Mom, forces out the black shoes. He'll be able to walk away with his life intact.
Mom is playing a really good Valir right now, even though he did give over first blood. I mean, you are a Valir, so you don't exactly have you're not the most mobile hero in the world, but the way that he's positioning himself to get the Searing Torrents to push his enemies in the opposite direction back into his team for these picks is really nice.
Yep, it's a very aggressive style of playing Valir. That is very risky because after all, the hero, as you mentioned, lacks a lot of mobility and is squishy as well. Against Team SMG, he can get caught out very easily, but he's risking it all to be able to set up better kills for RED Esports.
All right, so Zaim Senpai is going to take his own jungler's farm here. Kind of interesting. He puts it down to 50% HP, but really, I guess he just wants to lose the HP? No? Maybe? I'm not entirely sure what the move is here. I guess Zaim is just bored.
Now, Zaim Senpai is probably just building up stacks so that he can regen his HP in the first place. I'm not too certain about the logistics of Masha. I should probably play some of the hero myself. Down here, Ren QT still doing a good job of pushing up the lane against Smooth, but Smooth does not mind this. As long as he can hold the lane and take good trades against the Uranus, he will be able to scale up into the late game.
Don't worry. For Masha, she doesn't have any form of stacking, right? She just has to wait her time, and when she's outside of combat, she's able to get back one of those bars. But it does come at a cooldown, right? So you just have to basically wait that cooldown out, get that extra health bar, and get out of there. When you're at base, you can basically spam it.
Okay, makes sense. Ren QT again taking a lot of damage, but it's still pretty much a wet noodle fight down here in the EXP lane. You're gonna expect that when it's Uranus versus Esmeralda. What we are seeing now, though, is that Smooth starting to cut off the wave, matched by Ren QT. Yeah, this is just gonna be the same thing happening from both sides.
Yup. I mean, like, it's a wet noodle fight. What to expect? And after seeing a Big Daddy comp coming out from Team SMG, it's a little lackluster, but now they engage. The Thunderclap from Zaim Senpai is going to initiate everything for the team, buying that space as Team SMG finds it. Sasa already with the crossbow of Tang on towards Mom's side. He's already lost his ultimate and now trying to back off as Harpus is already down for the count. Mom gets attacked by Smooth with Falling Star Moon, but he manages to flicker out just in time before the last auto attack connects.
We're seeing some impressive mirroring coming out from both teams as they end up losing their junglers for one another, but RED Esports comes out slightly on top simply because Zayed was able to secure the turtle. They have an 800 net worth lead against Team SMG, which isn't much for now, but RED Esports needs to try and grow this if they want to make sure that they can secure a more comfortable late game matchup.
Absolutely. Blade of Despair already purchased for Mal. Sasa already has his Corrosive Scythe. He's going to have Warrior Boots compared to Sasa, who doesn't have the Warrior Boots, so it's all about making sure the crossbow attack is effective. Mom getting attacked by Zaim Senpai. He has overstayed his welcome, and Thunderclap is going to be more than enough to close the distance.
Yep, even though Thunderclap was recently nerfed, it still does a massive amount of damage, and Zaim Senpai now roaming around with Stormy. Mal in a bit of trouble, but already has Westgard queued up and is ready to retreat to wait for backup from the rest of his team.
He needs a backup. Harpus, whoa, taking a lot of damage, but they still lose the tier 1 for the side of RED Esports. Team SMG. Harpus, he's going to make a recall. He's probably thinking, man, Westgard hurts a lot more than it should.
We can see, though, that Ren QT is making use of this information to take away the purple buff, and he does successfully steal it away from Harpus. In the meantime, we can see that Zayed also secured his own purple on his side of the map, so Harpus won't have access to that for a little while.
The this is some high-tier play from both sides. They're both considering the cross-map aspects. They're considering the team fight aspects of it all. Mal, oh no, Harpus is dead. He's gonna get hit. Oh, double Wesker. Harpus already used the quad shadows. Yeah, that's a feels bad. He's got to be careful not to face check these brushes no more. But the bravery coming out from Mal is respectable.
Yeah, Mal is making use of Wesker right now to perform ambushes instead of trying to go for long drawn-out fights, which is exactly what he needs to do right now since he's already lost his tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Zayed jumping on top of Stormy, going to force out the flicker, and Mal wins the 1v1 against Sasa in the gold lane.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. That is not what you want to see. But here comes Zion Sempoy, takes away his auto attacks capabilities, but it doesn't matter when you have Redder. Mal outplays the situation perfectly.
What a play coming out of Mal. It looked like Zion Senpai wasn't able to swap his targets correctly and ended up using most of his damage on the minion wave instead of on Mal, which was literally one hit away from death. Really good reflexes under pressure from Mal to swap weapons and get the kill.
So cool, so calm, so collected, and even Red Esports are starting to play off of his momentum. Mal is going to be a big, huge actually, win condition for Red Esports. However, Team SMG, they can bank on two things, Stormy and as well as Sasa, and more importantly for Stormy as well, he's going to be the crutch for the team. Smooth, he's naturally going to outscale a lot of the damage coming in from Red Esports, so Mom needs to make sure he's thinking about getting Necklace of Durance. He needs to make sure he is getting Glowing Wand as well to start chunking out these tankier members for the later stages of the game. So expect Mom's build to be something along... Wait, hold on, Mal. He gets hit by the Thunderclap. Now, Wesker, more than enough. He's got nothing to do. No more auto attacks to give, but he still survives. And here comes Mom to punish Zion Senpai, and he's going to farm off the average, just attack after attack after attack.
Zion Senpai now in trouble. 1v3 situation with Mom and Zai chasing him down. Abyssal Arrow going to miss. Harp is coming in. He wants to kill onto Ash. But forced to use the quad shadows to go back. Zion now right on top of Stormy. Forces out the black shoes. Abyssal Arrow going to miss once again. Zion Senpai on top of Mal, who's coming in from the side. He's looking for the kill. He has Renner out. Elation! Unstoppable streak for Mal.
Oh my god, the damage!
Shadow kill going to be popped by Harpist. He's not going to be able to do enough damage, and now he is out of position. Ash right on top of the Hayabusa gets the kill. Smooth still following up. Falling Star Moon going to miss completely. Mal right on top with Wesker. Gonna be chunking him out. Mal still chasing him down. Gets the ult down. Smooth gonna get taken out by Red QT.
Oh, this is a huge swing for Red Esports. They need to convert this into an objective, and top tier 1 is looking mighty fine. Cross map play, however, we're seeing that Wan is able to crack his own turret on the bottom side and now is getting on top of the Karina. We're waiting for the crossbow of tank, but can't get that last weakness point. This is a tight game between the two.
Yeah, but Mal is playing absolutely out of his mind right now. The decisions being made by this man are nothing short of extraordinary, and he is turning around Red Esports' fates basically single-handedly.
The main issue with Hayabusa is the RNG that you get from his ult. Technically, Mal should have died there. If RNG was in Harpus' favor, as soon as Mal flickered out of there, the Oki Shadow kill might have targeted him, and then he takes the rest of the Oki Shadow kill damage. So I think, you know, Mal's making some great decisions, but that initial engagement, man, he got lucky.
Oh, but Mal is in a lot of trouble now. 1v3 goes in for the kill onto Sasa, but not going to be able to find it. They finally get the shutdown onto Beatrix, and now Stormy going to be targeted by Zayed, going to be able to retreat back to the safety of his tower with the black shoes as Moon comes in with the falling Star Moon. Going to be doing a lot of damage to Zayed as well as Ren QT, who is going to be holding the front line for the rest of his team.
Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. This game is ridiculous. Both teams, and Team SMG, we've seen them play this many, many times before. Even though they are losing in kill score, look at the goal differential. Red is only able to make out 500, now dropping down to 400 goal differential against Team SMG. So at any time, if a team gets wiped out, it's basically over for them. Now, Zion Senpai, he opens up the map once again. Zayed is able to take so much damage with this full Karina tank build.
Sasa also has completed his Wind of Nature, so he's now going to be able to take these 1v1s against Mal a lot more safely, and that is the power spike that Team SMG are looking for, because so far this 1-1 has basically been two-shot by the Wesker. Now Sasa should be able to put up a much more solid fight.
Yep, Sasa, he's getting some damage onto Rank QT, but notice where Harpist is. He's playing for the split push. He's making sure that he's working together with his team. When Red Esports is distracted with the priority of mid lane, you see Team SMG looking for these cross-map plays. Red Esports just need to mirror them.
We can see Mal still going for more of an ambush style of play as he has completed the Blade of the Heptaseas once again, making use of Renner and Wesker to just chunk out members of Team SMG from the bush. Syed now going to be scouting things out as Ren QT splits push across the map.
Like, look at this. Look at the way both teams are just continuously. You see this push and pull. When one side gets priority, the opposite side will look to try and create that space across the map. Both teams have the exact same fundamentals. They understand what they need to be doing, what place at what time. But more importantly, Ash looking to make the play onto Sasa here. Where is that missile arrow going?
I think he was anticipating Sasa to jump more forward to get that final weakness point on Ren QT, but Sasa making a wise decision and not going overly aggressive. This is, of course, Team SMG signature. We can see Zion Senpai already on top of the Lord, setting things up for Harpist and just delaying to make sure Red Esports aren't able to respond as a surprise.
Yep, and you can see, I mean, the damage forcing Stormy. Oh, Zai could have actually gone on that if he wanted to. He really should have gone on to and force the flicker out of Stormy early on. That would have been nice, but now they're going to move towards that top side. Uranus as well as and Sasa are on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Rank QT doesn't really matter. Oh, he actually had to use the flicker off of that one.
Now Zion Senpai is coming in with the conceal, using the thunderclap on top of Mom. Zayed is right behind him, but he's looking for Harpist. Instead, gonna find him in the bush as the Ogi Shadow Kill pops on top of the Valier. Mom, will he survive this? Looks like he does. Gets the Searing Torrent, pushes Harpist into the tower. And now Zayed jumps on top of Stormy, forces out the black shoes. And Red Esports gets one, but Sasa gets the tower and is now 1v1ing Ren QT.
Oh no, it's not easy. Eventually, he's going to get the crossbow of time to heal back up, and Ren QT is trying to bait this out with the help of Ash to maybe one-shot him, but it's too late. He's bitten more than he could chew here, and now look at it. It's all crumbling down. Team SMG, Zion Senpai being frustrating as ever, walking right into enemy teams' faces, but Red Esports, what can they really do against it?
So far, we're seeing really coordinated gameplay from both sides. You could literally see the impacts of this earlier. When he tried to go on Zion Senpai in the top lane, Team SMG instantly saw 4 members of Red Esports up top, and this prompted Sasa to immediately go from holding the lane in a neutral position to pushing Ren QT out and taking the tier 2 because they know that the rest of Red Esports isn't in the area.
The macro is mighty fine, I must say. Exquisite, as they like to call it. Zion Senpai once again going right on top of Ash with the thunderclap. They really want to take this tier 1, and technically Zion Senpai could have stuck around a little longer, but it's better not to risk it. Lord is still up, and now notice that the turrets are just slowly falling down. Team SMG just playing at a higher tempo against Red Esports. These very small mistakes in lane is starting to cost them, and Ren QT has to minimize them. He cannot be hyper aggressive. He knows he costed them their tier 2 on bot side and tier 2 on top side because of his death.
Yep, this is a 5v4 situation around the Lord, but we can see Harpist is just making use of this space to split push and force Red Esports back to their base to have to defend their inhibitor towers, allowing Team SMG to take this Lord very easily. Red now look to respond.
Yep, nope. SMG not giving him the space and time. They're letting Stormy and Harpist handle the rest. Now they've got a Luminous Lord in hand, Team SMG. This is their moment now. They've been waiting so patiently, playing cross map for so long to get this 2.2k lead, and now it's go time. They're waiting for the Lord empowered minions as well as the Lord to spawn at the 10-second mark here. There we go. There we have it. The wave is out. 12 and boom, Lord is out. Now, how do they force it against Red Esports? I mean, their high ground defense, especially with Mal on Beatrix and Mom on Valier, is going to be pretty good.
But they have very easy ways of diving the backline. Zion Senpai and Smooth aren't going to die anytime soon, and Harpist has a free bit of damage with the Ogi Shadow Kill, whereas Red Esports, they basically only have Ren QT as their frontline, so a lot of pressure is on Uranus to protect the backline to ensure that they don't get cheekily picked off by Team SMG.
I mean, to be fair, Mom also also, even though he is considered to be part of the backline, has a very good piece of utility. That Searing Torrents is a powerful spell. If they dive, no problem. I'll just push you back out. But now they're trying to slow down this Luminous Lord. Ren QT is taking way too much damage here, but Stormy forced to use that use the black shoes. They crack open the bottom inhibitor, and now it's go time. Zion Senpai gets on top of Mal, forcing Mal to get into Bennett's form. They need to clear this Lord as soon as possible. They already found Karina. That's one. They're going to get another inhibitor in the mid lane here as Harpus, he's getting greedy. He gets forced backwards. Searing Torrent already being used, and Smooth, he knows that he's scaled well.
Yeah, but we can see Team SMG, they're still not full investing into a fight. They already got Zayed, and they're still making use of their superior numbers to go for the split push. Nibiru's Passion already comes out, but the Falling Star Moon gonna catch two, and the backline forces Mal to flicker backwards. Ren Cutie gonna be delaying Smooth. Abyssal Arrow gonna land on the Esmeralda, but Oki Shadow Kill comes into the backline. Will it be able to take out Ren Cutie? No Consecration will keep him alive, but that is not to be said for the inhibitor turrets, as RED Esports has just lost them all.
Oh, now they've just lost their map control, and this is going to be painful, especially for this upcoming Lord fight. It's going to happen in 52 seconds, and Team SMG, as long as they continuously split push, it's forcing RED Esports in an awkward spot. They always have to send a man down to that side of the map to clear up that wave, and it is going to slow down the rotations, allowing Team SMG to fight 5v4 against RED Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough for RED Esports now. Not only will they have to take outnumbered team fights, we can see that Zion Senpai and Smooth are both going for aggressive options, taking up the Twilight Armor and the Blade Armor respectively, just to make it even more difficult to kill these frontliners while they are killing you.
Ooh, that's rough, that's rough. Ren QT is the one with Dominance Ice. I didn't get to check out Mom's build just yet, but that's fine. I think for now, most important thing is that he saves up for the right time to use that Searing Torrent. It is such an important spell, and if he can reduce his cooldowns enough to get it up faster, that would be ideal.
Sasa now right on top of the Luminous Lord. 18 minutes is going to be up soon, so this is going to be a very powerful Lord as well. I wonder if they're going to let it evolve before actually taking it. You know what, RED Esports coming in from the side. Ren Cutie already scouting out Zion Senpai, but Smooth doing such a good job, literally delaying all 5 members at once.
Yep, Zion Senpai, he's on top of Mal. Mal's in trouble now. He's trying to get out of this fight, but here comes Stormy as he blows up the entire front line. Mom is out, and the Searing Torrent has been utilized, but it's too late. Mal with Sasa on the crossbow of tag to finish up the members of RED Esports with Inspire to get even more auto attacks. That's gonna be GG. Well played. Team SMG continue to stand as the defending champions of Season 8 and wants to rule their reign in Season 9.
Yep, the exact same way. Game number 1 ended. Team SMG take a clean team wipe against RED Esports, taking advantage of their positioning and their superior bulk to simply run down RED Esports before they could even put up a fight.
What a great game coming out from Team SMG. Top-class mobile legends. RED Esports frustrated at the smallest mistakes they have made, which costed them so much. They are going back to the drawing board. GG, well played to Team SMG. Let's check out their mic check.
Gua dua. Ada. Kita taruh tu dua. Dah boleh cari tahu kau. Nak gas bawah terus tak? Api tak ada biru Nggak ada biru, santai aja dulu. Alright, pelan-pelan. Boleh ke? Boleh ni. Tali jangan putus. Boleh. Jangan tahu tak boleh. Jangan tahu jangan ini sangat. Nice, boleh. Sumpah lip. Ayah kat atas ayah. Kau dah ada bus. Boleh tak? Boleh. Jaga belakang. Dia capek. Ayah lo. Semua dah masa aku. Nice. Boleh. Semua dah masa aku. Boleh.
Boleh gasak.
Tak ada fikir. Nice Tom. Gas je bawa. Gas bawa lagi. Aku masuk. Okey. Karina mana? Ni Tom. Ada aku hilang.
Bro flicker ya. Patrick. Saya ni Karina dah ulti.
Jap. Kita tunggu sampai habis hidup tu. Wah. Sa, you okey? Saya nak naik Sa. Beka Sasa. Boleh. Boleh lagi. Ada Lord Boleh. Lah.
Enggak apain Lord. Rasain Lord.
Perlawanan pembukaan untuk hari yang ketiga yang cukup mendebarkan. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku stage host, dan ditemani saya dekat sini adalah Zion Senpai, iaitu pemenang daripada pasukan SMG yang baru saja menewaskan pasukan RED Esports tadi dengan keputusan 2-0. Tahniah saya ucapkan untuk pasukan SMG Zaim.
Terima kasih.
Alright. Bercakap tentang pasukan SMG, soalan pertama, apakah perbezaan pasukan SMG season ini berbanding dengan season lepas?
Beza dia banyak.
Okey.
Tapi
antaranya
yang saya boleh cakap season ni kita orang konsisten dan kita orang tahu apa target kita orang season ni.
Oh, okey. Itu satu jawapan yang baik. Alright. Sebentar tadi, pasukan daripada SMG berjaya menewaskan pasukan RED Esports dengan 2 berbalas kosong. Pasukan RED Esports yang dikatakan pasukan terkuat dalam grup B. Apakah penyebab pasukan SMG berjaya menewaskan pasukan RED Esports sebentar tadi?
Tak ada apa-apa pun sebenarnya. Cuma kita orang fokus apa yang kita perlu buat.
Alright.
Dan kita tak fokus opponent punya gameplay ke apa. Kita just fokus di team kita. Yes.
Alright. Okay, alright. Soalan terakhir kepada Zaim Sempoi. Alright. Untuk meta sekarang ni, betapa penting, apakah kepentingan untuk seorang Roma untuk besarkan mereka punya hero pool untuk meta sekarang?
Meta sekarang, sebenarnya Roma sekarang fleksibel lah. So nak main apa-apa pun boleh. Nak main marksman Roma pun boleh.
Oh, adakah kita akan saksikan marksman Roma?
Boleh.
Okay, alright.
InsyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Okay, sebelum saya melepaskan awak Zain Sempoi, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada semua peminat SMG yang datang ke QCity Mall ataupun yang sedang menyaksikan live stream ini.
Kepada semua penyokong pasukan SMG, terima kasih yang dah datang hari ini dan harap korang suka dengan gameplay kita hari ini. Itu saja. Terima kasih.
Alright, tahniah sekali lagi diucapkan kepada pasukan SMG sebentar tadi untuk kemenangan mereka pada hari ini. Jadi, saya akan pas terus saja kepada post show untuk kepada Lafel dan juga Abeja. Silakan.
2 berbalas kosong, itulah kemenangan berpihak kepada pasukan tim SMG. Sekarang Abeja bersama dengan Lafel sebagai kita punya analis. Nampaknya Lafel takkan dibadut-badutkan kerana
ya. Intelligent. Tapi sebenarnya dekat dalam game tadi, sama ada Zaim Sempoi perasan ataupun tidak, tapi pasukan SMG mereka bermain dengan kelemahan pasukan RED Esports, di mana RED Esports kita selalu puji mereka punya team fight. Jadi kalau mereka team fight, mereka akan kumpul dalam satu tempat yang sama. Dan kita tengok sepanjang game ini, Sasa free dia just tunggu dekat pada bahagian goal lane, dia just push. Siapa datang pun dia tak akan rotate keluar, dia just stay dekat situ, paksa sama ada orang jaga Sasa ataupun biar Sasa ambilkan turret. So walaupun benda tu sikit, tapi SMG mereka lawan dengan kelemahan RED Esports.
Betul, tadi kita tengok tadi macam mana performance daripada seorang Mal menggunakan Beatrix. Itu rasa-rasa sangat-sangat kuat dan rasanya itu memang boleh kita puji dah kan. Dan sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok kita punya itemization.
Ya, kita tengok itemization untuk pasukan SMG terlebih dahulu, di mana kalau perasan, yes, hujung-hujung game mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan kill lead 12 kill berbalas dengan 9, tapi sepanjang game ini RED Esports mereka mendahului daripada segi kill. Tetapi macam mana pasukan SMG mereka masih boleh menang dengan kill score yang sangat-sangat rendah. Mereka fokus kepada mereka punya objektif. Now, kalau kita tengok itemization, kita kena tengok Zaim Sempoi yang mati 2 kali saja dekat dalam game ini. Fokus lagi sekali kepada semua orang yang nak menggunakan Masha dalam patch ini. Fokus kepada HP. Siapkan Sky Garden Helmet, siapkan Curse Helmet, dan kalau nak extra damage lagi, siapkan Twilight Armor, di mana Twilight Armor setiap 2 saat bila you keluarkan damage, dia akan keluarkan extra magic damage. Dan dekat dalam game ni, Masha sebenarnya antara penyebab Mal tak boleh nak keluarkan damage, kerana bila Mal masuk pada bahagian depan, Zaim Sempoi menggunakan dia punya Thunderclap, kena kepada Beatrix, kemudian Beatrix walaupun dia menggunakan dia punya Wind of Nature, SMG just kena tunggu. Diorang tunggu, and then diorang masuk balik. Kalau tak nak tunggu, Smooth boleh terus masuk kepada bahagian backline and then terus bunuh. And again, Smooth dekat dalam game ni perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Selain daripada tu, Stormy dalam game ni tak mati, KDA dia memang sangat-sangat bagus. Fokus kepada Ice Queen 1, di mana kita dah banyak kali puji menyebabkan RED Esports bila mereka dah kalah team fight, SMG boleh kejar and RED Esports tak boleh melarikan diri.
Baik, itulah dia. Saya rasa pun terpegun tengok SMG punya. Saya rasa lah kan level. Diorang macam diorang dah tahu apa yang diorang nak.
Betul.
So diorang just plan apa yang diorang nak, just kaburkan sikit enemy punya ni dan execute apa yang diorang perlu buat, dan kita boleh tengok hasilnya 2 berbalas kosong pada hari ini.
Ya, dan kita akan tengok kita punya damage number untuk kedua pasukan adalah kita punya post game stats, di mana saya rasa Mal keluarkan damage yang tinggi. Ya, memang betul. 73,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Dan lagi pada bahagian awal game bila dia ada Weapon Master, so walaupun dia tak siapkan dia punya Blade of Despair lagi, damage yang dikeluarkan sangat-sangat kuat. Bila dah siap, jauh lebih kuat. Manakala untuk pasukan SMG, Smooth berjaya untuk keluarkan damage paling tinggi dengan 80,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Sasa seperti mana kita nampak dalam game, dia stay dekat lane saja, berjaya untuk jadi the rich guy, goal per minute yang sangat-sangat tinggi, 696 kat situ kalau tak silap. Kemudian Ren tak ada banyak damage, 218,000 damage yang diterima. Tetapi macam mana sekalipun Smooth, walaupun dia bukan marksman, walaupun dia bukan jungler assassin, dia berjaya untuk keluarkan damage paling tinggi. Antaranya saya suka adalah dia punya timing bila nak masuk. Bila pasukan SMG mereka tengah letak pressure pada pasukan RED Esports, RED Esports sememangnya kena defend mereka punya turret. Jadi dia tunggu bila minion masuk, serentak dia akan masuk sekali. Jadi sambil RED Esports gunakan semua skill yang mereka ada untuk clearkan minion, Smooth akan datang, keluarkan damage. Jadi dekat situ, Smooth just stay dekat depan, keluarkan 80,000 damage dalam game ni.
Maknanya dia orang tak adalah kita nak serang orang cakap apa, just ikut nafsu macam tu. So, dia orang dah plan tau. So itulah kita tengok tadi. So bagi pendapat Lafaz tadi kan, punca utama kekalahan untuk pasukan Red bukan daripada segi, maksudnya
Yes,
draft,
faham.
okay.
Dekat sini saya rasa memang draft okey. Untuk pasukan SMG, mereka dapat baca apa yang RED Esports dah lakukan. Sebab awal-awal game kita nampak Mal tiba-tiba banyak kill. Kemudian yes, RED Esports dapat kill advantage. SMG nampak kekurangan sikit. Jadi mereka tukar mereka punya strategi tengah-tengah game. Okey, Mal tengah kuat. Kita nak paksa fight kat Mal, tak payah. Sasa kat bawah, Sasa still farm. So tunggu bila dah dapat item, semua orang pergi kepada Sasa. Nampak macam mereka boleh menang team fight, mereka menang team fight, lepas tu terus ambil semua objektif yang mereka boleh dapatkan, dan disebabkan perbezaan gol yang besar, mereka punya damage jauh lebih tinggi daripada RED Esports.
Wow. Macam mana pula dengan Sif? Apa pendapat awak untuk game kita yang kedua ni?
Game yang kedua ni bagi saya satu, kalau kita nak simpulkan, mudah. Pasukan SMG dah tahu apa mereka nak lakukan. Sebab game yang pertama, mereka lakukan perkara yang hampir sama. Seperti tadi saya interview pada Zaim Sempoi, dia kata mereka dah ada target mereka. Jadi mereka tak perlu fikir pasal pasukan lawan, mereka fikir apa yang mereka perlu lakukan, dan mereka lakukan dengan begitu baik. Dan sebenarnya saya nak bagi salute kepada Smooth, masih lagi menunjukkan betapa pentingnya memiliki EXP laner yang baik, antara salah satu kunci kejayaan sesebuah pasukan.
EXP laner
Ya, memang stand up player. Ya.
Baik, sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita lihat MVP kita untuk game tadi akan diberikan kepada Sasa dengan KDA 4-2-3, match kill participation 58%, match goal per minute 696.
Ya, sebenarnya apa yang Sasa buat dekat dalam game ni sangat-sangat susah untuk dia lakukan. Dia stay saja dekat dia punya lane, dia tahan dia punya nafsu untuk tak rotate untuk membantu dia punya pasukan. Kemudian yang lebih susah bila pasukan RED Esports berkali-kali sebenarnya cuba untuk bunuh Sasa, tapi Sasa just kekal hidup. Sasa berjaya untuk dapatkan counter kill, dan kita boleh tengok macam mana 1-1 ini boleh letakkan pressure yang sangat-sangat besar kepada semua player. Kalau 1-1 dilepaskan, kita nak gang dia, kita yang akan mati. Kita yang nak pukul dia, tiba-tiba dia menggunakan ulti.
Ya, antara penyebab kenapa Sasa diberikan sebagai MVP, setiap kali dia nak serang, setiap kali dia nak unlock dia punya crossbow of tank, pasukan lawan nak tak nak kena lari. Ini menyebabkan Smooth boleh datang untuk ganking. Zaim Sempoi boleh datang daripada pelbagai arah untuk pastikan mereka boleh melawan atau melakukan serangan terhadap pasukan RED Esports. Antara inisiator terbaik daripada pasukan SMG untuk game yang kedua adalah bermula daripada serangan yang cuba dilakukan oleh 1-1 ini.
Baik, dan itulah dia persembahan yang diberikan oleh pasukan SM. Jadi sekarang jom sama-sama kita lihat highlight yang telah pun disediakan oleh Samsung Galaxy A Series.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni kita tengok macam mana RED Esports dengan draft yang mereka ada, dan saya rasa pasukan SMG mereka mungkin pandang rendah sikit dengan damage yang boleh dikeluarkan oleh Mal. Okay, tak apa, Beatrix still early game. Oh, okay, Harpies mati, but it's okay. Saya rasa lepas Zaim Sempoi gagal untuk bunuh Mal kat sini, mereka dah start perasan, okay, dia jadi isu, tetapi mereka punya plan asal, okay, kita lawan balik. And then bila mereka perasan, okay, tak boleh lawan balik, baru pasukan SMG tengah-tengah game mereka atur balik. Mereka cakap, okay, cara kita nak menang dalam game ni adalah pasukan RED Esports mereka berkumpul. Jadi kita jangan berkumpul. Kita pastikan sesiapa jumpa Red, jangan mati. Sasa stay dekat pada bahagian bottom lane, sama ada farm ataupun push turret. Dan dia berjaya untuk lakukan kedua-duanya. Dan kita tengok macam mana pasukan SMG. Mereka just slowkan saja pergerakan Red. Jangan bagi Sasa mati. Sasa walaupun HP dia sangat-sangat rendah, masih berjaya untuk dapatkan crossbow of tank. Smooth sempat sampai. Dan start kat sini, pasukan SMG, mereka dah start menang game ni.
Yap, dan lagi apabila Sasa sebentar tadi, dia sudah ada dia punya Demon Hunter Sword. Setiap kali dia lakukan serangan terhadap Uranus yang mempunyai nyawa sangat tinggi, menyebabkan dia boleh mendapatkan lifesteal. Dekat sini, dekat kawasan yang sempit, antara penyebab kenapa pasukan RED Esports sangat-sangat sukar untuk keluar daripada team fight ini. sah-sah dengan berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, satu crossbow of tank. Hampir-hampir berjaya untuk dapatkan Maniac. Tetapi kita lihat sekarang ni, pada saat dan ketika ini sebenarnya pasukan daripada RED Esports dah tak boleh nak buat apa. Mereka terpaksa reda kerana pasukan SMG pasukan yang cukup kuat.
Baik, sekarang ini jom kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan untuk di grup A, tim SMG 27. Ui, tinggi.
Memang tak
Yang ketiga MAB, Orange Esports dan juga pasukan HOMEBOIS. Untuk grup B kita ada RED Esports, Toda, RSG, tim CARACAL dan juga GFAM.
Yang kita kena berikan perhatian adalah pasukan Todak dan juga pasukan RED Esports. Sekarang ni mereka punya point sama. RED Esports tidak berjaya untuk dapatkan point hari ini. Kalau pasukan Todak berjaya untuk dapatkan lagi point, kalau mereka boleh kekal nombor 1 dekat dalam grup B, nanti bila masuk pada bahagian playoff, pasukan SMG akan jumpa Red lagi sekali. Tetapi kalau Todak tidak berjaya untuk securekan apa-apa point, SMG akan berjumpa dengan Todak. So macam mana sekalipun, nampak gayanya kita punya playoff dah start dengan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat best.
Yes, tapi itu untuk grup B. Kita masih lagi belum saksikan apa yang akan berlaku untuk di bahagian grup A, di mana Suhas Esports, MLBB Esports, Orange Esports dan juga HOMEBOIS masing-masing mencari tempat di upper bracket. Kita bukan nak cakap mereka secure di playoff. Mereka keempat-empat pasukan ni cuba untuk mencari tempat di upper bracket.
Tapi yang saya suka tengok grup A ni, daripada nombor 5 sampai nombor 2, dia macam naik anak tangga. SMG dia naik elevator terus. Kan nampaknya 11, 12, 13, okay, 27.
27. Dia tingkat 27.
Tingkat 27, gila.
Tinggi dia, tingkat 27. Namun begitulah hendaknya kita melihat kat sini. Okey, seperti tanya kedua, tanya kelima itu pun kita boleh tengok macam kita selalu cakap yang apa-apa boleh jadi kan. Sebab kalau kita teka yang macam tu, yang macam tu pula jadinya.
Meja nampak macam red velvet lah saya tengok.
Ya ke?
Macam marah pula.
Nampak
rasa macam apa? Hangry.
Saya tengok
hangry.
Dia macam hungry.
Macam marah.
Dia macam marah. Lepas macam lapar. Sebab ada velvet kan?
Nak marah tapi lapar.
Nak marah tapi kena lapar. Jadi saya nak tanya pendapat Lafel, di antara Zaid dan juga Zaid versus Harpis, jungler rookie mana yang paling lebih bersinar, yang paling perform?
Dekat dalam game ni, sebenarnya pada game pertama nampak seperti Zaid boleh mendapatkan sedikit comeback, tetapi kita tak dinafikan dengan Harpis menggunakan Link letak banyak sangat pressure pada pasukan RED Esports. Dan game kedua, walaupun pada pendapat saya Harpis dia tak perform sangat, tapi nampak lebih lemah dekat dalam game ni, di mana Zaid dia menggunakan Karina nampak seperti dia tak selesa. Jadi kalau nak bandingkan antara kedua-dua jungler dekat sini, Harpis letak pressure yang besar pada game pertama, dan game kedua Zaid tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa untuk dia punya pasukan. Jadi saya rasa untuk perbandingan sekarang Harpis nampak lebih kuat.
Kalau bagi jawapan saya, kalau kita melihat, kalau kita tolak tepi game yang baru saja habis sebentar tadi, kalau melihat daripada minggu pertama sehingga dalam minggu yang ke-6, secara individu saya rasakan Zaid jungler yang terbaik. Tapi secara dalam berkumpulan, saya rasakan Harpis jungler yang terbaik.
Tapi boleh tak kita nak katakan yang untuk tim SMG merupakan tim yang terkuat regular season ni?
Buat masa sekarang ni nampak seperti mereka yang paling kuat dengan markah 27. Tak ada orang boleh lawan. Dekat grup B pun 21. So SMG, I sebenarnya sangat-sangat suka bila nampak bukan saja mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan champion last season, bawa kekuatan tu datang season kali ini. Dan kalau mereka berjaya untuk jadi champion, ini adalah first time dalam sejarah MPL Malaysia kita ada champion back-to-back champion.
Oh, kali pertama?
Ya, belum ada lagi back-to-back. Maksudnya menang season ni, season depan pun menang. Belum dapat lagi.
So kalau SMG yang make it happen benda tu, dia akan jadi sejarah lah.
Sejarah.
Tapi kalau kita tengok sendiri kan, berdasarkan perhatian daripada segi performance tim SMG daripada week 1 sampai sekarang, rasa saya ada chance tak untuk jadi champion? Ke awal lagi masih untuk kita bercakap?
Nampak boleh.
Sebab kalau kita cakap daripada minggu pertama sampai minggu yang ke-6, kita dah masuk minggu yang ke-7 kan. Alright, minggu yang ke-6 mereka dah nampak mereka ada bau-bau. Kalau kita cakap tentang makanan, dia ada bau. Sebagai seorang juara. Tapi selepas mereka menewaskan pasukan RED Esports tadi, dia dah bukan bau dah. Dia dah macam dah nampak dah bayangan.
Dia macam dah goreng dah.
Dia dah goreng dah. Tadi dia bau. Sekarang dia dah goreng.
Apabila bercerita tentang bau, untuk kita punya perlawanan seterusnya, kita ada bau-bau orange.
Bau juga.
Pasal ada bau-bau kucing, CARACAL.
Kucing. Kita ada orange menentang pasukan CARACAL. Apa yang kita boleh expect untuk perlawanan kita ni?
Sekarang ni Orange mereka punya performance tengah sangat-sangat kuat. Dan lagi sejak Valence dimasukkan, di mana kita nampak bila mereka punya mic check, dia punya shot calling sangat-sangat hebat. Walaupun dia duduk pada bahagian gold lane, dekat EXP dia fikirkan, dekat bahagian mid dia fikirkan, Roma punya position dia fikirkan. So nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Manakala CARACAL, as of right now, nampak macam mereka punya playstyle is very chaotic. Mereka nampak ada peluang nak fight, mereka akan fight. Tapi nak bandingkan dengan structure, nampak macam Orange Esports lebih structurized kat situ.
Mereka lebih teratur. Tapi kalau kita bercakap tentang teratur untuk pasukan CARACAL dengan kemasukan Lexia kembali, kita tak pasti adakah Lexia akan bermain pada hari ini. Sama-sama kita tunggu untuk game yang seterusnya. Tapi kalau melihat secara overall, nampak seperti pasukan Orange mampu membuat kejutan sekali lagi berdasarkan prestasi semasa mereka.
Sebab tidak hairan lah sebab dengan kepulangan Valence kita nampak pasukan Orange Esports ni diorang punya chemistry tu lagi gempak.
Ya, betul.
Dan daripada segi diorang punya draft dan daripada segi diorang punya position dan execute, saya rasa itu merupakan perkara yang sangat penting untuk sebuah pasukan. Dan saya rasa pasukan Orange akan teruskan diorang punya momentum. Dan sekarang ni untuk kita punya MPL predictor untuk match tadi kita ada pemenangnya Basha Shahanun, Fazila Rosli dan juga Aishi. Kan okey, sebenarnya untuk MPL predictor dia senang je kalau macam korang nak teka kan. Contohlah ada game. So korang just teka team mana yang akan menang, kemudian letakkan korang punya ID name dan juga ID server. Kalau rasa tak sure siapa yang menang, komen 2 kali.
Janganlah bagi jawapan. Apa benda jawapan mudah cakap. Yang akan menang game ni SMG. Okey, lepas tu tunggu jap. Red, lepas tu okey, nanti kalau bila MA tengok dapat jawapan. Jahat babi jadi. Tapi yes, tanya kepada semua yang jawab. Kalau tak pasti apa game ID anda, apa server ID anda, 33001403.
1496 20588.
Oh, dah hafal dah. Oh, mantap.
2207. Server ID. Sebab tadi Lafel dengan Abeja dia cakap pasal mereka punya ID game. Saya sebut pasal server ID. Takut orang confused.
Ya.
So, dua-dua ni penting untuk sebab apa? Bila anda semua tidak meletakkan, anda semua punya ID, so susah untuk kami nak hantar. Pihak Muntor lah nak hantarkan hadiah untuk.
Bukan kita, jangan minta kita
lah. Macam saya, kami menerima. Dan sekarang ni jom kita sama-sama tengok untuk kita punya MPL learning. Soalannya, tim manakah yang mendapatkan triple kill paling banyak pada musim ini? Yang pertama RED Esports, tim SMG dan juga Suhas. Di mana MPL ini dipersembahkan oleh Nescafe. Di mana kalau dapat jawab dengan betul, anda semua berpeluang untuk mendapatkan random satu skin.
Satu je pasukan kat sini yang tak ada tim kat depan.
Satu je pasukan yang tak ada.
Mana? 2 lah.
Oh, sorry.
SMG ada, Suhas dengan RED Esports. Alah, tengok dah.
Dah kantoi.
Okey. Kita fikir logik sikit. Logik sini. SMG dengan RED Esports, diorang banyak menang. And bila diorang banyak menang, maksudnya diorang banyak kill. Kecuali pasukan SMG, di mana pasukan SMG mereka fokus pada turret, tapi average assist KDA diorang semua bagus.
Suhas Pulse banyak dapat minion.
RED Esports lagi banyak kill. Zaid suka dapatkan kill. Miles suka dapatkan kill. SMG baru dapat triple kill tadi, tapi tak payah kira yang tu lah. Sebab jawapan ni dah siap sebelum.
Baiklah, kalau tahu jawapan tu jangan lupa scan QR code dan pastikan jawapan tu kena huruf besar dan janganlah jarak-jarak. Dan sekali ni untuk anda, kalau anda ni merupakan seorang yang kreatif untuk kita punya ini gaya kita, hashtag ini gaya kita, anda semua boleh tunjukkan semangat anda semua. Kalau ada tahu macam mana nak buat video kreatif ke lain daripada lain, just buat video, upload dekat TikTok, hashtag ini gaya kita, kemudian tunjukkan semangat mengenai MPL Malaysia musim yang mungkin boleh buat yang macam Lafel macam gini ke, anything. Betul tak Lafel?
Okey. Untuk orang yang kreatif boleh buat macam tu. Tapi saya tahu ada banyak kat luar sana korang tak kreatif. So dekat sini cara yang paling senang, curi je konten kita. Okay. So bila nampak ada caster sasul, just clip, edit, upload dekat situ. Kalau nampak player pakai fanny, kabel tak kena, just clip and then post kat situ. And kalau ada tersasul, itu yang penting.
Atau boleh buat konten. Bayangkan pasukan MPL ni makanan. Apakah mereka?
Amazing. Daripada tadi saya nak jawab ni.
Macam orange, cake orange. RED Esports, red velvet. Mungkin benda macam tu.
Wow. Baik. Sekarang ini kita punya match yang seterusnya sama-sama kita nantikan sebentar lagi di antara pasukan mana tadi?
Orange CARACAL.
Kita berehat dulu seketika. Oh, saya lost bila cerita pasal makanan.
I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. kejohanan kita. Malaysia memang boleh rise up to the top. Kita buat bersama, semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. I'm the
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
Kue kau handsome. Triple kill guna Estesta. Apa? Tak. Home.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. You have slain an double kill. Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. Magic. You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CARACAL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CARACAL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CARACAL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CARACAL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CARACAL. CARACAL 1, CARACAL 2. Ini CARACAL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita cek. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk CARACAL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CARACAL ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa CARACAL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CARACAL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CARACAL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Betul. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CARACAL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah. rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Iwi, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Sisi lampi. Alhamdulillah. Suhas untuk saya, Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okay, semua dah. And cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang baru lah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing, so kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting, sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player, jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we'll smile and laugh together.
GG! RSG!
Mana? Like always, Nescafe first.
team, Todak, Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So, nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Time minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh.
Tak, aku percaya dia, aku tak lagi, aku campur dia ke belakang je. Banyak aja kau je.
Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kira-kira macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada RED Esports, Zahid daripada RED Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world. #TodakLanggar.
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 So you've been with SMG for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe.
3, 2, 1,
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi saya puas sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia. Just like they play what they like to play, what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah kalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia di host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak e-sport ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih terlalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama dalam MPL Season 8 ni. Macam tu kalau ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
TodakLanggar.
Watch us,
TodakLanggar.
perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukur lah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain, tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is a very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni. Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk lah, sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan quarantine, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi, kena lebihkan lagi training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much like that. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak berdepan, yang penting aku tak boleh depan. Malaysia! Malaysia! Boleh!
Bye. Yo. Genetik guys. Semir seorang. Semir seorang.
Ready training now? First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang ke M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums. And then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat full bagaikan lagi gameplay diorang. Dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Slow dong, aku pergi slow sikit.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person, they are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1, waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit lah between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8, if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. Go with the Todak Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan pertarungan yang lebih cantik, Sun akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Chico masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat, Fomen akan dalam tanda kristal ini. Apel saja dijatuhkan, immortality akan menghidupkan dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself. Indonesia, Philippines, and even NA servers, they didn't expect Todak make such a comeback. Like against RED Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lolzy sebentar tadi. Xpedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY4. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss. Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini pun apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised, because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia, we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between RED Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Nice. Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1 dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Chico guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam bus kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kat situ je kan. Orang pada start sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
One, the base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Chico guys knocks him out. 2 down. 4. See you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Chico guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory, not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Chico guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Diorang punya seorang pun nak kena clear dulu. Tapi diorang clear. Diorang lagi untung, diorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Eken tu. Kalau dia bawa
That's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2-2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita apa semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analis and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Tim Todak.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bossy, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga. Sebab tim Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and patience, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man.
this is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power strike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very, very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative, as well as GFM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because the other team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage, kita orang bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat split push. So, I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So, and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country jugalah.
Playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away. But again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives. I mean, they're getting...
Meta split push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Kena ingat, korang antara yang terbaik dan kita baru satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap, oh MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally, lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GFM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend? and how we can counter it. And you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the leader coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL. Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam VTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes! He finally gets hit by the last hit on the sweep, and it also final!
So, I think for Malaysia team, sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah. Because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Samsung sebagai kita punya telefon pintar rasmi, Raikan bersama dengan Nescafe Gaming bersama dengan Cadbury Zip. Dan untuk kita punya match yang kedua, Orange Esports menentang pasukan CARACAL. Kita masih lagi bersama dengan Lafel dan juga Safe kat sini.
Alright. Awak cakap dulu ke saya cakap dulu?
Tak kisah.
Awak cakap dulu.
Okey, saya cakap dulu. Kita nak tunjuk sebab semalam, kalau kita recap sekejap lah pasal semalam. Pasukan MLBB menang terhadap pasukan RSG. Pasukan Todak menang terhadap pasukan Suhas. Pasukan HOMEBOIS menang terhadap pasukan GFAM. Hari ini pasukan SMG menang terhadap pasukan RED. Kalau kita melihat prestasi ataupun trend kemenangan, nampak seperti pasukan daripada grup A ni sangat-sangat kuat.
Ya, cuma dekat pasukan grup A, SMG. Kalau dalam grup A kuat, SMG dah memang next level. Dan ya, kalau kita tengok untuk perlawanan Orange lawan dengan pasukan CARACAL dekat sini,
Di mana rasanya ramai orang tak sabar untuk tengok CARACAL sebab sama ada Lexia akan dimainkan atau tidak, sebab kita nampak masa tekan iklan gambar Lexia dah ada pusing-pusing ke situ. Jadi adakah itu tanda-tanda yang Lexia akan main hari ini?
So kalau Lexia main, so mungkin peluang tu cerah ke macam mana?
Sebab kalau Lexia main, okay, here's the thing. Lexia ramai orang kenal dia sebagai seorang jungler yang gila. Dia punya mechanical skill memang sangat bagus, and dia dah berapa kali dia practice dengan dia punya shot calling. Tapi disebabkan Ling Eza ada dekat dalam CARACAL, kita tak pernah nampak lagi dua jungler dekat sini. Jadi Lexia apakah role yang dia akan main, which kita dengar kemungkinan besar dia akan main kat kawasan mid.
Alright, tapi itu untuk pasukan CARACAL. Kalau Lexia bermain pada hari ini, tapi berbeza sedikit dengan pasukan Orange di mana mereka punya true shot caller telah pun masuk, berjaya menewaskan pasukan Todak 2-0, dan kalau hari ini mereka menang 2-0, mereka boleh berada di tangga yang kedua dan berpeluang besar masuk ke upper bracket.
Daripada nombor 5 terus boleh naik nombor 2. Oh, gila.
Tapi kan kalau kita tengok kat sini, pasukan Orange dan juga pasukan CARACAL, sudah pasti orang cakap apa, tak boleh nak predict apa-apa kan. Maksudnya kita bolehlah cakap sikit tapi tak tepat.
Dekat sini, buat masa sekarang ni, apa yang kita predict, saya harap saya salah, okay? Dekat sini saya harap saya salah. Sebab apa yang saya nampak buat masa sekarang ni, pasukan Orange Esports, mereka nampak jauh lebih teratur. Valence masuk dekat situ, baru nampak semua player, mechanical skill mereka jauh lebih tinggi. Sebab sekarang mereka dah tak payah fokus pergerakan map. Mereka tak payah fokus pasal rotation. Biar Valence fikirkan, yang lain semua mereka fokus pada skill sendiri. Manakala untuk pasukan CARACAL, mereka punya performance berdasarkan Ling Eza dapat online ataupun tidak. Jadi kalau lah kita nampak Lexia masuk ke dalam game ini, saya nak tengok kalau Valence punya shot calling boleh lawan dengan Lexia punya shot calling.
Itu sama-sama kita nantikanlah untuk game kita yang kedua. Sekarang ni jom sama-sama kita saksikan kita punya fokus player untuk pasukan ini
Orange
Esports. Yes.
Dia dekat
di mana kita saksikan seperti yang kita bincangkan pada awal show kita untuk game yang kedua, Valence dengan dia punya average kill sebanyak 5.8. Sekarang ada video dia dah viral. Ada satu klip tunjuk yang macam mana dia punya shot call. Dia cakap, ni apa sih, jangan bagi Fomes cut benda tu. Jadi ini menunjukkan dia punya passion dengan dia punya shot call, dia punya leadership dekat dalam game, dekat dalam pasukan Orange, menyebabkan kenapa kemunculan dia sebenarnya sangat-sangat dinantikan oleh pasukan Orange dan menyebabkan prestasi Orange semakin lama semakin naik. Dan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, mereka sekarang ini nampak sangat-sangat teratur.
Ya, dan saya suka bila tengok gambar ni, nampak macam Valence ada kepak kat kepala dia. Nampak macam dia memang dah ascend, dia dah naik dekat dalam kategori one of the best dekat dalam Malaysia, di mana Valence daripada segi skill sebenarnya sangat-sangat kuat. Lagi bila dia menggunakan 1-1, saya rasa sepatutnya lah dengan prestasi 1-1 sejak patch baru ni, 1-1 patut diberi perhatian sama ada ambil awal ataupun ban. Dan Valence kalau tak dapat 1-1 sekalipun, dia very flexible. Ini juga lagi satu hidden weapon untuk Orange Esports. Mereka boleh adjust mereka punya draft. Manakala kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan CARACAL, Ling Eza memang boleh dikatakan sebagai the face of pasukan CARACAL. Bila pasukan CARACAL menang, kebiasaannya disebabkan Ling Eza. Kalau Ling Eza berjaya untuk dapatkan farm dengan lebih awal, kalau tak diganggu langsung, kebiasaannya CARACAL akan menang. Disebabkan bila dah masuk pada bahagian late game, Ling Eza, dia punya decision making untuk keluarkan damage yang besar kepada target yang betul sangat-sangat menakjubkan. Lagi-lagi kita nampak Ling dah kuat. Ling Eza bagus menggunakan link. Adakah dia boleh dapatkan link tersebut? Kita kena saksikan.
Ataupun dia mungkin akan gunakan dia punya signature hero, iaitu Alucard. Kita tak tahu. Untuk pasukan CARACAL, adakah Lexia ni bakal menjadi mereka punya Valence? Adakah Lexia ni akan menjadi someone yang boleh buat shot call ataupun cuba untuk pastikan pergerakan daripada pasukan CARACAL semakin lama semakin teratur? Kerana kalau kita nak cakap pasal mereka punya kebolehan individu, kita tak boleh nafikan kesemua pemain daripada pasukan CARACAL mempunyai individual skill yang cukup tinggi. Tapi bagaimana mereka nak cantumkan menjadikan satu organisasi ataupun satu unit untuk menyerang, itu masih lagi menjadi tanda tanya.
Baik, sekarang jom untuk perlawanan di antara Orange dan juga CARACAL. Okey, kita nak recap balik untuk performa Orange. Pada mulanya tak ada lawan cakap teruk sangat, masih lagi dapat point.
Yes.
Tapi apabila kepulangan Valence, kita tengok performa daripada Orange Esports makin lama makin teratur daripada segi communication, dia punya draft dan sebagainya lah. Boleh dikatakan memang cukup mantap dan boleh dikatakan agak gerun juga kita dengan pasukan Orange. Tapi untuk tim CARACAL, pada permulaan musim kita nampak dorang ni macam bagus lah. Strong. Tapi bila kelamaan dia macam slow sikit. Jadi apakah punca utama tu, Walafel?
Okey, kalau nak simplekan dekat sini, di mana untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka dekat dalam kali ni bila Valence dah ada dekat situ, dia macam dia tahu alamat, dia tahu perjalanan nak pergi ke mana. Jadi untuk pasukan Orange, drive nak ke destinasi senang. Untuk pasukan CARACAL pula, bila masuk musim, diorang dah master the draft. Diorang dah master meta tersebut. Tapi bila meta dah start tukar sedikit demi sedikit, baru kita nampak pasukan CARACAL dia dah start drop beberapa game.
Faham. Baik, sekarang ini untuk anda semua jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma. Selain daripada itu, anda juga boleh menang skin-skin yang eksklusif daripada Mobile Legends, dan yang pasti paling penting sekali lah, ini baru kali saya pesan, pastikan anda meletakkan kod MPL Rewards.
Ya, sekarang pun dah
boleh order lah.
Dah boleh order.
Dah boleh.
Saya ingatkan tadi pukul 8 malam. Rupanya dia timer untuk masuk game.
Saya hampir makan kurma.
Oh, ya ke?
Apa tadi punya cerita ke apa?
Tak.
Hampir. Baik,
Tapi
sekarang ini yes, safe untuk kita
tapi
punya coin
seperti
toss.
biasa, lepas kita dah order McD, kita akan masuk kepada kita punya coin toss bersama dengan Melina Lai selaku kita punya Head of Leagues Up, bersama dengan wakil daripada pasukan Orange sendiri, di mana dia akan diwakili oleh Pups, dan juga daripada pasukan CARACAL kita ada AIM. Di mana kali ini kita akan melihat coin toss yang dibawakan khas oleh Cadbury Zip dengan rasa coklat dia yang sampai ke lidah. Sangat-sangat sedap. Di mana siapakah yang akan mendapatkan peluang memilih draft pick mereka yang pertama, dan tails terus saja diberikan. Jadi untuk pasukan CARACAL, mereka memilih untuk first pick sekali lagi, di mana mereka punya percentage kemenangan 58%.
Nampak tak tadi? AIM dia susah nak keluarkan dia punya sebab sejuk kat dalam. Dia macam satu-satu. Alamak, Melina tak dengar pula. Satu.
Tapi sini memang sejuk.
Ya, memang sejuk.
Baik, jadi untuk kita punya match yang kedua ni kan. Okey, Orange dan menentang pasukan CARACAL. Apa-apa yang orang cakap apa dah jangkakan ataupun masih lagi tunggu kejutan daripada kedua-dua pasukan?
Saya tak ingat saya vote siapa yang akan menang, tapi kalau Lexan masuk, saya harapkan CARACAL.
Baik.
Orange kot.
Orange. Baik. Sekarang ni saya akan rahsiakan apa yang saya rasa. Untuk anda semua, jom kita sama-sama dengan BM Caster kita. Please take it away.
You must be surprised. Welcome to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY Season 9. Glad to have you guys here with us, with me, Getting Cuban, as well as Sadafa for our second best of 3 of the final day of week number 7. But first of all, we have to thank our sponsors for making all of this possible. We've got a crowd, we've got a stage, and all of this is with the help and a lot of thanks to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers ESI for making it happen.
Yep, we just came off the cusp of an incredible series between the kings of the group standings of the regular season, SMG and RED Esports, where SMG was able to take perhaps an unexpectedly dominating 2-0 victory. But now that we have witnessed the number ones go head-to-head, we're going to be seeing some of the middle ground. Before we get to that point, though, we have to tell you guys about the MPL Predictor Challenge.
So, who do you think is going to win? The next generation of Orange or the Wildcats in Team CARACAL? We want to hear straight from you, and make sure that you use that hashtag MPL Predictor on top of your predictions of this game. Make sure, if you want to earn that rewards, especially for that Ruby Eldoai skin, you gotta have your game ID and as well as your server ID so we can send it straight to you if you nail it on the head.
Yep, for those of you who might not be aware what your server ID is, if you look inside your game, you'll realize that behind your game ID, there's some numbers in a little bracket. That's it. You just include that with your game ID, just copy paste the thing as well as your predictions, and you are all set. But without further ado, game number 2, it's going to be Orange Esports versus Team CARACAL. Let's bring them up onto the stage.
Orange Esports. Aside from the Valence ascending effect, Gary is showing his teeth as a young but clutch jungler.
Yep, alongside the support of Min and Man as well, Orange Esports will be looking to climb up in Group A today. Competition there looking pretty stiff overall, but the brand new energy that these young players are bringing to the stage, they're going to be putting up a pretty good fight.
It's the next generation of talent, and with Valence at the spearhead leading them and focusing their energy to one goal, Orange Esports is looking good.
Team CARACAL. On the other side, we got Team CARACAL. Initially, meant as the all-star team, they have been looking a little bit shaky, but they are not to be underestimated.
Today, they're going to be fielding Lexia, so the all-star team cannot truly be underestimated as each of these players have the capabilities to turn things around, Link, Eza, and Loliel's included.
It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of dynamic Lexia's return will finally bring to the rest of Team CARACAL, but they're certainly going to need it. Both these teams currently at 4th place in the standings. Pretty risky for them, and they need all the points they can get to be able to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we're looking at the player stats here, this is going to mean a lot more for Orange Esports because relegation is right knocking on their door. So if they can get a 2-0 here, they can truly secure their spot in towards the playoffs. And that would be ideal because they're such talented players. With the addition of Valens giving the lead and focusing all these experts at their roles into one singular moving machine, they become an absolute monster.
Yep, ever since Valens returned to the lineup of Orange Esports, both of the games they have played have been 2-0 victories, and that includes the game last week against none other than Todak. So they definitely have some fangs that they want to show off against their opponents today.
You know, speaking of fangs, the young wolf Gary here, especially on his Bakito and as well as Fanny, has really shown up in terms of his skill. Half the time you were wondering whether Gary could actually pull this off, but now he's really finding his own space, especially when he's up against his toughest challenge yet, Team CARACAL.
Yep, we got Team CARACAL here, and finally Lexia going to be rejoining his original lineup. We see his stats here are going to be representative of the time when he started the regular season alongside Team SMG. The fact that he's going to be playing alongside Link Eza implies that Lexia will probably be playing in the mage position.
Yeah, the fact that AIM is not here, it just double confirms it, right? So as a mage, how much impact is Lexia going to have, especially since he was the general shot caller for the many teams he's been on, now coming into Team CARACAL. Now that AIM is not there, Lexia will have to take that place as the main shot caller.
Yep, but I think a solid shot caller is exactly what Team CARACAL are going to need. I think there is still a little bit of an issue where a team is lacking a little bit of that coordination. And in their side laners, Loliels and Kai, I think we're expecting much better performances from them than they've been able to display recently. So hopefully they'll be able to show us what they've got. And let's see what us talents have to say.
Yep. Now, a majority of y'all are leaning towards Orange Esports, while me, LaFell, and as well as Mars are going to be believing in Team CARACAL today. I'm not gonna lie, we're very split here. It's a difficult decision. An all-star lineup up against a new generation of Orange Esports, and especially with the track record that Orange Esports has compared to CARACAL, I can understand where you guys are coming from.
Yep, so far I've been feeling that Orange Esports' recent performance has been a lot more consistent, and it feels like they've adjusted to this new meta well. But what do you guys at home think? Looks like Team CARACAL still going to be somewhat the favorites, but it is actually pretty split here as well.
Ooh, I mean, the fan favorites, Team CARACAL, still have their fan base, but even Orange Esports are really rising up in the ranks and sparking hope and reigniting the fans' love for the next generation. Everybody loves that underdog story, of course.
Yep, no doubt about that, and Orange Esports has always managed to claw its way into people's hearts from their past performance. But something else that might be able to claw its way into your hearts is our official smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G, which will be able to provide you guys with the awesome gaming experience you've been looking for.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this man right in front of us. He can't keep his eyes away from his A52s 5G already, and he needs to get to mythic glory. And if you guys want to be just like him, well, the A52s 5G is available. So grab yourselves one today with its sleek design to get that awesome gaming experience.
Yep, but without further ado, 25 seconds to go before our first draft of the second series of the day is going to be beginning. Gideon, overall, what kind of lineup do you think we can expect coming out from both these teams today?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that Team CARACAL was actually gonna be fielding Lexia today. I feel like it's a little early for it. I thought we were gonna see him week number 8, but the fact that they're fielding him earlier on, brings a big question mark. Is it going to be the Suhas Esports effect where HY is generally going to be playing fighters or arguably junglers at this point for Team CARACAL? It's a little tough to say, but we know for a fact, loosely, Fanny might be up for contention for either side.
Yeah, I think the Fanny is going to be a major contender since we know that both Link, Eza, and Gary are quite comfortable with the hero, but the draft has already begun, so I think a lot of our suspicions are going to be proven very soon. Team CARACAL, drafting on the blue side, has banned out the Franco and the Eve, whereas Orange Esports, drafting on the red side, has started with the Valentina.
Alright, I mean, Valentina is always good. The question is, Masha. The hot fixes have not done enough justice, and teams are still abusing the hero as we speak in professional play. There are simple solutions to it, but at what cost? It still feels that Masha is pretty much really relevant throughout each stage of the game, and is always a problem. Right now, we need to talk about pocket picks, right? The Alucard that's being currently hovered over by Orange Esports is always notable because Link Eza, he's quite the farmer and the opportunist.
Yeah, the problem with the signature Alucard pick for Link Eza is that recently the hero isn't quite as effective. Similarly to a lot of other burst-type assassin heroes, Alucard really needs to build up that snowball in the early game, and now with heroes like Grok, like Masha becoming more evident, it's a bit more difficult for this hero to be able to show his stuff.
Well, OE just got rid of Phovius this time, which does give a little bit of an idea of Wanwan being a possibility for Valence. Dairoth gets banned out for Team CARACAL, and it's interesting because I feel like nowadays when we're talking about the EXP lane, in other regions, we're already seeing Balmon, X-Borg, damage-oriented styles of EXP laners showing up more often. Here in Malaysia, we do still like our Paquitos, Esmeraldas, but also the Yuzongs rising up in popularity.
And it does seem like these teams are keeping those picks in mind as well. With the Dairoth being banned out by Team CARACAL, they want to make sure that Kai is able to have a good time in the side lane, and this makes sense because Kai likes to play more of these sustain type bulky side laners like the Uranus, like the Esmeralda, which are directly countered by the Dairoth.
Oh, there we go. OE finally get rid of that Masha. Fanny up for grabs for either side. It could be a gentleman's agreement. We don't know just yet. There are some very clear counter picks against the Fanny, but so far Team CARACAL instantly, without hesitation, lock in the Fanny with its 60% win rate, 15 times picked out of the 115 times it's already been banned.
My goodness, 115 times banned. Looking at that number, it just feels ridiculous overall, but there is a reason why Fanny has been so respected throughout this entire season. Link Eza, obviously quite skilled with the hero, will lock it in straight away. So now the choice is in the hands of Orange Esports. What are they going to go for? Other teams, they've been starting to prioritize picks like the Grok, like the Baxia. Will these be options that Orange want to pick up?
I mean, there's also the possibility that, especially for Valence, might not necessarily go for a marksman. We've seen him play Cho before previously in Season 8, but now here in Season 9, things have definitely changed. Sicilion is going to be the first lock-in for Orange Esports, followed up by Esmeralda.
Okay, Orange Esports starting off with Sicilion and Esmeralda. This is actually a little bit peculiar here from Orange, considering that these are both late game pickups, and revealing them this early on makes it quite easy to counter pick their draft, which CARACAL are going to do instantly by locking in early game counters with the Farsa and the Khalid.
I really like this because, again, the name of the game, especially when it comes down to pro play, is lane priority. Farsa naturally will be able to outpush the Sicilian as long as she doesn't take a bad trade. But specifically, if we're talking about Khalid, oof, that's going to be rough for Born up in the EXP lane.
Yep, absolutely. Khalid just wrecks the Esmeralda in the first couple of levels, and it's going to be up to Born to make sure that he doesn't get chased out of the EXP lane and can preserve some map pressure for the rest of Orange Esports. But if we're talking about map pressure, it's going to be down to Min's pick as well. Orange Esports are still looking for a roamer at this point, but I think they might prioritize Gary's hero instead. Yes, they will. They're going to lock in the Ling.
Yep, Ling is actually really, really nice here. Can start threatening the Farsa very early on, especially if she drops down that Feathered Airstrike. If they can cancel it, at least they have more consistent DPS with both Esmeralda as well as Sicilion. So they've got their late game secured pretty much for the side of Orange Esports. They scale quite nicely. Team CARACAL, on the other hand, that's where the curve gets a little early game sighted. What happens into the later stages? Is Farsa going to be enough? Yes, but on condition.
We hope to see it, but now with the second phase of bans starting out, Orange Esports will be the first ones to decide on a hero to remove from the pool. Right now, looks like they're going to be banning out the Hilda, so they are afraid of what Neo can do in terms of jungle invasions.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair, but they are going to get... Well, it looks like, you know, this today, everybody is trying to abuse this Angela combo. It's either you follow along with the trend and pick it up with Ling Angela, or you just ban out the Angela to make sure that Ling is forced to play by himself.
Absolutely. It is an understandable ban out of Team CARACAL, but personally, I don't think they have to worry too much about it because this feels more like a Mon hero than a Min hero, and Mon already has locked in the Sicilian. I suppose it's just better to avoid that risk overall though, because having the hard guard on a late game Ling has been shown to be incredibly oppressive.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Team CARACAL, yes, they could have had simple solutions like, oh, they have Esmeralda, therefore we take Boxia. Boxia is always going to be generally great, but they've already locked in their EXP, right? And now Natalia is the big question, and Orange Esports already ahead of time, getting rid of these invade style of junglers. Really good drafting coming in. Sorry, really good bans coming in from Orange Esports.
Yep, I think this is a really smart idea overall. They know that their mid lane is going to be lacking a little bit of priority with the Sicilian versus the Farsa, so they are afraid of Gary's farm being disrupted by jungle invades, and thus are just getting rid of the most annoying options that CARACAL can lock in.
Now, what else do they get rid of inside of Team CARACAL? Is there anything that really is going to stop or hold back the Fanny? I think Kufra is a pretty good shout here, but may not be the play.
I feel like getting rid of Cho at this point is also pretty safe because that is something that Orange Esports are quite comfortable with, counters both the Farsa and the Fanny, but looks like they will go for the Kufra pick, easier to execute on and much more dangerous to Lankeza.
I feel like they're going to hold this up. They can lock in the Cho early on for Orange Esports and use it as a flex pick for the gold lane potentially. Let's see if Orange Esports is thinking of that, because like generally marksmen don't have a good time against Fanny. It's just hard to deal with. It's really annoying, and even if you do have CC like Popo and Koopa, you're just hoping that Fanny somehow isn't on her steel cable and walks into a frost trap, and even if you send the I'm angry, she just gets locked in her steel cable and just moves in one direction further and further away from you.
Yep, but there are certainly marksmen who can hold up against it in the hands of skilled players. Ruby is going to be locked in by Orange Esports. Makes a lot of sense. Kufra already being taken out means that the next best source of crowd control to deal with the Fanny is going to be this pick right here. And we already know that Min is very comfortable with it.
I actually really like this because it's better for Orange Esports to take it away and deny the option for Team CARACAL, which I think would have been perfect, a perfect solution to a lot of the problems that OE had with the 3 picks that have already been shown. So now Team CARACAL have to go back to the drawing board, right? What is able to kind of hold back this Ling and buy that extra bit of time? We've already lost the Kufra because we were trying to make sure that, you know, Fanny doesn't get countered out. Do we have a way to hard lock? Are we considering having other options as well? And Cho on top of the Claude is going to be the pick for Team CARACAL.
Okay, so that confirms that this is going to be a Neo Cho in the roamer position, and Lolios will be reprising his comfort pick on the Claude. So far though, I don't really feel like the Claude has been performing too well for Team CARACAL, because this is a hero that needs to scale up to the late game, and then even in the late game kind of falls off against heroes like the Ling, like the Sicilian, so it's gonna come down to Lolios' execution overall.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you there, but I feel like he's playing for the team, right? Team CARACAL, as of right now, this isn't a big daddy comp, but you can see there's a lot of dive potential. Right? And it's important that your marksman who has a blazing duet is able to get in and out of fights safely to really threaten the position of Orange Esports. So I don't think it's that bad, and it works out for the team composition. In terms of the laning phase, that's where I have a problem. Valence is going to have the time of his life.
Yep, the Brody will absolutely dumpster Claude in lane, and as we've seen before, being played by Zed from Suhas, if I am correct, Brody is actually a pretty solid counter to the Fanny because a lot of his abilities do not require him to aim. He simply needs to hit Linkeza enough times, pop the torn apart memory, and he can actually get the kill.
Yeah, right now, I'm not gonna lie, Orange Esports, their draft looks really nice. They've got some very clear solutions, a straightforward way to actually deal with problems depending on how they emerge for the side of Team CARACAL. However, it's all about execution for Team CARACAL, right? They need to play for they need to play for the mid lane, make sure they play for EXP until Lolios is able to get his 2 most important items, and that's when they can start popping off in full-blown team fights. If you look on over to Orange Esports, they've got so many tools. They've got a scaling lane. They have Cecilia for the late game. Brody is going to be the focus of Orange Esports. It's gold versus the EXP. Let's see which Spearhead wins out first.
Orange Esports gonna be playing on the red side up against Team CARACAL on the blue side. This is a very important match for both these teams as they are in 4th place and want to avoid relegation, so they're going to be playing their hearts out today.
Yep, and now we see Min as well as Neo just trading and mirroring each other as much as they can, and I think it's a good idea. Min just has to keep following Neo no matter where he goes to ensure that he isn't able to affect the lanes too much. I think Neo generally is eventually going to start making his way over to the gold side and try to help out his Claude survive the lane. Mon and as well as Gary are going to try their best to maintain control over mid. However, for Team CARACAL, they don't mind. Top side, EXP lane, this is the main idea. They want Kai all by himself, isolated on this island against Born on this Esmeralda. It's not an easy matchup at all for Born.
Yep, absolutely. A very interesting choice from Gary here. He already spotted out that Link Ezor was up in the top jungle because he saw that one of his camps had been taken. So instead, is electing to come down and do vertical jungling, stealing their orange buff instead.
Yeah, this is actually pretty smart. Kai with his early game damage should be able to defend this. Gary has to pull away. Link Eza manages to pull on through. He steals the beetle, but unfortunately this slows down Gary significantly.
Yep, but the thing is, Link Eza didn't actually manage to take Gary's orange buff, so all things considered, it is still pretty even in terms of the jungle matchup. Up in the top lane though, Lolio's definitely going to have some trouble against Valence on this Brody.
I mean, the small interaction does mean that Link Eza is just slightly ahead in the EXP. I don't think it matters too much because by the time the turtle is up, they should be hitting their level 4s. Link Eza, a little slow on it, but once he finishes this orange buff, no problem. Same goes to Gary as he finishes another camp down on the bottom side, the Cobalt, and he will be moving towards the EXP lane. Now, Team CARACAL need to start protecting the rest of their members. Min getting hit by the Feather Airstrike for now. It's great that Mana actually gets right into the middle of the fight thanks to the sprint rotating fast enough. Link Eza forced to come on over, and first blood achieved as Valence comes with the torn apart memories. Unable to secure another kill, but it's good enough.
Yeah, but Kai also kills Gary and steals the turtle away. A massive swing to Team CARACAL despite losing first blood, instantly winning out in the bottom side.
Oh my goodness, that's unfortunate for Orange Esports. It's going to put them slightly behind, but the EXP is very much well deserved, and Team CARACAL, they need as much EXP as they can get. Neo, flickering out of the way, doesn't get the way of the dragon just yet, but they are going to bait it out. Min, unfortunately, can't do much about it. Neo wants to go for this kill, but needs to catch up. Mon manages to survive the initial engagement, but had to pop his ult. Interesting moves coming in from Neo.
That was actually just straight up a mechanical error. That is the usual move you see a Cho player do get the third hit of Jikundo, get the flicker, but before we continue with that, Way of the Dragon on Valence will secure the kill 3v1.
The way that Neo moves tells me otherwise, right? In terms of a mechanical mistake, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, and it was intentional to bait out the I'm offended coming in from Min. And they managed to secure the kill on the top side. Even CARACAL punishing Min once again despite that fact. Valence and Min have taken the brunt of the damage because of this play.
Yep, this is just really good for Team CARACAL. An excellent start. They already won out the bottom lane, not just by picks, but by being able to steal the turtle and getting a kill on the Khalid. And so they were focusing all their efforts onto the top side. They will get the return kill onto Neo, but Team CARACAL still ahead.
That's what you want to see coming in from Orange Esports. They know they can scale for the later stages of the game, but the same can be said about Team CARACAL, right? Orange Esports are putting a lot of resources in this gold lane as bottom continues to get hurt. So technically, Team CARACAL are winning out on these situations.
It's pretty rough for Orange Esports because they did draft a greedier late game composition against Team CARACAL. CARACAL, who obviously have the Fanny. And now even Gary getting zoned out by Kai, who's still continuing the chase with the ultimate, gets the kill with the Desert Tornado, and even survives it thanks to the Quicksand Guard.
Wait, Kai should be dead here. Born is making his way, and Man has already popped his ult. Yep, there we go. They find the kill, but the damage has already been dealt. The fact is, Gary is supposed to be some form of insurance, and now Neo is looking for a potential kill onto mid. L'Oreal's winning out on this lane with these simple cross-map plays.
Yep. In a 1v1 situation, L'Oreal's will absolutely lose out, but because Team CARACAL are able to put all of their resources into helping out this Claude, because they know that Kai is already handling himself no problem, that means that Valence has been put behind in a lane that he should be winning.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed with Gary going back into the fight. He should have known that Kai was running execution, so he really needs to be careful. Linkeza, he's going to avoid the turtle entirely and is going to go for the recall. He tries for the steal, but he's turning his way back. Gary sees an opportunity, but I don't think it's worth it, as Neo is way too close for him to actually go for an engagement. Way of the Dragon, just a big deterrent.
I think that's a pretty good decision by Orange Esports, deciding not to go for the fight there because they know that their late game will be stronger. Born now gonna be sidestepping defeathered airstrike, but taking way too much damage from Kai. The counterplay is just way too good.
Oh no, with Team CARACAL scaling the way they are, they're going to utilize Kai to buy more and more objectives with L'Oreal. So Kai is going to be the spearhead for Team CARACAL, and it looks like the EXP lane plan is working out just fine.
Kai is now the primary condition for Team CARACAL. They know that L'Oreal's getting farmed is their insurance for the late game, so they're just making use of a winning lane to just continue to bolster their lead. But now Neo in a bit of trouble, gets the Way of the Dragon onto Valence right into the blazing duet.
Why was there hesitation from Gary? He could have gotten his combo fast and quick to try and take out Neo as soon as possible. In Valence, he still had the torn apart memories. He could have popped it early, but I guess the call was a little scuffed.
Yeah, Orange Esports, their communication seems to be falling apart just a little bit. I don't think they were expecting to lose the bottom lane so evidently. Linkeza now coming in, gets caught with the Sanguine Claws. So Gary is alive, but the purple buff is gonna go over to Team CARACAL.
Oh, Link really needs that. And even though Kai, he is 50% HP, still wins this against Born, and he has Execute just in case. He's gonna use the Quicksand Gun to heal back up, and Born, he's scared. You know for a fact he doesn't have his second item ready to go just yet, which is when he starts winning this matchup against Kai.
Yep, Min now gonna spot them out, tries to get the I'm offended, but a beautiful combat mirror image to get L'Oreal's out. Lexia gonna get caught out with the falling star moon, but he is absolutely fine. And now Linkeza is just spamming against Born on the tiniest sliver of HP, dies to the orange buff burn. Min still trying to delay Neo, but Linkeza got what he was looking for.
Oh, Linkeza, he's getting out of there. He sees Gary, doesn't want to give that kill over, and despite the fact that Gary is a level ahead of Linkeza, it doesn't matter. Linkeza knows that he's not the win condition for the team. He is just the cleanup crew. More importantly, Turtle is up, and ooh, how are they going to handle this? I think Team CARACAL might be looking for a full team fight as Neo is looking for an opportunity for a kick. Valence already with a torn apart memories. Kai is looking for the big engagement, forcing out the Tempest of Blades. However, Min in the back line already gets the I'm offended off, but it's too late. The rest of Orange Esports is scrambling. They can't afford to give a kill, but even CARACAL has taken way too much damage. L'Oreal's has already hit the pavement.
I'm gonna be honest, there was so much chaos happening in that team fight that I don't even remember who took the turtle anymore. But it was a straight up 1-for-1 trade. I think Team CARACAL still gonna come out slightly on top of that one, but not ideal because they traded their gold laner for the opponent gold laner. So their net worth has actually kind of fallen a bit behind. They are still ahead, but it's by a lot less than it was before.
Yeah, I mean, Team CARACAL was able to get one steal, so Orange Esports currently was able to get the turtle for themselves in that situation. I mean, the gold is still relatively even, but Kai, he's having the time of his life, man. He basically is going and winning the lane unpunished, but L'Oreal's, I think he just achieved 2 items just now. You can see that his damage on Min is significant. Neo, he can't afford to die here. Flickers on out there, feathered airstrike, and a quick attack by Linkeza finishes off Min straight away. Man manages to hop over the wall with a Cyclone Eye, but L'Oreal's kills him off with a blazing duet battle mirror image to dip out from Gary.
Yep, and now Born gonna be targeted in the mid lane, should be able to escape with no problem thanks to the Purify as the memory just barely picks off Lexia. No, Born nearly dying to Kai, but is able to survive at the last moment with the Frost Moon Shield.
Oh, that's such a feels bad. Kai used his execute way too early. He'd almost secured it, no problem. And even if the shield popped up, that execute would have gone right through it. So, that one definitely a bit of a misplay on Kai's, miscalculation on Kai's part. But here comes LIVESTREAM on top of Gary, forcing out the Bladed Tempest. Can he win this 1v1? Nope, Gary is out of there.
Yep, Gary absolutely cannot take this 1v1 right now. He's ahead in terms of levels, but the mechanics are right there. And Min gets a nice two-man I'm offended. Kai still alive because of the quicksand guard. Gets away with the ultimate, but it's not quite enough. Looks like they're gonna get picked off as Lilios jumps to the backline with a blazing duet, but it's not enough damage just yet. So RED Esports gets a free pick.
Oh my goodness, oh no, LIVESTREAM! That timing! The timing of the purple buff! That actually screwed him over! He wanted a steel cable out of there, but the purple buff respawns and that section gets cut off. Oh, that's so unlucky.
That is literally the worst example of timing I have ever seen. That's gotta feel bad for LIVESTREAM. And now that he's down for 10 seconds, the Lord is open. Min now gonna be delaying Neo, but I'm pretty sure RED Esports should get this, no problem.
Yep, they've definitely got it. Feather Airstrike is being popped as well, but Min tries to get greedy and he's gonna get punished for it. Flickers out just in time. He's the first to go. Born, unfortunately, caught up in his shenanigans, will pay with his life. 2 kills for Team CARACAL and RED Esports. They've got the Lord pushing through, and they have to do it with only 3 members.
That was definitely a mistaken choice by Min there, going for the greedy play. Now Gary jumping in on Lilios and Neo, but he's going to be escaped with the battle mirror image. So Gary is so far not being able to contribute to everything. Team CARACAL just disengaging the moment they see him.
I think, you know, Gary is still contributing in a way where he is baiting out spells from Team CARACAL, right? In terms of taking the initiative, that's really not in his department to do. He's depending on Min. He's depending so much on him to open up that space and to get that first initial engagement.
Now the Lord going to be able to take the bottom tier 1, so that is not bad at all for RED Esports. Min now again delaying Neo. Looks like Mon already popped the ultimate in the backline. Born gonna get targeted by LIVESTRAM, and so Sanguine Claw is gonna catch out Neo, but no casualties on either side.
Now notice that there is not much of a goal differential between Team CARACAL and RED Esports. No matter how hard Team CARACAL was playing from mid to early, they were only able to get a 700. Arguably they got to like 1k at one point, but RED Esports have been trading very, very evenly. So the structures are, in terms of structure destruction, RED Esports are slightly ahead. They've got more turtles, and now RED Esports will start to scale very heavily. Kai is going to lose relevance very, very soon in this game. Give it about a minute.
Yep, pretty much every single core on the side of RED Esports scales very well into the late game, whereas most of Team CARACAL are going to start falling off as we hit the 35k mark. So that's something they have to be very careful of. They can still take really big team fights, but Orange are stronger in 1v1 skirmishes.
Yep, RED Esports, they want these small engagements. They find Neo and they take him out straight away, and now Gary is allowed to pop off. It's going to be the Raging Sandstorm hitting nobody. Blazing Duet comes on out. Valence manages to flicker out just in time, and same goes for Min, but Born in the middle of that fight is going to get cut throat by LIVESTRAM, looking to finish anybody who's low. Min is trying to get out. Wall spam not enough. He hops over, and Kai cannot follow up. Why didn't Kai follow up? He had the empowered auto attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Min being able to escape that is quite impressive. LIVESTRAM now seeing if he can find the ruby, but not going to be able to do so. RED Esports got a really nice engagement there, but might have bit off more than he can chew, and now Kai is jumping on top. Oh, nice winner, Trunky, and timing will pick off the kill, but that timing allows the shutdown from Valence.
That is very weird interactions there. I think there needed to be better communication between Kai and LIVESTRAM, but Min, finds 2 with the I'm offended. He's going to get kicked on backwards. Feathered Airstrike should finish him off, and LIVESTRAM guarantees it, and here comes the Torn Apart Memories. LIVESTRAM 1 HP survives, but we come back in towards the fight, and Born is forced to move away. Gary's the only person alive trying to clear that wave. Bladed Tempest is out. Valence is still alive. Corrosive Strike works out, but it's too late. Loliel's full stacked and destroys the backline with a blazing duet.
Yeah, Team CARACAL are just taking these team fights really, really well, making use of their heightened mobility to jump onto the squishier members of RED Esports. That has to be frustrating. So many of their members escaped with just a sliver of HP, and that fight could have gone down very differently. But even after all of that, there is basically no net worth difference.
Yep, and the important thing is this Luminous Lord. You get a guarantee of a gold lead with the Luminous Lord. They built it up to 700. It's about to hit 2K. If Team CARACAL is able to play it slow, don't trade any kills, and just focus on getting the outer turrets.
In terms of cash here, we can see that Gary is actually super rich, even ahead of Lolios, who has been free farming the entire game. And speaking of Lolios, he has gone for more of a defensive build here, going for the Rose Gold Meteor and the Wind of Nature, just to make sure that he can build up his stacks and go for the Blazing Duet.
And it's got more than enough damage, and I think it's important that we keep in mind that Valens does have the Winds of Nature to try and protect himself from the Blazing Duet. So if they're able to force Valens to pop it early on, that's going to be a free win for Team CARACAL. Now, Born getting attacked here. This Luminous Lord is getting close. It starts off the charge, and you can see that Valens is playing far back. Mon pops his ult as well. Feathered Airstrike to siege the rest of the turrets. Can they get this inhibitor? Yes, they do. They muscle their way through it, and the rest of Team CARACAL are going to make a move towards the mid lane. But notice bot side is already cleared, and Link, unfortunately for Link Eza, he won't be able to make it in time. Gary could try to preempt a fight. Min waiting patiently, but they need to find Neo.
Right now, CARACAL looking for the ambush. Min gonna spot out Neo while Born goes on Kai in the backline, but Born has been cut off. Walling Star Moon as the Iron Offender catches Neo. Flicker already comes out, so the Cho is alive as the Tempest of Blaze is gonna be dropped down. It's gonna be absolute chaos. Doing a lot of damage, but he is 1v5. The rest of his team cannot follow up quick enough.
They need to communicate better for the side of Team CARACAL. Lolios, unfortunately, was not able to get his ult off effectively and got chunked down to 35% of his HP. If he told Link Eza, yo, don't go into the fight, that would have been great. They need to go in together as Team CARACAL. Their composition is all based off of siege and dives.
Yeah, but Orange Esports are much stronger in terms of CC and straight up 5v5. Right now, Feathered Airstrike is going to be used to clear up the wave, and Orange Esports will make the wise decision to back off. Lord not going to be up for another 50 seconds, so this still isn't too bad for either team. The net worth is still pretty much equal.
Oh boy, Valens is playing much more cleaner with his team. They're getting more in sync with each other, and Team CARACAL on the opposite end are starting to show some split ends. They need to make sure that they move together. It's important that Team CARACAL, who are very ultimate based, are able to land the abilities at the same time in combination and in succession to each other. If one misses, then it poses a lot of problems, as Orange Esports are just better at overall prolonged team fights, especially when they have Mon available.
Yep, absolutely. Team CARACAL, their cooldowns are very important for Orange Esports to play around, and it's all going to come down to whether or not they can bait out important abilities to make sure that they can re-engage for the counter-offensive. Link Eza now, though, does have the immortality, so the Fanny is going to be a lot more aggressive and more survivable than before.
Yep. This next Lord here, I think they're going to wait until it's empowered, right, for the side of Orange Esports and for the side of Team CARACAL. Like, Team CARACAL understand that they don't want to start it first. They don't want to give the initiative over to Orange Esports and forces Team CARACAL to play defensively and the zone. But now they find the kick on towards Min. They do a delayed combo, and Min manages to walk up, but no, Lolios finishes off the fight. Mon is getting chased out by Lolios as a Born, able to get into that backline. The combination works out perfectly. Valens and Min are done, and here comes Gary. He wants to finish off at least one target, but it's just too much for him to handle.
Kai now going to be jumping on top of Born, but I'm pretty sure he's not looking for a kill here, just gonna be delaying the Orange Esports. That was an excellent engage. Min getting caught out of position, and then even though Born tried to go into the backline with the Falling Star Moon, Team CARACAL just basically split up straight away. It was like clockwork.
Yep, they're digging trenches in the middle of the composition. Born uses the Purify early, but he can't protect himself from the Feather Airstrike. The cooldowns are done, and the combo works out perfect. But Gary, he's looking for Link Eza. He's forced to recall early on, and Team CARACAL are going to take this Lord really slowly, knowing that Link Eza can rotate fast. But it's important that Gary hovers around. He needs to be a threat with his Retribution. Did he use it? Oh, he doesn't. No. He's got it. He's got it. Min doesn't. Oh no, Min used. I'm offended. And now this is definitely going into the hands of Team CARACAL. They're forced to back away, and Team CARACAL, they're going getting their ults back up, but now they have the advantage of Lord. There's no point forcing it onto Orange Esports for a team fight.
Yep, Team CARACAL will gladly give up Neo in exchange for the Lord at this point in time. 18 minutes in, this is the final evolution of the Lord. So if Team CARACAL can simply escort this, Orange Esports will have a tough time defending against it, even now that they have scaled up.
Yep, Kai, such a greedy build. Such a greedy build. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's also got a Blade of Despair on top of the Blade of Heptaseas. The man's got all the blades in the world, and his main target is Valence. He can't deal damage to Born anymore. It really doesn't matter, and he doesn't want to waste his time. He has to effectively get to the low targets, either Valence or Gary, and look to execute as soon as possible. Mon, super ideal as well.
At this point in time, normally you would expect a Khalid to have completely fallen off, but simply because of how ahead Kai was in the beginning of the game, he's able to still be relevant. You can see in the player head-to-head overall, but now the engagement is beginning.
Dude, nobody notices Gary. Gary's right in the back of that fight. He's trying to stop the feathered airstrike, but it's too late. Winter Truncheon popped by Lexia to protect Orange Esports. Focus on clearing that mid wave, but now Team CARACAL looking to muscle their way in here. Valence might not necessarily have the DPS. Lolios is trying to force him out. Winds of Nature is popped, and this is going to be it. Min slowing them down, torn apart memories as Lolios walks up after immortality. GG, well played for Team CARACAL.
Team CARACAL just completely rides the momentum from the early game all the way to the end. And while Orange Esports did put up a solid fight, Team CARACAL, unfortunately, were still able to find the pickoffs, the skirmishes they were looking for, and come out on top in the end.
Oh boy, that's some really scary stuff there. Both junglers talking back and forth, understanding the situation at hand, but well done for Team CARACAL. Orange Esports are gonna have to rethink it for game 2.
Looks like the all-star team starting to get a few of their fangs right back. This is much more classic CARACAL fashion, but there were definitely still some moments where their performance was a little bit shaky. It all just came down to the fact that Orange Esports were never able to find that big catch, big team fight that they were looking for, and ended up dropping one by one in many of these skirmishes, never being able to fight at full power.
But see, that's the thing, right? Every time you see Orange Esports wanting to look for these fights, it's all about taking away the initiation from the enemy team. Either Min or Neo is the usual casualty for the winning team fight, right? If Neo goes down, Orange Esports is able to kind of blow their way through. And if Min dies, that's when you see the entirety of Team CARACAL just jump to the backline.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a little bit of skewing happening here. Yes, when the front line dies, the back line is exposed. But in the case of Team CARACAL, they have this Fanny. Even if the back line gets jumped, I think Link Eza is still able to cause a lot of chaos. I think Lolios had some really good timings on his battle mirror image to be able to escape from getting caught out. Kai, I think that was one of his best performances yet. Even if they end up losing Neo, I don't think Team CARACAL were in any issue at all. Whereas Orange Esports, the moment Min goes down, they have no protection at all.
You know what? Let's have a look at the item build and double check what the build is going to be for both sides. Maybe there could have been a better optimization. No, it looks like generally they went for pretty standard things on both sides.
Yeah, from what I can see, it's pretty default, nothing too out of the ordinary. I just think in this case, Team CARACAL, you can definitely see a little bit of that mechanical prowess coming out from these all-star players. So far, in the recent weeks, their team coordination has been a little bit spotty. I think this is really a return to form, and I think Lexia has really brought some much-needed cohesion to the lineup.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that getting a team fight-based composition that's heavily dependent on their ultimates, it's all about the timings and execution of these ults, right? And a lot of it has to do with Lexia setting it up. Lexia and as well as Neo setting it up. Neo, he looks for the initial kick, and then you see the first synergy happen. Way of the Dragon, Feathered Airstrike. Feathered Airstrike is going to absolutely burst whoever Neo kicks. And as soon as that happens, Orange Esports, they start moving forward, realizing, hey, Feathered Airstrike is down. The rest of us can actually start moving forward. Kai comes in with his ultimate, the Raging Sandstorm. They start to move away, and then you see Lolios and Link Eza just jump the backline. It's really hard to position yourself as Orange Esports when there is just so much AoE you have to keep track of.
Yeah, Team CARACAL had really clean execution here. Orange Esports, I do still end up thinking that their draft was a little bit greedy. But the early game lane priority was played really well by CARACAL. They already won Kai's lane. They know that the mid lane will have no problem with the Farsa against the Sicilian, so they focus all on their efforts on making sure that Lolils is able to win his lane against Valens. And once that happened, they had full control.
Now, let's look at the MVP coming in from Team CARACAL, the winning team of game number 1. It's going to be Lolils, so it is 3-1 and 13 Claude.
Yeah, Lolils has been trying to pull out this Claude for quite a while, and while it hasn't worked out in the past, he finally gets the game that he was looking for. He just needs a little bit of help going up against a difficult lane matchup in the 1v1, and once he's able to get that early game farm, we once again see the prowess of the alien that we have grown to love.
Oh boy, what a game this has been, and we still have one more to go, potentially 2 more if Orange Esports is able to bounce back. I do think that Orange Esports, one of the biggest weaknesses against Team CARACAL was that early phase of the game, right? I mean, they had a very solid plan, a very clear plan, but once the cross-map plays started to come out from Team CARACAL, that's when the decision-making needed to be a little faster, and I think that's where you saw a lot of the frustration come out from Orange Esports.
Yeah, and I do think that Orange Esports was playing a little bit too much thinking about their own strengths rather than taking advantage of their opponent's weaknesses. We can see in the highlights here that Team CARACAL were able to very quickly take control in the early game, specifically off of this first kill from Kai, stealing the turtle and then just dominating the lane against Born.
Yeah, I mean, time after time, you just see just the quick follow-ups from Team CARACAL, right? Valens gets punishes, which basically ends the laning phase for him against Lolils after 7 levels of pure domination coming in from Valens. And then you could start rotating into the mid-game where it's about 50-50. A lot of this is just based on the timings of Team CARACAL's ultimates, right? When you see this initial pick from mid, they've already won this fight. Born, he gets hit so many times by so many different ultimates that Team CARACAL realized, hey, we gotta rethink our strategies. And obviously here, it's just unlucky.
Team CARACAL has a lineup that thrives on chaos. They just want to create disruption all over the map to allow their members to be able to dive the backline, to be able to split up the fight. And Orange Esports, their lineup is particularly vulnerable to this. They can still be strong if they try to pressure Team CARACAL in the early game and try not to lose lane priority, but we've already highlighted that before. Team CARACAL knew exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this raw damage, the AoE coming out from Linkeza. It's really, really frustrating to deal with Fanny, especially as the backliner. Mon, once you see the trench be built in the middle of that team fight, right, and splits it into 2, that's when Orange Esports loses out. And unfortunately for them, these small synergies coming out from Team CARACAL in terms of the way they'll be utilizing their ultimates were just way too effective, especially when they start coming in 1-by-1 or sometimes even 2v1.
Yep, absolutely. I'm seeing a lot more of the coordination that I think Team CARACAL has been lacking for most of the regular season, and I'm excited to see if they can maintain this. As for Orange Esports, I think they need to figure out how they want to take more advantage of Team CARACAL's notable weaknesses. For example, if you force them into more of a late game lineup and they lose out on the early game, we've seen many times that Team CARACAL cannot come back.
Yeah, now that's an interesting point here, because that's where I thought maybe they're going to start investing resources into Valens and start, pushing out his lane and start playing off of the fact that, hey, Valens is great at taking turrets. Why wasn't that the main plan?
I don't know. I just feel like Orange Esports was a little bit hard-pressed because every single one of their lanes was losing priority except for Valens. They tried to emphasize on the mid lane to try and prevent Linkeza from getting the snowball, but because Min was oftentimes over there instead of the gold lane, it allowed Team CARACAL to move their presence up there and really bully Valens out of lane.
Alright, with that being said, I think the next upcoming draft, there needs to be an adaptation for the mid lane, right? Sicilian is great, don't get me wrong. Sicilian's absolutely devastating in towards the later stages of the game, but they need to consider how they take control, because Lexia's hero pool so far, we've seen Farsa, right? What else is he capable of? Could they look to punish him in the draft itself?
I'm not too certain about that, but maybe something that'll jog our minds is a little bit of Nescafe. If you guys scan the QR code below at the bottom of the screen, make sure you use the promo code NESMPL. You guys will be able to get 30% off on your next Nescafe purchase with no minimum spend involved.
You can get some of their original coffee flavors or some of their newer, funkier flavors, maybe a new generation of things to come, similar to how this game is going to go. But Orange Esports, they need these points, man. If they need to build that bridge, well, I wouldn't even say a bridge, more so a ladder to keep up and more importantly get above Homebois consistently, because Homebois have a game after this, and if they don't win at least a 2-1, it could be devastating if Homebois gets a 2-0.
Yeah, it's really, really rough in the groups, in Group A overall, because the teams are just so close to one another in terms of points. Looking at the recap of match number 1, though, we can just see that in sheer amount of damage overall, Team CARACAL were just absolutely insane.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but in terms of just raw damage, CARACAL do come out on top. And Gary was having a pretty rough game, especially since his purple buff got stolen. It wasn't going well until the later stages where he really started just to start feeling himself and get more confident in going for these bigger engagements. Now, in terms of the draft, right, the fact is they really need to start thinking about it. Like Team CARACAL, the fact that they banned the Dairoth is a very big indicator that they want to make sure, hey, you know what? If you want Esmeralda, that's totally fine. But we still have traditional picks like Khalid to actually control that side of the map.
Yeah, I personally feel like the biggest flaw here was Orange Esports' style of drafting, especially in that first phase when they started with Cecilion and Esmeralda, two heroes that literally do not have lane priority and can be very easily countered in the early game.
I guess they weren't expecting, Khalid to actually get picked up. Like how most people aren't expecting the new Cadbury Zip to be more chocolatey than ever. You guys, by the way, if you want to get yourself some today, go to your nearest 7-Eleven, or if you're like me, you can just order it online by scanning the QR code down below.
Some chocolatey goodness may be exactly what we need to recharge and re-energize to prepare ourselves for the following game, and that's going to be very exciting to watch whether or not Team CARACAL will be able to close this game out 2-0. I think it's been a while since they've had a really clean victory.
Yeah, they need that momentum, and you know how CARACAL is. Every single time you hear them, if you were to hear it live in the audience, you can just hear them shouting and screaming. They're a lively bunch, and that's what people love about Team CARACAL and watching their matches. Orange Esports, on the other hand, a little bit more cool, calm, and collected, but you can feel that momentum and pressure, that presence in the room.
Overall, though, now that we're going into game number 2, Orange Esports are going to be able to draft on the blue side, which so far has been enjoying a very solid win rate, and so I think that should allow them to solidify on more of these oppressive early game picks, as well as pocket strats that would be more comfortable for them in draft number 2.
All right, let's get right into it. Orange Esports on the blue side, banning out the Phoveus. Now over to Team CARACAL on the red side. I'm thinking, does Team CARACAL actually care about the Masha? Or do they even have a counter pick for it?
It is possible. We've already seen that the Valier is a very good counter pick to the Masha overall, but I'm not too certain if it's a hero that Team CARACAL would pick up. And even if they do, you end up losing out on a lot of just aggressive presence across the map simply because you're forcing your roamer to play more defensively.
My main issue with Masha right now is that she's just so relevant throughout the game. Even if you do give First Blood over, you just see her consistently being annoying, walking into the enemy jungle, stealing a couple of camps here and there. And as a jungler, this does start getting to you after a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Team CARACAL definitely needs to consider banning that out. We've already seen that Fanny is a highly contested pick for both sides, but something else that I feel like we should think about is going to be that Karina, because both Link Eza and Gary have been shown to play it.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Karina has been quite a hot pick these days. Now, it is Orange Esports' initiative. It looks like they are focusing on punishing Neo. Yes, you can have Cho, you can be a playmaker, but at the end of the day, we don't want you disrupting Gary.
Going for the Hilda ban. I feel like we've already seen teams play around this Hilda, and while yes, in the early game it can be very annoying, I feel like there's a solid amount of ways in the game right now to be able to deal with it. So it is curious that Orange Esports would elect to go for that and still draft more late game compositions, because even if you don't have to deal with the Hilda, you still gotta maintain lane priority.
See, that's the thing, right? I feel like Orange Esports are just getting rid of these annoying invade jungler styles so they don't have to compromise what kind of roamer and what kind of mid laner that they have to play. They don't want to draft around it. They just want to play their own style, which I can respect. Team CARACAL, ban out Eve.
Okay, 2 more bans to go, 1 from each team, and there's still plenty of really oppressive heroes in the lineup. The Karina, the Fanny, the Masha, the Selena are all still open. Ling as well, not a bad choice, even though Gary did have a little bit of difficulty in the last game.
There we go. Orange Esports bans out the Masha, so they're making sure that, you know, nobody is going to invade and disrupt Gary. We can still have 50-50 matchups in the roaming position, but as long as Gary gets his farm, we've got a game on our hands, boys. CARACAL, now take priority.
The Fanny would be a very obvious choice to ban out for Team CARACAL right now, but seeing that they're on the red side and there's only 1 ban left, I personally would have thought it's safer to leave it open, but looks like they will ban it out. So Orange Esports will have first pick.
I think this is where they go Paquito, right?
Paquito, I'm not
or Grok, to be fair.
Yeah, I would like something like a Grok. Maybe like a Beatrix as well, since we know it can be flexed into the mid lane and the gold lane.
I don't know. I feel like Beatrix is a bit of a liability. Like, yes, it kind of does well in certain matchups, but there's just not enough bans in the first phase to ensure it, and it looks like the direction they're going is for the jungler anyway, so that's why I'm leaning more towards Paquito. At least it's flexible, and we can really start predetermining what the jungle matchups are, but no, they're going to be locking in the even safer pick, Karina.
I was thinking that Orange Esports might leave their jungle pick until the phase right after this, so that they could see which one CARACAL wanted to lock in first, but I suppose they emphasized this Karina enough to decide that no, we want to first pick the Karina. There's gonna be locking that in, so now Team CARACAL, what will they go for? The lane is still open. The Cho for Neo, also not a bad choice.
Yo, Loliel's is either he's warming up his hands or he thinks the draft is a rhythm game. Can't figure out which one is which at this stage, but now that he's stopped, it's like, wow, it's a little unsettling to see. Let's see what the next 2 picks are going to be for the side of Team CARACAL. Looks like it's going to be Dairoth as well as Baxia.
Alright, I like this response coming out from CARACAL. The Baxia going to be an instant counter towards the Karina, especially if he goes into the jungle, because this is a jungler that's not going to die very easily to Gary. As for the Dairoth, this is just automatically a win for the EXP lane, because there simply aren't many heroes that can 1v1 him.
See, now here is where there are holes in my knowledge. With newer and newer experiments are being done in the EXP lane, there's a big question of whether Balmond or arguably even Xborg might actually be able to do something in the lane against Dairoth. I personally feel like it's still a little 50-50, and I feel like Balmond at the very least can survive level 1.
I guess that is true. That makes a lot of sense overall, but Orange Esports aren't going to be locking in their EXP laner too soon. They want to see what else Team CARACAL can bring to the draft. I guess they want to make sure that they have a better lane priority this time. They lock in the Farsa and the 1-1, but Team CARACAL are going to be bringing out Natalia.
Oddly suspicious. Oddly suspicious. What is Lexia going to play now that he doesn't have his Farsa? That's what I'm interested to know, and I think even Orange Esports are realizing, yeah, you know what? Let's see what is Lexia's hero pool in the mid lane. I'm curious to see. I think a 1-1 overall, it's not too bad, but I do think that Natalia is a pretty good solution to either or, right? Dropping down that smoke screen, getting that initial silence on either 1-1 or even Farsa to cancel out the Feather Airstrike is always going to be valuable.
Yep, but I think 1-1 is one of those marksmen that actually is able to deal with the Natalia somewhat, simply because her jumps aren't going to be affected too much by slow. She can simply keep attacking the Natalia to get out of the smoke screen and put herself at relative safety.
Yeah, that is true. That is a good point. Oh yeah, you can also cleanse yourself to make sure that you can like not. Wait, no, you can't cleanse yourself. Only afterwards, but at least it stops the slow. Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, Orange Esports, they're going to be banning out the Sicilian. CARACAL want to make sure that 1-1 isn't going to get babysit, so they get rid of the Rafaela. Natural movement speed is always going to be a problem with a team that wants to chase them, so I guess that's all right. Do they want to consider high loss or some form of disengage?
I'm wondering if the CARACAL want to ban out Angela as well. Yeah, looks like they will. The Angela-Karina combo also very terrifying, and since the roamer for Orange Esports hasn't been selected yet, Team CARACAL again just don't want to take the risk. Orange Esports, are they going to continue banning out mages? That might prove to be a problem. I don't really think it's worth it.
What else? Kagura, I guess? I mean... even Kagura doesn't really matter too much. I mean, the fact is that Yves is gone. I guess Selena is going to be the next go-to, I suppose?
Or Lilia, I guess.
Yeah, Lilia is also a pretty good shout. I mean, they already have lane, no matter what. If they ban out Lilia, they're focusing on lane priority, but they can still take out another ban away from the gold lane. And there we go. Brody gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports. That's going to really start limiting the options that Loliels has. But then again, he does play really interesting picks. We've seen him play Moscow before, and he still has the Claude if he wants.
Yep, and he also has the Beatrix, so that is going to be the choice for Team CARACAL. I think it's a pretty solid matchup, especially in the early game. Beatrix should be able to go 1-1 with Valence, but once the late game comes rolling around, the 1-1 will have a pretty good time.
Actually, it depends on what guns he decides to go with. Nibiru is quite weak in the early game, and you will lose that trade at level 1 if it's Weakness Finder and Inspire on the 1-1. And if you try to go for Renner, it's very... You got to be able to hit those shots and really predict how far those dashes are going to be.
Yeah, but I think probably Renner will have to be the choice, because arguably speaking, against 1-1, Wesker would be the most effective early game option.
I was thinking that too.
But you're putting yourself at a big risk at that close of a distance, because Karina could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's tough. We'll see how that lane matchup goes. As we come back to Orange Esports, Atlas as well as Glue is going to be the pickup. I think this is really interesting that they want to go for Atlas. In particular, I don't feel like there's a legitimate reason to go for it at this stage of the game. But Glue, you can definitely understand why.
Yeah, Glue, probably one of the few XP laners that could actually hold up against a Daroff. He's still going to take a lot of damage, but once he hits that level 4, the split should allow him to go toe-to-toe. As for Atlas, I do agree with you. I don't really see an exact reason why Orange Esports would go for this, so I think they're just leaning into it as more of a comfort pick. But CARACAL going with the heart. Is this Lexia, Harry?
I think this is Lexia's.
No,
Loliels.
It's Loliels, Harry.
Wait, Lexia is going to be playing Baxia? No, Beatrix in the mid lane. Makes sense. Kai takes the die rod. Like, Aza is going to be the one on Baxia. Loliels in the gold lane. What an interesting matchup. It looks like it's MPL ID all over again. You know, 1-1 versus the Harith. You only get to see that in other regions.
Yo, I am excited, man. It has been so long since we've gotten to see Loliels on this signature Harith pick. He was literally tearing up the Land of Dawn in his debut when he was able to pick this up. This was around the time where Harith was still a very strong hero, but I'm excited to see it return once again to the Land of Dawn. Orange Esports going to have solid early game, a really bulky front line to set up for the 1-1 and the Farsa as well. But Team CARACAL going for full out damage. They're gonna need to watch out for Natalia and Loliels on the long-standing Harith signature pickup.
Man, I haven't seen Harith in so long. I can't remember what his first ability is called anymore. It's been that long since we've seen it here at the MPL-MY. But welcome. This is game number 2. Orange Esports on the blue side. Team CARACAL on the red.
I can answer that question because I love to play Harith. It is Synchro Fission.
Synchro Fission.
And he will be going for Mystery Shop to scale up.
Now, in this matchup, the one thing that we have to keep in mind is that Synchro Fission is going to be the first level 1 take. He can't beat 1-1 in that 1v1, especially at level 1. He needs level 4, and that's when you can see him really start popping off, and he's going to use the added range from that Synchro Fission to actually try and punish. Now, Loliels as well as Min both understand this. Loliels might actually be having a bad time as Min is able to rotate in time to catch Loliels off and to make him lose that trade heavily.
Yeah, Loliels going for the Synchro Fission. position. Level 1 means that he did not have Chrono Dash to escape from the Atlas, even though the perfect match was very obvious, and that resulted him in being slowed down long enough for Valens to hit all 3 weakness points.
Oh, here we go. Linkeza trying to punish Min as he gets on out with that perfect match. Now, overall, there is going to be a little bit of babysitting here, and it's important that Lolios gets back into this, because if not, Valens is going to freeze the lane and just zone Lolios out of free EXP.
What's going to be important here is to watch out how Neo wants to rotate around the map. Going for the Natalia means that he must make something happen in the early game, especially since he's going high and dry and the execute as well. Lexia even flickering for this.
I do like it, but he has Wesker out. Gary gets the initial execute on towards Lexia, but doesn't finish him off. A little sad to say, doesn't get the full combo, but Neo forced to pull on backwards. Born having such a bad time against Dyroth.
Yeah, that's just rough. Look at how close he is to level 4 as well. If he just got a little bit more EXP, he could actually stay in the lane. But that's going to be the 1v1 against Aderov here. That armor shred hurts.
Yeah, it really blows here. And Kai is able to zone out the rest. Every tank does not want to deal with Dyroth right now. Just the base damage coming in from Dyroth is just way too high. Probably something that's going to be addressed in the next patch, because I do think it's a little too oppressive.
It looks like they're going for a gank onto Lolios now. Not sure if he's aware there's literally 3 members of RED Esports waiting in that bush. Valens jumps out first to bait out the engagement. Lolios still playing quite safe though. He's gonna get stunned out. Does he get stunned out? Nope, he's fine.
All right, he manages with the Chrono Dash to get on out of there, but he has the Purify as well to ensure that he doesn't get hit by the stun. Neo continuing to open up the map here. You see the perfect match. They want to set up this dive up on that top side, and Neo, he's got to find the right targets. He drops down that smoke screen. He kills Valens perfectly, enabling Lolios to drop the Zaman Force and take out Min. A good deflection from a dive setup from RED Esports.
Yep, a perfect split there by Neo, aiming for Valens, even though he knows that Min is right on top of Lolios. He gets the Fatal Links, but it doesn't matter if the DPS is already dead. And now Kai jumping in on top of Born should be able to get this kill. Gives it over to Linkeza, and now Gary is out of trouble as well. Looks like Kai bit off a bit more than he can chew, though. Gets picked off.
Yeah, I think Kai definitely shouldn't have taken the second proc of his dash. Neo, oh no, what are you doing, buddy? Goes straight down onto Man. Why? Neo had his ult, yes, fine, but he doesn't have the execute. And that's the main issue. He took so much damage before he even made it to Man.
Yeah, that was really weird coming out of Neo. If he was going to go for that, he should have just decided on it and rushed straight for the Farsa, but he kind of stopped halfway. It felt like there was some hesitation. We saw Man move out of the recall, so I guess Neo was just afraid of being stunned out, but he still ended up dying anyway, so that was just a bit too greedy.
Yeah, but here we go. Neo once again looking for Man, gets on top of him, and quickly the flick, the rollback from Lexia. A perfect combination. Even the Beerus Passion's coming out. Gary, he wants his kill. Give him Lexia, and yes, they find it. Gary immediately purchases the Thunderbelt as Neo is on the way out, but the crossbow of Tang will secure and help Gary get that double kill, punishing Neo and Lexia for a sick play on Man.
Yep, they tried to go for the ambush, but didn't realize they were getting ambushed right back, and now they're continuing the pressure. Min coming in with the perfect match. Is he looking for the Fatal Links? No, he gets jumped out with the split, and now Born pulling him back. Min taking a lot of damage for Linkeza, but Linkeza taking just as much from the rest of his team. He gets the last hit, but he's going to drop as well. Kai jumping on top of Man, but biting off more than he can chew once again as Gary picks up the double.
Oh my goodness, everybody's playing well. Min was able to dodge the major execution coming in from Kai, but Neo finds his kill anyways, still kills Man, and now should be going over to give that kill to Valens. Woo-hoo-hoo, they are not backing down.
This is some really aggressive gameplay from both teams. Lexia almost getting Gary. Lolios jumping in. Does he have Zaman Force? I don't think he wants to invest in it right now, since looks like he is aware that there's someone in this bush. Lolios now in a bit of trouble, but popping the Zaman Force. He's going for Man instead. Does he get the kill?
Whoa!
Almost! He does not quite finish him off.
Oh, he can't get it, but he still kills my Min anyways. And now here comes the split, and it's too late. Gary finds the monster kill. He's kind of low, which allows Kai to do God's work. He's found one. Valens goes into the crossbow of Tang to finish him up and dodge Nibiru's Passion and gets the double on Lexia. But you know what? I'm going to admit, both of these teams, they're just flexing on each other.
Yeah, this is just absolute chaos right now. Non-stop fighting from both sides. Team CARACAL still ahead in terms terms of net worth. But Orange Esports putting up a very solid performance. Valens with the perfect timing on his crossbow of Tang as well. Lexia would have been able to easily get the kill otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, Nibiru's Passion was just literally 2 ticks away from executing Valens. And my goodness, this is some spicy gameplay coming in from both sides.
Right now, 6 minutes into the game, Team CARACAL are ahead in terms of net worth, but are behind in terms of kills. So Orange Esports are actually losing out a little bit in terms of farm simply because they are moving around together and looking for kills overall.
All right, now we do see the Blade of Despair coming out of Lexia. Now he's going to have more than enough damage to kill low health targets. Let's pull up the item list real quick. I want to see where Loliels is currently at with his items. And same goes for Valens as well. They're both level 8, and I see a Holy Crystal. That does mean he probably has 2 more items before that, but now Lexia is in a little bit of trouble. Is forced to flicker, and here comes the Fatal Links to put them down into the ground. Harith is dead, as well as the combinations from Karina is more than enough. Kai, he's trying his absolute best here, but Farsa is going to say nope with a crossbow of Tang to finish him off. That is going to be the engagement. And, oh no, Neo, he's trying. Oh wait, he finds it. He actually gets a trade. Does he get a second one? Nope. It's going to be a 1-for-3 trade in favor of Orange Esports.
This is just straight up chaos right now. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. This is just 2 teams throwing bodies at one another, hoping to come out on top. Is it exciting to watch? Yes, but is it wise coming out from both sides? For Orange Esports, I think this is exactly what they should be doing because they have the early game advantage. For Team CARACAL, they might be going a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I don't know. It feels like Neo feels obligated to try and clean up fights when it might not be necessary. I understand that he's looking to get these quick kills, but I think he just has to time the way he goes into it. He comes in a little too soon or a little too late. He's got to find that good balance in between. But here comes Kai looking for an opportunity to get on towards Born, who's got on with a split, finds the right initial target, but Kai flickers over the wall to make sure he doesn't get displaced. Mid is trying to go, but the backline gets attacked by Boxian as well as Neo. Now Born is caught out of position, and that's going to be an easy kill going over to Kai.
Yep, these are the opportunities Team CARACAL is looking for, but Valens now looking for the crossbow of Tang. Will he be able to pop it off? Not quite enough. Oh, he does. He got it. Mega kill going over. He gets another. That's going to be Loliels dropping down to Orange as well.
Oh, they should have known better there. Team CARACAL should have known better to be in range for that crossbow of Tang. Valens absolutely abuses the fact that he is strong. He's 4-2-6 as of yet, and with Weakness Finder, he can run anybody down.
Yep, I like that Valens was very smart with his resource usage there as well, because he actually got the proc of crossbow of Tang off of Link Eza, but chose not to use it on the Baxia, instead rotating over to use it on Loliels instead to guarantee the kill.
Now, interestingly enough, we see Mon, he's trying to zone them out with a feathered airstrike, but Link Eza is the one who gets pulled into the middle of the fray. He's going to be down, and that's a lot of ultimates who utilized on him, but it doesn't matter. Orange Esports, they've secured the Lord.
Yep, this Atlas is absolutely a comfort pick for Min, but Neo as well, just showing his stuff, finds him in the bush, gets the execute, and now he'll be able to spot out Valens as well.
Now, that's what you want to see from Neo. That's the timing we are looking from him. Now, if you pull up the items, let's see where we're currently at. Calamity Reaper straight into Holy Crystal for a rush of damage coming in from Loliels. I think he's also trying to get the feather on top of it all, and once he gets that, he's going to have more than enough damage with his Xammen Force to start cutting through. I don't see a lot, just Cursed Helms all across the board.
What I'm mainly concerned about in this game is that Orange Esports in the late game is going to be so tanky. Literally all of their heroes are difficult to kill with the exception of Man and Valens. And Team CARACAL, they don't have a frontline tank because Neo is playing on the Natalia, and Link Eza is not nearly as bulky as he would like.
Yeah, he is falling behind, but then again, Gary is 11-1-2, so I don't think you can really blame Link Eza in this situation. But now, here we go. This engagement will begin as they break open the bottom inhibitor for Orange Esports. Immediately, they start backing off. They understand they don't want to get caught, but Loliels, he's getting a little hungry for these kills, and unfortunately, that means that he's going to be paying for it with his life. Valens, so very sharp.
Yep, unfortunately for Lolil, so far the signature pick of his is not working out. There's a reason why teams don't go for the Harif anymore, simply because he is way too squishy and requires to be too close in range to actually output his DPS, and this allows Orange Esports to really take advantage of things. Team CARACAL now falling further and further behind as Orange look for another inhibitor.
Yep, and they are probably going to get it. They can siege it with the help of Farsa, but Neo stops the feathered airstrike. He's caught all by himself, and there is not enough of response from CARACAL to time it. Team CARACAL missed an opportunity, but Linkeza now begins the chase. Lexia, unfortunately, is trying his absolute best as he drops down. He doesn't even drop down the Salmon Force. It's a little too late, and now they backways. The crossbow of Tang already takes out one. Salmon Force now comes up. Lolios trying to find some kills on towards Gary or even Born. Either or would be good.
Yeah, but they're so tanky. It literally does not matter to them. Even though Team CARACAL were able to get some kills off of Orange Esports, they still end up losing a lot more ground in return. And now Orange are in full control of the map. We can see their net worth is going to be increasing quite heavily over the next few moments. And now the timer is really ticking for CARACAL.
They have to breathe somehow. I don't know. Team CARACAL, I think if they scale towards the later stages of the game, they should have enough, more than enough damage with Lexia and as well as Lolios and Kai. With the extra armor shred actually pairs up well with Lexia. But the main issue as of yet is the fact that everyone's making these mechanical mistakes. Lolios is jumping in, getting caught by Valens single-handedly, and instantly you see the crossbow of Tang take out the core members of Team CARACAL.
Orange Esports is very strong in a team fight situation, so they're just going to group up 5v5 against Team CARACAL that would very easily get picked off in 1v1. But the problem is their lineup is meant for 1v1, and now the Lord has already been taken down. Fatal Link's going to miss. Team CARACAL should be able to disengage from this, but they're going to have to just retreat back to their base again.
Oh, yeah, Born able to find Linkeza, who manages to get on just in time, but Lolios tries his best to make the play for the team. Unfortunately, doesn't find any trade. He got close to killing Valens, but not close enough.
Neo actually jumping in, but the Wind of Nature gonna protect Valens from everything. Neo jumps back in, but Valens gets the mega kill. Team CARACAL is going for these desperate attempts, but it's not working.
Oh man, it looks like this might be going to a Game 3. Orange Esports have full control over this game with a 5k lead and a Luminous Lord coming down on bot side. Things are looking pretty grim for Team CARACAL.
Now Born already in the backline to just zone out the remaining members. It's a 3v5. Loliel's gonna be jumping back for Fatal Links. Finds two straight into the backline as the crossbow of Tang picks off the rest. Loliel's the only survivor, but there's no minions. So right now Orange Esports cannot push just yet, but the Lord is coming in. Loliel's gets one kill onto the glue. The rest of Orange Esports will just back it off. Will they be able to defend against the Lord? Loliel's doing a lot of damage to Gary, but he is still fine. They go straight in. There's minions. Gary's looking for the crystal. They're just going to end the game right there and dead.
Oh boy, GG, well played for Orange Esports. Woo! What a game that coming out of them. Really mechanically well played, and the trades that they are making really make the difference as they start transitioning in towards the mid and late games. Unfortunately for Team CARACAL, they fell off and they couldn't do any more than that.
I don't really know about you, but I am personally feeling exhausted after that game. It was just fight after fight after fight, and I do feel like in the end, Team CARACAL ended up losing a bit too much ground because they went for overly aggressive plays all the time. Some of these picks didn't really work out for them, and Orange Esports just having such a bulky front line and really good ways to CC and control the enemy proved to be the winning factor.
I think for Team CARACAL, it's just lack of discipline. There was a lot of these weird, desperate plays and weird mechanical mistakes coming out of them that they need to hold back on and really start to control. It's unfortunate to see that Team CARACAL has come to this particular state because, again, there's some very obvious mistakes I feel like everybody can kind of identify here. Neo especially, he feels like he's obligated to get these one-for-one trades, and when he doesn't get it, he's going to try it again.
Yeah, the problem again with Team CARACAL is if they fall behind in the early to mid game, they have a difficult time coming back in the late game simply because they want to fight. And you can't fight when you're behind. You just end up giving too much advantage over to your enemy. As we can see here, this was a much faster game coming out of Orange Esports, lasting only 13 minutes. But the kill score for this game is just insane.
It's ridiculous. There's over 42 kills in such a short span of time. Continuous fighting from Team CARACAL made them lose sight of what was the most important thing in the world. And unfortunately for Loliels, this was not his game. A lot of this just came down to Team CARACAL. Yes, you can technically win the lane, that's totally fine, but Linkeza, he's not playing the dedicated carry. He's not looking for these opportunities. He's trying to peel for the rest of his team. And if the rest of his team are throwing their lives away for sick plays, it really doesn't matter.
And you have to look at how defensively Team CARACAL ended up forced to build their items. Loliels, Linkeza, and Kai all had a Winter Trunkian as their second or third item. Lexia had a Wind of Nature. They were terrified of being caught out by Orange Esports. And even having these defensive items don't matter because you don't have someone to protect the backline. You don't have someone to distract for your Harith. It just doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's frustrating to say the very least, but I mean, it's something that Team CARACAL have to learn through defeat. It has to cost them something, and even Kai, oh boy, I mean, what can we really say about it, right? I mean, he's got a Winter Truncheon, he's trying to get these executes, he even has the Dire Hit Blessing to try his very best to secure these important kills, but even then, the animation for his ult on Dire, it's so long.
Yeah, and then you have to look over at Gary as well. He had a really good game. There's a reason why teams are starting to ban out this Karina. The tank Karina build, just really oppressive overall, having a 14-1 KDA.
Oh boy, rough game indeed, but well played, especially for Orange Esports. Let's look at the MVP of this game coming in from Orange Esports. It is going to be Valens on this 1-1.
Valens had a really strong time in the early game. Again, I feel like this was a prioritization in the gold lane. So far, the teams that have been able to apply pressure onto their gold lane opponent have been able to take control of the game from the beginning. In the last game, it was Loliels. This time, it's going to be Valens.
Yeah, I mean, they try to go toe-to-toe against the Harith, right? And at the end of the day, Harith as well, Loliels as well as Neo were trying their very best to kind of control it. But when you see the Atlas starting to run on through and they force Loliels down to at least 20% of his HP, man, it's a tough lane.
It really is, and I do feel like Team CARACAL pushed themselves into a little bit of a corner here. I don't think they were expecting the Atlas and Glue to come out with that last pick, so that was really well played by Orange Esports to keep these really bulky heroes until the end to try and surprise them, because they were already seeing that with the Natalia coming out, Team CARACAL are going to be a lot squishier than they are, and if they can just out-survive them, they will be fine.
I mean, that would have been ideal, but let's look at the highlights here. Brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. And I mean, oh man, this top interaction, it's so good, yet so bad for so many different reasons.
We can see that Team CARACAL were already getting a pretty good start, but then they started making really notable mistakes. Their ambushes were being punished by Orange Esports, and they simply didn't have the tools to be able to respond to it. You can see that the fights were being completely split up, and Team CARACAL didn't know how to reposition themselves.
Yeah, it's rather strange, to be honest. It really is rather strange, and a lot of these big escapes coming in from Orange Esports are very telegraphed, and Team CARACAL, unfortunately, were not able to capitalize on the right situations, despite the fact that they got a couple of trade kills in return, but eventually Orange Esports were able to outscale them, and with a large number of kills to actually speed up that process, it made it so difficult for Team CARACAL to get back in it.
Another really notable but simple thing that Team CARACAL were simply missing is crowd control. They have literally no CC in their lineup, and Orange Esports can just walk all over them. Born is free reign, Gary has free reign, Min just needs to set things up. The only kind of CC they have is the smoke screen from Neo, and Link is knocking people aside a bit with the shield unity.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, every single time you see just the split up from Team CARACAL, it's unfortunate. And even Neo, he just tries to go back in to secure this kill onto Valens, mistimes his execute, and he ends up getting punished for it. I think, you know, at the end of the day, this is not the best performance we've seen from Team CARACAL, and they have to learn from this, especially for game number 3.
Yeah, but we already noted in game number 1 that Team CARACAL seems to have better cohesion now, but all of a sudden in game number 2, we just start seeing them lose it. We see individual members try to go in and pick off kills while the rest of the team is reeling from a previous fight. They need to have better communication if they want to come out on top. But we will be right back with game number 3. We're going to be going on a short break, and we hope to see you guys in just a little bit.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Must be blood.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
The battle at the top of the groups may be intense, but it seems that the battle at the bottom is even more so. Welcome back to MPL-MY Season 9, ladies and gentlemen. And we are here to welcome you once again. My name is Staffa. Alongside with me is going to be Gideon, bidding all of you welcome back to MPL-MY. We have just come off a very intense 1-to-1 between Orange and CARACAL. But before we go to game number 3, we have to remind you, all of this is only possible because of our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok Live, esports charts, and EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI.
Yep, thank you to all audience members who are here today, as well as this beautiful stage, all brought to you by our sponsors here. Thank you so much for making this happen, because this event is pretty lit, and these games even more crazier than ever. Team CARACAL coming off of a loss. It's currently 1-to-1 between Orange Esports and CARACAL. That momentum that we were expecting CARACAL to actually have now being stopped. Hopefully, it doesn't affect their mood too much.
Well, you know what they say though, sometimes being able to secure victory in game number 2 gives the morale you really need to come out on top in game number 3. So we will see what happens after we have a look at the damage dealt by each of these players in the previous game.
Yep, and Valens having the top damage for the team, 71,000 overall, with Gary pretty, well, I would like to say closely behind, but 51,000 is still 20,000 away. He was able to end with a really nasty KDA, but it's still just so many members from Team CARACAL just dropping the ball and really not playing very cohesively.
Yep, the heroes individually are fairly strong from the side of Team CARACAL, and they should be able to take pretty solid 1v1 skirmishes, but Orange Esports are the team that plays very well when they are together. So I feel like Team CARACAL might have played a little bit to their strengths here, especially since we know Gary is going to be on that Karina, so his early game presence is much more oppressive in comparison.
Yeah, I think, man, I really think that unfortunately in game 2, they got to really learn from these mistakes, because this could have been an opportunity to go for that quick 2-0. But this means that there is hope for Orange Esports, right? That there is a possibility that they might be able to maintain their lead against the HOMEBOIS so they don't fall in danger of relegation.
Well, we certainly know that they're going to need it. Group A right now is incredibly competitive, as basically 2nd to 5th place can shift at any point in time. Even in week number 7, we have no idea who is going to the upper brackets and who is not making it to playoffs.
Some scary stuff here. The 2-minute timer has already been put. Do you think there's going to be some adaptations for the side of Orange Esports and as well as Team CARACAL?
I think right now what Orange Esports has gone for here is much more comfortable to their style of play, something that Min is able to set up for, something that will allow Born to basically sustain his presence in the lane. I think what Team CARACAL are going to need here is, again, lock-in options that will allow them to have more of an early game. Yes, Natalia is very strong in that early game, but not when you're up against what Orange Esports has in store.
I don't know. I still think that the Atlas, the only reason the Atlas was around because there was Farsa and there is a need for that setup. If there was any other hero, I think Min would probably look for something else. Same goes for Mon. And I don't know. It's a weird combination to see that early in the draft as well.
Well, it certainly worked out for them though. I just feel like this Atlas is a comfort pick for Min. We know that he can make a lot happen with it, and it's not a hero that is particularly weak against any lineup. Of course, it pays for that by not being particularly strong against any lineup, but that also makes it a very safe average pick. A good amount of presence, good amount of CC. All he's really lacking is solid ways to wave clear.
Yeah, and oh boy. Well, we'll see how this is going to be playing out, because it seems blue side dominance continues to reign, and Orange Esports really need to think of a strong draft here on that red side, which I don't think CARACAL or even Orange Esports have some significant answers to. It really depends on those pocket picks that could threaten your opponents.
But with 15 seconds left on the timer, we are about to enter game number 3 of our second series of the day. As we mentioned beforehand, both these teams are currently at the 4th position of their respective groups. So any additional points they're able to earn are going to be immensely valuable.
All right, here we go. This is going to be game number 3, the decider with Team CARACAL on the blue side and Orange Esports on the red.
So far, blue side has had a 100% win rate in this series. Will Team CARACAL be able to continue that trend, or will Orange show that they have been able to adapt to the brand new meta? We will find out, because the first bans have already come out, the Eve from CARACAL and the Valentina from Orange.
Ooh, CARACAL are respecting Valence on this 1-1 and are banning it out relatively early as well. Valentina, since it's gone, I'm expecting to see possibly Fanny, possibly Masha from OE.
Yeah, they definitely have to ban out the Fanny, and I think the Masha is a necessity as well. So this is going to give CARACAL a lot of power, especially if they want to first pick that Karina. And we already saw how oppressive it can be. I wonder if Orange Esports will swap out this final ban just to see if they can counteract it.
Well, personally, I think CARACAL is in that position where it's like, oh, do they have to ban it? Do they have to ban the Fanny, or do they know Orange Esports is going to do it anyways? They could still look to ban out the Karina at the end of the day and say, hey, Fanny's open, let's see if Orange Esports wants to get rid of it, and then look to play about a 50-50.
The 50-50, I wonder if it would be too risky for them to do so right now. If given the option of both Fanny and Karina here, which one do you think CARACAL will lean more towards?
I feel like Team CARACAL are still going to go for the Fanny over the Karina personally. But then again, here we go. CARACAL ends up banning out the Fanny. Orange Esports now are probably going to ban out the Hilda.
Do they really want to ban out the Hilda though? I feel like Karina is much more of a threat overall. Maybe if they let the Hilda through, they could try to bait it out, but I don't really think it's something that Neo would really heavily prioritize either.
I mean, I guess so. There is that big question of like, what kind of composition is Team CARACAL having in mind to go here? And it looks like Orange Esports, yeah, they are going to consider, hey, you know what, Hilda may not necessarily be a problem. Let's get rid of Karina, which we've already shown that Gary is great at playing, so it just means that Team CARACAL probably can pull it off too.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense to me, and Team CARACAL are going to be locking in their first pick very quickly, the Ling for Link Eza.
Oh, do they want to steal, does Orange Esports want to steal away the Angela early, or look to play Baxia, maybe even Esmeralda to try to counteract it? We've seen many times that even though you do have the counter picks, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is, you know, impossible for Link to steal 1v5.
Orange Esports, what will they want to go for here? Solid options at this point would be safe picks that don't really lose lane too hard and might have some crowd control to be able to deal with the Ling. I think the glue played by Born in the previous game is not bad, but not a hero I think they need to grab so early on.
We'll see. Orange Esports, first they get Beatrix and as well as Roger. Beatrix still a pretty good flex pick overall for Orange Esports if they want to, but they're denying it off of Lexia. Now let's see if Lexia actually goes for the Farsa here. That will tell us a little more about how his particular hero pool is for the mid lane.
Yep, absolutely. If Lexia is really the most comfortable on this Farsa, then he will go ahead and pick it again, because this is probably going to be CARACAL's final chance to lock that in for themselves. As for what else they go for here in the first phase, I think going for their roamer is most likely going to be safest. Maybe something like the Cho for Neo.
Cho or Ruby is really good here. Cho or Ruby for Neo would be optimal. Let's see, 6 more seconds. We are seeing Phobius being the first initial pick, as well as the Hilda for the side of Team CARACAL. Okay. There is a possibility that Kai isn't playing the Phobius and Lexia is. We've seen Suhas Esports do it before. So is Orange Esports going to lock in Esmeralda?
Ooh, the Esmeralda.
Right? You lock in Esmeralda, then you start banning out Dairoth as well as the Khalid to ensure that it's going to be a decent
I like it. I absolutely like it. It not only counters the Phobius, it counters the Hilda as well. And as you highlighted, they can ban out the counters in the second phase to make sure that Born is not bullied out of lane by Kai.
Okay. So let's see whether they go with that plan, right? Orange Esports, for all we know, they could still prioritize, like, hey, we can still get rid of some tough matchups down in the goal lane to make sure that Valence is going to have a good time. For all we know, the Beatrix could be flexed around. It's still tough to say, but let's see where they're going to point their finger and move in that direction.
I think banning out the counters to Esmeralda would make a lot more sense, but interestingly enough, they ban out Matilda, really?
Why?
That just does not make sense to me here.
Okay. So Matilda gets banned. I'm suspecting maybe Orange Esports is looking to get Farsa, right? CARACAL, they ban out Lilia first, and that's no surprise. That's a surprise to nobody. I think CARACAL is going to focus down on the mid lane, and Orange Esports are trying to take away annoying supports. Annoying possible mages. I'm guessing Selena is also going to get banned out here for OE, and that will kind of give the green light for Farsa, right?
But why go for this at this point? You already know the rumor on the side of CARACAL, unless they're saying like, oh, Alexia can play the Matilda, Alexia can play the Selena. That does not make sense to me. Absolutely, they should be going on the ban on either the Khalid or the Derov here, because they already saw how much trouble Born can have in the EXP lane.
Oh, fair enough. And there we go. It's going... Ooh. They're going to get rid of Farsa altogether. So what else does Lexia have in his pool? I think that's just the overall story arc here for Orange Esports up against Team CARACAL. Valir gets banned out for some reason.
I guess they just don't want the Hilda to be counteracted. They see that, okay, Valir is the obvious choice to counter the Masha. Hilda does sort of a similar thing, so they just don't want that to happen. Plus, it would be able to push out the Ling when he wants to go for the engage. And that's not ideal right now, because being able to pick up all of the Tempest Blades is quite important.
Okay, so Team CARACAL was making sure that they're focusing on taking away mid lane priority, people who can either stop Hilda or push out the waves really, really quickly. And that's totally fine, because now Hilda is able to kind of go in and stay in the jungle longer and not get disturbed too much. Orange Esports going to be locking in the Kadita. Let's see how CARACAL respond.
Okay, picking up the Kadita here confirms that this will be a Valence Beatrix in the gold lane, so that is information that CARACAL can use to give Lolils a better matchup. There's still the obvious counters like the Popol and Koopa, but we've already seen that Lolils doesn't really like going for these typical pickups.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know here. I'm a little lost in this particular draft. It feels like both are taking some really weird directions overall. There's no clear idea what they want to yet. They could be baiting each other for all we know. Team CARACAL, let's see how they're going to finish off this composition, so at least we get the full picture of what they've been trying to do this whole time. Popo and Koopa get locked in for Loliels as well as Kagura. So that means they actively picked Phoveus, knowing that there's only a small amount of dash-ins on Orange Esports, and they told Kai, yo, you're gonna get counterpicked, good luck.
Yeah, this is just really weird to me. On one hand, yes, Lolil's going for the Popol and Koopa finally makes sense to me. He's been avoiding that for a while. But yes, why put this Phoveus in a losing lane when it can be flexed into the mid lane instead? I'm just inclined to believe that Lexia cannot play it.
I don't think they want to give up that mid lane prio. I think that's the most important thing here. It could be a pivot from the side of Team CARACAL saying, hey, we can't have Phoveus in the mid lane, especially when Kadita is able to outpush him, and then Hilda is going to be in trouble. We need to make sure we have control. And the rest of Team CARACAL was like, you know what? We agree. Orange Esports going to be locking in the Atlas for themselves, and I think that's a really good option, just to slow down the Hilda from running around, especially with the new passive given to Atlas.
Yeah, I think this is just a comfort pick once again for Orange Esports. Their draft is looking pretty solid overall, and while Team CARACAL does have a lot of damage, I am a little bit worried about this EXP lane priority. At the very least, in the gold lane and mid lane, it should be pretty 50-50.
Yep, all right, let's get into this game here. I'm interested to see why this was the draft for Team CARACAL. I mean, it's going to be important. I'm not sure what Kai really brings to the table with this Phoveus, especially with just the lack of dashes from the side of Orange Esports.
Yeah, it's really weird overall, but looking at the lineups once again, Team CARACAL going to have a really strong early game with the Hilda, but all of the other lanes need time to scale up. So that is going to be openings that Orange Esports can take advantage of with this Atlas Atlas, Kadita, and Roger. And if they're able to claim the advantage in the early to mid game, then they will be able to disrupt Team CARACAL's momentum.
All right, there's a bunch of stuff I want to talk about, but first of all, CARACAL on the blue side up against Orange Esports on the red. I was thinking about enablers for Phoveus. Any sort of displacements can trigger that demonic force, and Neo technically does have one. Link Eza and as well as Lolios, all of them have a way to kind of displace their opponents ever so slightly.
So far, Neo doing a good amount of damage to Gary. He might have to force him to use the retry here, and it looks like he does. And now Gary taking a lot of damage from Neo. Min not able to help out enough, but Perfect Match should be able to solidify this kill. Looks like Neo staying a bit too long.
I don't know. Neo probably should have taken the fruit there, but I guess that's going to be the end of that situation. Link Eza is still able to steal away that purple buff and slow down Gary's farm, which inevitably Neo has done his job.
Yeah, I think Neo definitely allowed himself to die there because he knew it's okay as long as I can buy enough time for Link Eza to steal the buff away. That is going to be huge because Gary literally has to start with an only one buff start.
Oh, this is so frustrating. Neo is already back at him once again. A one buff start and now moving over to his core ball. Neo knows where he's going to be. He's going to start making his way there. Mon trying to slow him down for the time being to allow Gary to finish this off, but Neo not going to let him have that much fun.
Yep, Neo doing a very good job. I think he was actually able to steal that away from Gary too. And now Link Eza coming in, already hitting the level 4 Tempest of Blades, picks up the easy kill. And now Min, the next one to be targeted, doing a lot of damage. Lexia coming in from the mid lane as well. Min will escape, but the damage is done.
Yo, Gary, you got to start kiting there. I know you don't want to die like that, but now Valence is going to pay the price as the rest of Team CARACAL moves in for the kill. Mon gets into the middle. Lolios flickers forward to secure it, and now it's going to be up to Mon to survive. He can give another kill over to Team CARACAL.
Yep, this Hilda has been incredibly effective, and it's still right up to Gary's neck, just breathing on him the entire game. Neo literally has more EXP right now than Gary on this Roger, and that is a bad start.
Oh, wait, Mon, he's so low. He manages to survive. Here comes the rough waves to secure the kill onto Kagura. Lexia ends up dying, but Neo, he's so obnoxious. He just won't let Gary play the video game.
Yeah, Orange Esports is doing a good job of getting kills, but Neo is just making it so that Gary cannot play, and Neo will be fine. I think Born might be able to pick up this kill, but even if he does, and he doesn't, Neo does not care at all.
He's coming back at him again, and Gary,
oh god,
he literally can't. He's so done with this right now, and Team CARACAL is able to secure the turtle of the first turtle of the game. Born, I think he was doing absolutely fine against Kai, but then after that interaction and with Link Eza chunking him out, this creates enough space for Kai to actually shove out that wave, get free farm, and maybe possibly look to rotate?
Words cannot describe how terrible this is for Gary right now. Neo is in his face again, nearly killing him. And Mon coming in, finally giving some help. They should be able to pick off Neo, but Gary is 2 full levels behind Link Eza because Min has to spend a lot of time helping Valence out against Lolios.
The worst part is after all that harassment, he still doesn't get the kill. It goes over to Mon.
That's rough.
It's still, there's literally no cost efficiency here for him. He still is at ground zero and will have to play as best as he can. But notice that Born, he needs to dominate this lane really, really hard. Like, he should not let Kai even walk out of this lane. But Gary now looking for an opportunity to punish. They find Neo. It's going to be the Fatal Links pulling him back right into Beatrix's Nibiru's Passion. Yin Yang Overturn comes off from Lexia. It doesn't deal enough damage just yet. He's still lacking items. Balance is going to get locked down here. But Gary, he wants Lolios. Alpha Wolf doesn't exactly connect in time. Mistimes it, unfortunately. Gary does not get knocked up and walks away for free. Link Eza, is able to secure the kill onto Mon. Good timings of the rough waves. Thinking that maybe he gets an escape card for free out of jail, but nah, not this time.
Yep, really good mechanical gameplay from Link Eza. Team CARACAL definitely shaping things up in a more comfortable position. Min, though, this could be a pretty nice ultimate. The flicker at the last moment from Lolios gonna solidify it. Lexia knows Valence is in the bush and targets him as well.
Oh boy, that's another 2 kills already being given over to Team CARACAL. Now 5-4 against Orange Esports, who are looking a little disorientated here. Born just left on an island by himself to continue to punish, and the harassment continues to go on. Bottom tier 1 is down. Purple buff is given over to Team CARACAL, and despite having this losing lane in Kai, the rest of the team are so proactive, playing as 4.
So you know how in previous games we mentioned that Hilda doesn't seem to be quite as effective as Masha? Well, we are definitely getting the masterclass here today, and unfortunately Orange Esports are the victims. Min gonna get the fatal links onto Loliel. That's gonna be a free kill going over to them at least.
Yep. And we see that Kai, he purposefully sacrificed that top side of the map just so that he can get mid farm as well. He is technically a level up on Born as of yet. In terms of gold, he's probably going to be a little bit behind, but he doesn't mind. He scales for the late game anyways. Neo continuously being annoying against Gary, who can't seem to get him off his back.
Yeah, even when he goes to the lane to farm, Neo is there to be responding to it. He has his eyes set on this Roger, and Gary is just wishing that he could escape from this really clingy stalker right now.
Yep, the nightmare continues. Born sees Neo. He notices everything that's going on. He should be zoning out, but no. Oh, wait. Lexia goes for it, dodges the falling Star Moon, and forces out the rough waves while Neo just walks past. Interesting moves coming out from Orange Esports. I would have thought that Neo would have been a little bit more of a priority here, but this could be it. They're setting up the ambush. Neo, he needs to know better here. Oh, he gets knocked up, and it's the full combination. They're not going to let him get away with it. The Fatal Links only lands onto 1, but the counterattack from Link, Eza, and as well as Lexia, they don't find the return kill onto Gary.
Yep, that was a really nice catch coming out from Orange Esports, and now Born, he's looking for Lexia. His health is low. Cooldowns are being used, but he's able to flicker away from danger. So Orange Esports, at the very least, are able to find something in return.
Yep, and now Gary, he doesn't have a lot of time. He needs to do this now. He's going to go onto his orange buff, and Born, he's going to go on top side. Notice that Hilda is booking it towards that orange side. He wants to catch him off. He's calling Born, yo, could you help me out, make sure he doesn't get close? And yes, he's there to match him. Perfect. As you see, Gary is behind, and he wants to catch up, so he's calling for that top wave.
Yeah, Neo is going to start falling off at this point. He's definitely done his job, but now it's up to the rest of Team CARACAL to make sure that this advantage will matter as the game progresses, because Born has become strong enough to actually take this 1v1 and start pressuring out Team CARACAL from aggressive play.
Yeah, but Born is missing out on EXP. Like, look at Kai. He's been farming the mid lane this entire time, and now he's 2 levels ahead. Born in the middle of the fight tries with a falling star move, but it's not going to be good enough. But the rest of the members of Orange Esports deter Team CARACAL for the full engagement.
Yeah, Team CARACAL now going to rotate over to the Turtle Pit. They have full control of this area. Min going to be looking for the Fatal Links, but he does not have Flicker up for another 20 seconds. So it's up to Born to zone things out, but he might be a bit too far.
Yep. Mid lane is going to get shoved out. Very smart moves coming in from Orange Esports, as now they are the ones having full control, but it's still Link Asa who finds it and secures the turtle. They get a kill on towards Born, and now they're going to be rushing. Fatal Links coming in from mid is going to be enough, but the rough waves just doesn't deal enough damage. Kai able to dodge all of it with a demonic force.
Oh no, Orange Esports has fallen way too far behind in terms of scaling. That was an excellent Fatal Links combo, but the rough waves literally did nothing despite the 3-man catch, and you know that is never a good situation. Neo now zoning out the rest of Orange. They want to get this kill, but he just walks into the bush and he's fine.
Wow, I really thought Neo was like, hey, there's a possibility Neo dies here, walks into the bush, and it's like, nope, there's no way he's gonna die here. Hey, man's still healthy and fine. Let's have...
Did he? Oh my god, he did.
He did. I feel so bad for Gary right now. He's just getting oppressed by the enemy jungler. He's getting ganked all the time by Neo, and he finally gets his orange buff. It's like, all right, at least I have a buff.
Oh my, you never want to be in a situation where you have to say, at least I have a buff, but that's exactly what Team CARACAL have been doing to him. They have hard focused the jungler on the side of Orange Esports because they know that as long as they can stop him, they will be able to take full control over the mid to late game due to the sheer amount of scaling that their lineup has.
All right, it's time to pull up the item list. Where are they at? How far behind is Gary in terms of gold and EXP? And what items is Neo building? And Neo is building straight into Dominance Ice. Makes sense. I think he's going to go for an Oracle next. Link Asa getting his 3rd item of the game in comparison to Gary, who barely has finished finished getting the components for his endless battle.
It's gonna be pretty rough. It's not that bad just yet, but Born now gonna get focused down. Man going for Lolios in the backline and going to get the execution onto the Bobble and Koopa, but he's probably going to give up his own life in exchange.
Ouch. Ouch. Instantly getting punished here. 2 kills fall into the hands of Team CARACAL as Min tries to essentially make a play. Valens focuses on getting the objectives to try and minimize this gold lead that Team CARACAL has. But Lord is up and ready to go. They are going to start it off quick while you see Gary just farming that bottom side to catch up in terms of his own items. Once he gets his third, then he's going to be relevant and will be taking the tier 1 in trade for the Lord.
Yeah, this is the best thing that Gary will be able to do right now. He's still 2 levels behind on Link Eza, and anytime he can confirm that this Link is basically taking a neutral objective, that is going to be a free ticket for him to play on the opposite side of the map and get some much needed net worth. But in comparison to the Link, Roger is going to scale much worse into the late game, so I'm wondering if at this point in time Gary is actually going to be able to do anything anymore.
Well, to be fair, I think Roger scales decently well. It's just very conditional. He needs his team to start dealing a lot more damage and start peeling and get them low, because once he gets that first initial kill and there's plenty of low targets, that's when he really pops off. Gary is the cleanup crew rather than the initiator.
I guess that does make sense, but the rest of RED Esports aren't exactly doing the best as well, so we'll see exactly what's going to happen. Team CARACAL now has primary control over the map. The Lord is pushing down the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, ideally if Team CARACAL is able to get an inhibitor off of this very first Lord, that would be great, but Neo, he opens up the map once again, and Gary actually has some pretty decent damage, but the high ground defense coming in from Valens. Top side is already cleared up. There's a second wave coming on in, so the outer turrets are going to get focused first, but it's all about that timing. So tier 2 mid falls down relatively quickly. Lexi has taken a good amount of damage, but Gary forced backwards as he's just chunking out the Lord. They clear up that wave, and now even top side, where we go for Fatal Links finds Neo, but now the full turnaround. Kai is able to jump right into the middle of the fight. He's got more than enough. Does he want to take that last amount of course? No, he does not, even though it is Born.
Now, a good defense from RED Esports. They take it 1-4-2, and they don't end up losing any inhibitors. Team CARACAL, again, might have been playing a bit too aggressively, trying to go for the big AoE damage right underneath their inhibitor, and it ended up getting them caught out. And this is just kind of unfortunate, Link Eza not getting that last hit on the creep, but at this stage of the game, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's nothing to do for the side of Team CARACAL, right? They've got all the outer turrets. They could look to siege, but their composition isn't that great at sieging in comparison to RED Esports, who have really great ways of initiation in comparison to Team CARACAL. So Team CARACAL are depending on RED Esports to walk out of the base and miss their first initial engagement with Min.
What RED Esports in comparison is looking for at this point of time is just delaying for as long as possible. The Fatal Links finds Link Eza on the wall. He was not seeing that coming.
Yep, that's why you can't face check these brushes, and it's good because now Min, he used his ultimate, didn't even have to use the flicker. Link Eza just opened up and donated that free kill over. A good play coming in from RED Esports, knowing Link Eza's behaviors.
Yeah, and now Born jumping in with the Falling Star, doing a lot of damage. Lexia has to flicker away, but Born still chasing him down. Will he actually be able to pick this up? No, Neo is delaying him long enough, but Born also buying enough time for them to get the mid tier 2.
Yep, Link Eza is going to be coming back up in about 5 seconds or so, and it's important that they do because RED Esports have finally canceled out the gold lead Team CARACAL has developed and are finally scaling and back in the game.
RED Esports doing a very good job of keeping their net worth up. Now Kai in a bit of trouble, pops the Demonic Force, jumps on top of Gary into the backline with Link Eza, but the Leg Path keeps him alive for now. Tempest the place and then use a 2-man Fatal Links, sets up for the kill with Valens as the Lord finishes off Lexia. Lolio's now the only survivor. Born right on top of him, forces the flicker out for him to actually try and survive this. RED Esports turning this around.
Finally, they're back into this game. They scaled up nicely. Born is basically unkillable, and Gary, oh, he's done his job. The rest of the team is ready to play.
We are looking at the comeback story right here, folks. Valens gonna be able to take down the mid inhibitor, the bottom inhibitor falling to Man and Born. Lolio still the only one alive, but he does have immortality, so even if they're
rushing in,
but they're rushing the crystal, they're going straight for it. Rough Waves takes out the immortality. The rest of Team CARACAL is coming back. Will they be able to defend it? Man, he's just auto-attacking. He gets the last hit, and RED Esports finishes the comeback victory.
Woo! They increase their gap away from the homeboys. A difficult game for Gary, but he's got some reliable teammates to help him through. Well done coming in for Orange Esports. GG, well played.
No one could have anticipated this result, but Orange Esports shows they have what it takes to stand on a higher stage, and they're going to be feeling real good after that sort of victory. In fact, let's see how they feel once we go into the mic check.
Buka ulti guys. Hasil buka ulti.
Oi, dah ulti
Aku ada. Neo.
Dapat, Rudy.
Aku dah. Brody no flick.
Yap.
Nice.
Ruby tak ada flicker.
Hati-hati Kim, kau boleh mati. Nice.
Dia minta.
Aduh, sorry.
Kau ada skill 2.
Nice. Boleh lot.
Boleh.
Jom. Link limit.
Tak apa, link tak apa.
Ready.
3 orang je.
Jaga Ruby. Macam maksa je ni kan.
Aku dive. Ni aku dive.
Mati. Tahu.
Boleh tak?
Ni kenapa? Dia flicker.
Dapat.
Backup betul.
Aku jaga belakang.
Tahu villain. Nice.
Aku jaga. Dapat. Bisa. Dah. Belakang Bon.
Boleh kan?
Boleh Bon.
Bon. Dia tunggu reset berarti dia tadi.
Dapat. 4. Batai.
Link low.
Gini boleh. Hilang. Betul.
Boleh makan tu kalau dah ni. Angkat. Nice.
Betul.
Nice. Aku mati. Nice.
Aku doa.
Misi ke upper bracket masih lagi teruskan oleh pasukan Orange Esports selepas mereka menewaskan pasukan CARACAL. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku stage host bersama-sama dengan Man daripada wakil pasukan Orange Esports. First of all, tahniah Man.
Alhamdulillah, tahniah.
Alright, sekarang ni kedudukan pasukan Orange semakin lama semakin boleh sampai ke peringkat upper bracket. Satu keajaiban yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Orange sendiri. Jadi, apa perasaan Man selepas berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan terhadap pasukan CARACAL?
Perasaan mungkin mesti happy lah sebab dapat kekekalan win streak kan selepas kemasukan Valen. Rasa bangga.
Rasa bangga? Wah, sama. Kita rasa bangga. Okay, alright. Soalan yang kedua, bercakap tentang draft. Kalau awak punya kembar, iaitu Min, gemar menggunakan hero Roma tangkap. Di game yang ada menggunakan Ruby, ada menggunakan Atlas sampai 2 kali. Jadi, boleh tak share sedikit sebanyak tentang draft yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Orange sampai mereka menunjukkan prestasi yang cukup membanggakan?
Mungkin dari pandangan saya lah. Mungkin kami suka lebih pada hero macam catcher lah. Suka tangkap orang macam tu. Sebab lagi mudahkan kerja kami lah tangkap orang.
Oh, okey. Tapi nampaknya berhasil Alright. Memandangkan minggu depan kita dah masuk minggu yang terakhir sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat playoff. Bagi pendapat peribadi Iman, adakah pasukan Orange dengan prestasi sekarang mampu untuk pergi ke bahagian upper bracket?
InsyaAllah kami rasa kami akan boleh ke upper bracket.
Amin ya rabbal alamin. Alright, jadi sebelum kita lepaskan Man kepada pasukan Orange, mungkin Man ada nak katakan sedikit sebanyak kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Orange yang berada dekat dalam Quill City Mall dan juga yang sedang menyaksikan live stream ini secara langsung.
Okey, kepada fan-fan Orange yang ada kat sini dengan kat rumah yang sanggup songkol kami, terima kasih banyak-banyak lah. Walaupun kami pada awal season kami banyak jatuh kan, tapi insyaAllah kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk bangkit ke upper bracket.
Wow, itu satu jawapan yang cukup baik. Mungkin kita tak sangka pasukan Orange mampu pergi ke Grand Final. Tapi sebelum tu kita akan terus pergi kepada post show untuk melihat apa yang berlaku bersama Lafel dan juga Aveja.
Terima kasih Steve dan itulah dia kemenangan untuk pasukan Orange Esports 2 berbalas dengan 1 dan sekarang ni Aveja bersama dengan Lafel. So Lafel untuk kita punya game yang ketiga tadi.
Semua orang suka comeback story Orange Esports ada nombor 5 sekarang. Betul-betul nampak macam mereka boleh pergi pada upper bracket. Tetapi sememangnya dekat dalam game tadi, kepujian yang penuh. Kalau boleh I nak bagi MVP, I nak bagi kat Min. Sebab dia punya fatal link dekat dalam game tadi memang sangat-sangat cantik. Saya rasa memang kesemua daripada pasukan Orange Esports main dengan bagus. Tapi disebabkan Min pakai Atlas, that was a game changer.
kalau kita tengok tadi untuk pasukan CARACAL sendiri, untuk game yang ketiga, adakah mereka ada buat perubahan ataupun masih lagi maintain benda yang sama, masih lagi leka dengan apa yang terjadi di game yang sebelum tu tadi?
Yang game ketiga tadi, mereka tak dapat nak adjust transition daripada bahagian early masuk kepada bahagian late game. Masa bahagian early game, mereka main cantik. Neo kacau foul, lepas tu mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan threat dan sebagainya, semua tu okey. Tetapi bila dah masuk kepada bahagian mid game, di mana Gary dah boleh farm sedikit, kemudian kita boleh tengok Valence boleh keluarkan damage yang banyak, mereka dah macam tak sure. Okey, sekarang ni fasa awal dah settle. Kita dah kacau Gary punya farm. Apa yang kita nak lakukan selepas ini? Sebab nampak walaupun dah masuk pada bahagian late game, Neo masih cuba untuk kacau Gary. Jadi dekat situ just nampak mereka punya adjustment sedikit slow.
Baik, sekarang ni jom sama-sama kita tengok mereka punya itemization untuk pasukan.
Ya, untuk kedua-dua pasukan
kedua
kat sini.
pasukan.
Untuk pasukan CARACAL dan juga Orange Esports, di mana kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization, Link Eza dekat sini, di mana awal-awal dia dah fokus dia punya Demand Sword dan juga Berserker Fury. Saya sebenarnya nak tengok lagi banyak aggression datang daripada Link Eza, tapi kat dalam game ni dia still fokus pada dia punya own farm. Dia tak cuba untuk paksa apa-apa, which is good. Satu benda yang bagus, jangan terlampau agresif sangat, jangan terlampau dahagakan kill, lagi tengah puasa dekat sini. Tetapi ada banyak peluang yang terlepas daripada pasukan CARACAL, di mana mereka dah berjaya untuk menang pada bahagian early game disebabkan mereka kacau Gary. Saya sebenarnya harapkan mereka push lagi banyak pada bahagian tak kisahlah gold lane ataupun EXP lane, kurangkan farming untuk orang lain, sebab walaupun yes Gary kena kacau, orang lain slow-slow dapat farm balik and then orang dah ada damage, dah masuk pada bahagian late game, dah tak kisah apa yang Neo buat awal-awal.
Jadi macam nak tanya kan, sebagai seorang tugas sebagai seorang jungler kan, dia kena farm. Tapi kalau macam ada team fight, adakah kita perlu utamakan team fight terlebih dahulu ataupun farm je dulu, tengok?
Itu benda yang paling susah untuk seorang jungler, di mana dia kena buat keputusan dengan cepat. Sama ada farm ni lagi penting atau dapatkan kill tu lagi penting. Nak senangkan dia punya proses, tengok siapa yang ditangkap. Kalau pada bahagian awal game, ambil je sesiapa. Kalau ada tank kat depan sekalipun, ambil je kill tersebut. Jadi kalau tank tu dia punya level rendah, dia susah untuk pergi ke depan, dia susah untuk open map. Jadi kita untung. Bila masuk pada bahagian mid game, kalau dapat tangkap tank, tak payah kejar tank, better you fokus pada bahagian farm. Bila masuk late game, dapat tangkap contohnya macam Matrix Marksman, kejar je.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok post game stats untuk kedua-dua pasukan tim CARACAL. Lafal.
Ya, dekat sini kita tengok untuk pasukan CARACAL, yes, Link Eza berjaya untuk mendapatkan gold paling tinggi dekat dalam game ni, 783 gold per minit. Tapi dia tak berjaya untuk keluarkan damage yang paling tinggi, di mana damage paling tinggi dikeluarkan oleh Born yang menggunakan Esmeralda, 47,000 damage, di mana dekat dalam game ni dia berjaya untuk slowkan game, memberikan lagi banyak ruang untuk Orange Esports comeback dekat dalam game ini, di mana dia berjaya untuk handle Kai yang menggunakan 4 years, di mana semua orang tahu Esmeralda disebabkan dia punya damage boleh melepasi shield, Kai yang menggunakan 4 years yang mengharapkan shield sebagai dia punya form of tankiness. Sebenarnya Born akan menang, kemudian lepas laning phase, kita nampak dia sangat proaktif, dia pergi kepada kiri ke kanan untuk pastikan Orange Esports dapat ruang untuk mendapatkan farm. Valence bila diberi ruang, dia boleh keluarkan damage yang besar, 39,000 damage yang dikeluarkan situ. Tapi yang paling penting kat sini, Forgotten One, Min, 12 total assist. Dekat dalam game ni dia punya performance sangat-sangat bagus. Bukan setakat engage tapi disengage juga.
Boleh dikatakan pasukan Orange punya perform hari ini boleh dikatakan memang boleh dibanggakan. Betul tak Sif? Tapi sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita tengok kita punya MVP untuk game sebentar tadi akan diberikan kepada Min dengan KDA 1112 dengan match kill participation 87%, match goal per minit 526.
Apa yang saya suka dekat sini Min, dia yang akan bawa tank yang orang cakap oh dah tak relevan kot. Dia yang bawakan Franco. Lepas tu sekarang dia yang bawa Atlas. Mungkin dekat dalam season kali ni Min adalah the tank god sebenarnya yang kita tak perasan. Dia yang dia apa diam-diam buat kerja.
Diam-diam ubi berisi.
Ya betul. Saya lapar pula.
Saya akan sokong sebab ubi kan makanan. Tapi sebenarnya pasukan dekat luar sementara apabila mereka berhadapan dengan pasukan Orange, sebenarnya mereka kena respect dengan hero yang boleh dilakukan ataupun boleh dimainkan oleh Min. Sementara tadi masa saya berborak dengan Man, mereka lebih suka menggunakan pendekatan untuk menangkap. Jadi hero tangkap, kita masih lagi ada Kaja. Kita masih lagi ada Min Star yang boleh menangkap. Jadi even Zilong juga.
Oh ya, betul.
Di dalam kategori hero tangkap. Jadi kemungkinan hero-hero unik seperti ini mungkin boleh dibawa masuk oleh pasukan Orange sendiri.
Baik, sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita tengok highlight telah pun disediakan oleh Samsung Galaxy A Series, Lafel.
Pada bahagian awal game, kita tengok macam mana pasukan CARACAL, mereka pastikan yang Gary tak dapat farm. Benda ni bagus. Tetapi akan jadi lagi bagus kalau mereka boleh menang mereka punya side lane. Aggressive sikit pada bahagian awal, tapi disebabkan pada bahagian top lane, kita nampak Kai kalah kepada Born. Mereka tak boleh nak push. Mereka tak boleh nak push banyak-banyak. Kalau pasukan CARACAL, mereka dapat perbezaan gol sebanyak 7,000, 8,000 dan yes, pasukan Orange Esports akan ada masalah yang besar. Tetapi bila memberikan masa, bila Born menang dia punya lane, berjaya untuk slowkan the game, kemudian kita nampak macam mana Min dah start slowly memberi impact dia untuk pastikan pasukan CARACAL tak boleh nak gerak se-agresif yang mereka mahukan.
Ya, tapi pada peringkat awal, pasukan CARACAL seperti bermain dengan sangat-sangat agresif. Tetapi ini kali kedua, mana-mana pasukan yang mengambil link tanpa Angela gagal untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Jadi saya seperti menampakkan apabila kalau nak menang menggunakan link, mereka memerlukan Angela. Dekat sini kita dapat saksikan bagaimana satu pencapaian yang baik ataupun satu pergerakan yang baik dilakukan oleh pasukan CARACAL. Tetapi ini merupakan plot twist. Satu fatal link yang begitu baik walaupun terpaksa dibazirkan untuk dapatkan link Eza, tapi kesemuanya menyebabkan apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan CARACAL nampak sedikit terlambat.
Ya, satu fatal link, dua fatal link, semua fatal link yang dikeluarkan oleh Min berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan dekat dalam game ini, di mana seperti kita cakap, bila late game itu yang paling penting.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok untuk kita punya standing. Sekarang ini kedudukan kumpulan grup A, tim SMG, Orange Esports, Suhas, MLBB dan juga HOMEBOIS. Untuk grup B kita tengok masih lagi RED Esports. Di tangan yang pertama Toda, RSG, tim CARACAL dan juga Geekfam.
Ya, sekarang kita tengok macam mana Orange Esports mereka dah duduk kat tempat kedua. Tak ada sesiapa. Kalau kita bagi tahu kalau orang tak tengok MPL selama 2 minggu, 3 minggu, dia akan rasa macam kita tipu orang. Kita cakap Orange kat tempat kedua. Tak ada siapa akan percaya. Tapi sekarang mereka tempat kedua, sama point dengan Suhas dan HOMEBOIS. Tengok keadaan kat sini. Nak tak nak mereka kena menang 2-0. Menang 2-0 baru nampak ada peluang sikit boleh pergi playoff, tapi still terlampau rapat dekat grup A.
Yes, Orange ni dia bijak. Dia tak nak menang 2-0. Dia nak menang 2-1 untuk pastikan at least ada pasukan lain yang dapat markah. Jadi saingan dekat dalam grup A semakin lama semakin sengit. Sekarang ni dari tadi kita nampak daripada satu tim ke satu tim ada beza 1 point. Sekarang ni Suhas di tempat yang kedua, Orange di tempat kedua dengan Suhas di tempat yang ketiga. Game markah yang sama, dan kalau ini adalah final result, kalau dari segi head to head mereka menang 1, pasukan lawan menang 1.
Saya takutlah kat sini cara awak cakap macam ada satu hari tu kita akan balik lambat pula. Janganlah.
Kalau ni cerita kalau lah. Baik, sekarang ni kita dah tengok tadi. Tapi kalau kita tengok kat situ HOMEBOIS punya ni, kalaulah game sekejap lagi kalau anda kata HOMEBOIS menang 2-0, so markah untuk ketiga kumpulan tu sama lah kan?
Ya, nanti 11 tambah 3 dah jadi 14. So ada 3 14. Jangan macam-macam Sif. Kita time ni
lambat balik.
Okay. Kita for now kita cakap, kita dengar suara daripada telinga cakap tak ada tiebreaker, tapi saya seseorang yang percayakan apa-apa yang boleh berlaku. Macam mana Sif sendiri, dia percaya. Dia tengah jalan, mungkin dia boleh terjatuh. Dia jatuh pula, time tu ada nasi lemak jatuh. Macam gitu. Benda-benda apa-apa boleh berlaku. Betul tak Sif?
Ayam goreng tak? Kalau ayam goreng saya sanggup jatuh.
Ayam goreng tu kalau ada sambal ke sos lagi nanti. Tapi apapun untuk kita match kita yang ketiga pada hari ini di antara pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga RSG.
Dekat sini terus terang saya cakap, kalau HOMEBOIS menang sekalipun, saya tak rasa mereka boleh menang 2-0. Tapi dengan mereka punya performance sangat-sangat kuat, saya rasa untuk pasukan RSG, kalau mereka nak pastikan skor-skornya dapat 1 point daripada HOMEBOIS, jangan bagi Cibi pakai link. Sebab kita dah nampak kalau dapat link, sangat-sangat menakutkan.
Dan saya suka nak throwback sebab sebelum ni kita asyik bercakap tentang pasukan daripada grup B. Pasukan daripada grup B sangat kuat. But now kita lihat, kalau HOMEBOIS menang 2-0, mereka dah sama point dengan Orange, dengan Suhas. Dan menunjukkan betapa sengitnya grup A pada kali ini. Dia menunjukkan minggu ni kita fokus ke semuanya pada grup A.
Dekat sini, saya nak bagi counter argument. Kita tengok apa yang terjadi. Yang nampak grup A kuat dan nampak grup B lemah. Kita nampak bila pertukaran patch baru, grup A dah start nampak banyak kemenangan. Adakah ini menunjukkan yang patch lepas, grup B, mereka dah faham dan mereka berjaya untuk conquer the entire game. Tapi bila patch baru keluar, grup A lebih cepat adapt, grup B lambat sedikit.
Itu mungkin akan berlaku, tapi adakah perkara tersebut yang akan menunjukkan persembahan sebenar daripada grup A ataupun grup B? Kita akan saksikan sebab kita masih ada lagi 1 minggu sebelum kita masuk ke peringkat playoff.
Baik, sekarang ini apa kata sama-sama kita tengok untuk kita punya MPL Predictor punya pemenang Zamri Haimal, AX Shadow, Mick Shu Hishubashi. Awak memang betul-betul.
Dia punya nama tu hampir nak sebut sponsor, tak ada sponsor kat sini.
Baik.
Dia dekat sangat.
Sekarang ini, okey, untuk MPL Predictor, okey, untuk anda semua kalau nak predict untuk kita punya match, senang je. Sebenarnya just letak komen jawapan, kemudian letakkan nama ID dan juga ID server supaya kita boleh bagi hadiah tu kan. Macam tu. Jadi untuk anda semua, kalau macam dapat jawab dengan betul, so kita akan dapat skin.
Ya, dapat skin for free. Siapa tak nak benda free? Betul tak, Sif?
Betul. Skin boleh dapat free. Tadi kita dah bagi nugget secara percuma. Banyak lagi kita nak bagi. Kita ada satu lagi benda nak free. Nak bagi.
Ini dia MPL Learning yang dibawakan oleh Nescafe. Kita ada okey, berapakah jumlah hero MPL-MY yang telah pun digunakan musim ini?
Kenapa makin susah? Sif, saya rasa bila saya berfikir, saya makin lapar tau.
Saya tak tahu sama ada soalan yang susah ataupun sebab kita lapar jadi kita tak boleh nak berfikir.
Sebab mungkin orang tak tahu, tapi bila perut ni kosong,
orang tak kosong.
Sebab kita nak pergi kepada hati laki, kita lalu dia punya perut, betul. Tapi bila nak sampai hati, lepas hati dia pergi kepala. Jadi bila perut kosong, dia sampai sini je. Jadi jawapan dia B kot. Tak, sambil saya cakap sampai tu saya fikir.
Maksudnya kau tak kosong.
70. Jadi untuk anda kalau tahu jawapannya pastikan tulis dengan huruf besar, jangan jarak, gunakan kod yang betul dan kalau betul dapatlah random satu skin dan begitulah hendaknya. Jadi untuk kita match kita yang ketiga sama-sama kita nantikan, dia bukan berlaku sekarang. Kita match tu akan berlangsungnya sebentar lagi pukul 8.45. Jadi sama-sama kita nantikan, kita kembali selepas ini.
Kita membuka.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
CARACAL!
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CARACAL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CARACAL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CARACAL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CARACAL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CARACAL. CARACAL 1, CARACAL 2. Ini CARACAL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okey, untuk CARACAL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CARACAL ni tak ada so far.
Okey, kenapa CARACAL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CARACAL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Laba-Laba. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Ling Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CARACAL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CARACAL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni kat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok.
Sisi lampik.
Suhas untuk saya, Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okay, semua dah and cut.
Malah ni untuk MPL lah bang.
Perasaan tahun ni agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing, so kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi kapten lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead tim lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting, sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player, jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. You know, so I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG! RSG!
Bener? Like always, let's give paper.
The team Todak Semai, take one.
pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag tidak langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak continue sama boleh. Tak, aku poke je, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak kau je. Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah. First, kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah.
Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada RED Esports, Zahir daripada RED Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita nak champion MPL, itu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag
Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
So you've been with SMG for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi Zaim Saipur sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia, just like they play what they like to play what, just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah ngalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia di host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak e-sport ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih selalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik kepada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama dengan MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu juga lah ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Berat. Todak langkah.
Watch it for Todak! Todak!
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya
berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain, tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own. It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni.
Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana sebab dengan kuarantin, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi kena lebihkan training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar, bukan kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much lah. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak nak aku tak boleh depan.
Malaysia! Kami! Malaysia! Kami! Malaysia! Malaysia! Boleh!
Bye. Yo. Ganti guys. Semir seorang-seorang. Semir seorang-seorang.
Jadi training now. First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang ke M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums. And then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Apa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, aku please slow sikit.
Bye. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person, they are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1, waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new meta, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. Go with the Todak Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings. Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan peneroran yang lebih cantik, Suns akan menjatuhkan momen sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan. Tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini. Tetapi lihat, Fomen akan dalam serang kristal ini. Apa saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan. Dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan. Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself, Indonesia, Philippines, and even NA servers. They didn't expect Todak to make such a comeback like against RED Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lolzy sebentar tadi. Xpedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY4. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss.
Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia, we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between RED Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make a amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1, dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serious.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Kiko guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam boost kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kasi je kan. Orang pada start sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
One, the base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Kiko guys knocks him out. 2 down. Force you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiko guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Kiko guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Diorang pun seorang pun nak kena keliru, tapi diorang clear. Diorang lagi untung, diorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Ekan tu. Kalau dia bawa
That's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2-2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita apa semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analyst and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Tim Todak.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bosi, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga, sebab player Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and passion, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man.
this is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power strike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative, as well as GFM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because dia ada team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage, kita orang bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat speed push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country jugalah.
Well played. It doesn't seem like it, but he gets away. But again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives. I mean, they're getting...
Meta speed push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Teringat orang antara yang terbaik dan kita baru satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap, oh MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GFM and such, bila mereka stream dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend? and how we can counter it. And you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the Lolita coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL. Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam BTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes are hard. He finally gets hit by the last hit of the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team, sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah. Because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa-apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not in just in Malaysia lah.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Here. Feeling a bit nervous now. It's my first time meeting you all like this, after all. But don't worry, I will try my best. I will not let you down. So, everybody, do you know about Mobile Legend Bang Bang's latest collaboration with Sanrio? 4 all-new collab skins featuring super cute Sanrio friends were released. They are... Ta-da! Here they are! Our 4 adorable friends. They're also the inspiration for this collab series. Let's take a closer look one by one. The first one is... Oh, it's me! What comes to your mind when you see this beautiful dress? I'd say it's lovely Kitty and her red bow tie. A classic school uniform gets a touch of playfulness combined with iconic Kitty accessories and patterns. Look at this metal kitty brooch on my bow tie. Super lovely. On both sides of my dress, there are gilded kitty patterns. Majestic. Do you think that's all we've got? Look carefully at my balloon sleeves. Next. Oh, let me show you my favorite part of this outfit. Yes, I got a limited edition Hello Kitty backpack. Take care and keep it away from Claude. His little friend might just grab it and take it away. Oh, speaking of Claude and his friend, they also got some pretty cool outfits this time. Why don't we take a look? Wow, they are just cool. Black and yellow just look perfect on Bats and Claude. Everything's just hip, from the white hair with dark highlights to the unique Bats Maru headset. That's exactly what Claude's all about. As for Bats, he's also showing us his coolness on Claude's t-shirt, shoes, and even the back of his holographic jacket. I can already picture Bats rolling his eyes at opponents. Let's see, anything else we've missed? Aha, look at Claude's belt. Right on the spray bottles are some cross and circle signs. They're also on his headset. I think we all know what they mean. Yeah, it's Bats Maru's name. Bats is on the side of Claude's gun as well, just like a little wingman. And Bats himself has a gun too. Watch out for this sharpshooter and his super cool bubble blaster. Next is Florin and Cinnamoroll, both dressed in blue and white, elegant and fresh at the same time. She wears a bonnet ornamented with a lace-over band. Its two ends hang at the sides of her face, resembling Cinnamoroll's long ears. And under it is her glistening hair cascading down her back, as curly as Cinnamoroll's tail. Also, look at the white lace and pink bow ties over her bonnet and sleeves. They just perfectly complete this sweet, fabulous Lolita dress. Wow, and the accessories! The plush Cinnamoroll bow ties, Cinnamoroll metal brooches, and the Cinnamoroll crossbody bag. Aww, the cuteness is killing me. Last but not least, the finishing touches of the collaboration. Chunga is here. This time she becomes the little artist, and the outfit is just right for her. The beret, exactly the same kind as Piran's. Her hair tied up with a Piran hairband. That's what a pro does. The painter apron has Piran's face on it, neat and cute. The fuzzy Piran slippers feel just cozy, and the Piran backpack big enough for all the brushes and even the board. Now, she's sitting under the Piran lights, hanging on the tree, taking a break. It seems that she has just finished an artwork on that Piran drawing board. What did she draw, you may ask? It's Piran with a pearl earring, of course! What a brilliant idea! Good job, our cutest artist ever. So, that wrapped up our introduction of the Sanrio collab skins. Hope you enjoyed my debut show. If you find any other details that I missed out on, please do let me know. My cute friends and I will be waiting for you in the game. Can't wait to play and fight together with you. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill. Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CARACAL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CARACAL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CARACAL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CARACAL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CARACAL. CARACAL 1, CARACAL 2. Ini CARACAL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk CARACAL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CARACAL ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa CARACAL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CARACAL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Laba-Laba. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap baguslah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap. Secara tak langsung Link Eza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CARACAL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tempat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo. Halo. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CARACAL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. Kalau kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Okay, rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang? Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legend. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat e-sport scene Mobile Legend ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok. Silam flick.
Suhas untuk saya, Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okay, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey.
Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah.
Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game. Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya. Sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
How will you describe RSG?
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we'll smile and laugh together.
GG RSG!
Mana? Like always, Nescafe first.
The team Todak Semai take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just stress each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab Dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajib ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Chiku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kira-kira macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam team daripada RED Esports, Zahir daripada RED Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#Toda Langgar.
#Toda Langgar. #Toda Langgar.
So you've been with FMG for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi Zaim Saipua sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia, just like they play what they like to play what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah ngalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia jadi host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak e-sport ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih terlalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu kalau ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Todak langkah.
Watches for Todak!
Todak langkah.
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
Bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal, memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain. Tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one, macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is a very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be classy, of course. Everybody likes being classy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Para pendapat, Moon tapak apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam Unik dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni. Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan kuarantin, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi kena lebihkan training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar, bukan kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much like that. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak lindung depan.
Kami Malaysia.
Bye. Yo. Berhenti guys. Weh, spray seorang. Spray seorang.
Jadi training now. First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada sasar player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums, and then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang, dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Apa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, aku pergi slow sikit.
Bye bye. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person. They are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1. Waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit lah between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. Go with the Todak Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan pertarungan yang lebih cantik, Sun akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat, Fomen akan terlaksana kristal ini. Hampir saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself, Indonesia, Philippines, and even the NA servers. They didn't expect Todak make such a comeback like against RED Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lozzy sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss. Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia,
we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between RED Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Nice. Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1 dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Chico guys at half health. The juggling, in goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam bus kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kasi je kan. Sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Chico guys knocks him out. 2 down. Force you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Chico guys, but down goes the base. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game one. Memory, not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets one. It's just two guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash, they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi, 2-0.
Diorang punya seorang pun nak kena clear dulu. Tapi diorang clear. Diorang lagi untung, diorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Hacker tu. Kalau dia bawa
Just gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2-2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS
So game
SG.
ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita apa semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analis and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Tim Todak.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bossy, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga, sebab tim Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and passion, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle,
Lunox!
I told you, man. This is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power spike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative, as well as Gitfam, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for a team. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because the other team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage, kita orang bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat speed push. So I do believe benda ni meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country juga lah.
Playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away, but again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives.
I mean, meta speed push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Kena ingat, korang antara yang terbaik dan kita baru satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap, oh MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally, lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GFM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result, and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend and how we can counter it, and you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the leader coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL. Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam VTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retake, he finally gets hit by the last hit on the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah, because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa-apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
Saber guys just can't stop reaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Angela here. Feeling a bit nervous now. It's my first time meeting you all like this, after all. But don't worry, I will try my best. I will not let you down. So, everybody, do you know about Mobile Legend Bang Bang's latest collaboration with Sanrio? 4 all-new collab skins featuring super cute Sanrio friends were released. They are... Ta-da! Here they are! Our 4 adorable friends. They're also the inspiration for this collab series. Let's take a closer look one by one. The first one is... Oh, it's me! What comes to your mind when you see this beautiful dress? I'd say it's lovely Kitty and her red bow tie. A classic school uniform gets a touch of playfulness combined with iconic Kitty accessories and patterns. Look at this metal Kitty brooch on my bow tie. Super lovely. On both sides of my dress, there are gilded Kitty patterns. Majestic. Do you think that's all we've got? Look carefully at my balloon sleeves. Next. Oh, let me show you my favorite part of this outfit. Yes, I got a limited edition Hello Kitty backpack. Take care and keep it away from Claude. His little friend might just grab it and take it away. Oh, speaking of Claude and his friend, they also got some pretty cool outfits this time. Why don't we take a look? Wow, they are just cool. Black and yellow just look perfect on Bats and Claude. Everything's just hip, from the white hair with dark highlights to the unique Bats Maru headset. That's exactly what Claude's all about. As for Bats, he's also showing us his coolness on Claude's t-shirt, shoes, and even the back of his holographic jacket. I can already picture Bats rolling his eyes at opponents. Let's see, anything else we've missed? Aha, look at Claude's belt. Right on the spray bottles are some cross and circle signs. They're also on his headset. I think we all know what they mean. Yeah, it's Bats Maru's name. Bats is on the side of Claude's gun as well, just like a little wingman. And Bats himself has a gun too. Watch out for this sharpshooter and his super cool bubble blaster. Next is Florin and Cinnamoroll, both dressed in blue and white, elegant and fresh at the same time. She wears a bonnet ornamented with a lace-over band. Its 2 ends hang at the sides of her face, resembling Cinnamoroll's long ears. And under it is her glistening hair cascading down her back, as curly as Cinnamoroll's tail. Also, look at the white lace and pink bow ties over her bonnet and sleeves. They just perfectly complete this sweet, fabulous Lolita dress. Wow, and the accessories! The plush Cinnamoroll bow tie, Cinnamoroll metal brooches, and the Cinnamoroll crossbody bag. Aww, the cuteness is killing me. Last but not least, the finishing touches of the collaboration. Chunga is here. This time she becomes the little artist, and the outfit is just right for her. The beret, exactly the same kind as Piran's. Her hair tied up with a Piran hairband. That's what a pro does. The painter apron has Piran's face on it, neat and cute. The fuzzy Piran slippers feel just cozy, and the Piran backpack big enough for all the brushes and even the board. Now, she's sitting under the Piran lights, hanging on the tree, taking a break. It seems that she has just finished an artwork on that Piran drawing board. What did she draw, you may ask? It's Piran with a pearl earring, of course! What a brilliant idea! Good job, our cutest artist ever. So, that wrapped up our introduction of the Sanrio collab skins. Hope you enjoyed my debut show. If you find any other details that I missed out on, please do let me know. My cute friends and I will be waiting for you in the game. Can't wait to play and fight together with you. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill. Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CARACAL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CARACAL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CARACAL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CARACAL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CARACAL. CARACAL 1, CARACAL 2. Ini CARACAL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk CARACAL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CARACAL ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa CARACAL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohilah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CARACAL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak naklah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap baguslah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego.
So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CARACAL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CARACAL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. Kalau kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, dan raikan bersama dengan Nescafe dan Gaming bersama dengan Cap Rizzi. Kenapa saya tergelak-gelak? Saya tak boleh betul dengan Lafen dan si.
Tak, kita kat sini kita happy je.
Memang kita happy.
Happy je, kenapa?
Saya apabila tengok Lafen lagi ni, saya kena buat sekali.
Janganlah cakap.
2 minit
tak
je.
tahu.
2 minit je kita buat ni.
Okey, tak apa. Baik, sekarang kita dah berbuka, kita pun dah happy, energy kita dah cantik.
Yes.
Sekarang untuk match kita yang ketiga di antara pasukan Homeboys dan juga pasukan RSG.
Okey, dekat sini untuk pasukan Homeboys dan juga RSG, dua-dua team suka fight. I suka tengok kedua-dua jungler di mana Huza dia main dengan sangat agresif, sama juga dengan Chibi. Cuma perbezaan dekat sini untuk Homeboys dan juga RSG, di mana untuk RSG, Zakus dia playmaker, Saiful dia lebih pada jaga orang kat bahagian belakang.
Ya, dan kalau kita bercakap tentang jungler, ini mungkin kita akan saksikan pergelutan di antara kedua-dua jungler untuk mendapatkan link. Adakah mereka akan membiarkan mana-mana pasukan mendapatkan link ataupun mereka ban terlebih dahulu untuk pastikan ke tak ada advantage tu?
Betul. Jadi kita tengok pasukan Homeboys apabila menang 2-0 semalam nampak lega sikit dia punya.
Tapi Abang Jal nak tanya apa benda yang apa benda yang kat atas tu?
Sebenarnya kalau kita tengok dekat atas tu, anda semua dekat rumah boleh scan QR code dan sokong pasukan mana yang anda sokong lah.
Lepas tu ada benda lain juga kan?
Ada survey lah mana kita nak tengok juga, kita nak tanya pendapat anda semua tentang kita punya regular season, macam mana pendapat anda. Jadi untuk mengeluahkan rasa pendapat anda tu, apa yang anda perlu lakukan adalah
Selamat Abeja cakap. Kalau si cakap, apa pendapatan anda?
Pendapatan?
Dia pernah tanya sebelum ni. Kan dia tanya, apa pendapat anda? Dia bagi jawab, apa pendapatan anda?
Lepas tu?
Ada yang mesej saya, dia bagi tahu gaji dia.
So, jangan macam tu. Make sure you guys scan and bagi tahu kita. Any ways yang kita boleh improve MPL, kita memang nak dengar.
Baik, sekarang korang boleh sokong. Dan sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok key to success untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Yang pertama untuk pasukan Homeboys.
Yep, kita akan mulakan dengan pasukan Homeboys di mana mereka akan use objektif sebagai mereka punya beats ataupun umpan. Patut ensure lane dominance untuk pastikan mereka boleh dapatkan kemenangan. Dan ketiga, secure Chibi's hero early. Dan yang terakhir adalah avoid overextending. Masih lagi 4 key to success yang sama semasa mereka mengalahkan pasukan Big Fam.
Ya, pasukan Homeboys sebenarnya mereka bagus untuk menggunakan objektif tu. Sebab macam bila mereka nak ambil turtle, mereka keliling turtle tu, biar turtle tu nampak macam Big Mac. Lepas tu pasukan RSG memang kebetulan dia punya buka cukup-cukup je. Jadi mereka nak Big Mac tu, mereka kejar, lepas mereka overextend dan pasukan Homeboys berjaya untuk counter engage. Kalau tak counter engage sekalipun, mereka tak dapat fight, it's okay. Mereka akan split, cari objektif kat tempat lain.
Dan sekarang untuk kita tengok pasukan RSG punya key to success level.
Ya, mereka kena dapatkan Pakito dan juga Eve. Kemudian mereka kena fight pasukan Homeboys kerana pasukan Homeboys mereka punya fighting tu bagus, tapi kalau enemy yang initiate, kebiasaannya ada masa mereka akan gopar-gapar sikit. Kemudian mereka kena pastikan Chibi jangan farm dengan senang dan dapatkan late game punya scaling heroes kerana kita nampak pasukan Homeboys mereka suka untuk fight kepada late game di mana Anip dan Chibi akan lebih menyelah. So, saya rasa untuk pasukan RSG dekat sini, yang paling susah tapi paling efektif yang mereka boleh lakukan adalah kacau Chibi punya farm nombor 3. Tapi kita nampak game semalam, percubaan telah dilakukan tapi Chibi still boleh farm dengan sangat laju.
Tapi berbeza sedikit sebanyak masa pasukan Homeboys bertemu dengan pasukan Red. Masa tu Mam menggunakan Masha. Dia memang kacau kau Chibi, langsung tak boleh buat apa-apa. Jadi itu antara penyebab kenapa key to success nombor 3 ni diletakkan untuk pasukan RSG. Tapi semalam berbeza. Jadi mungkin pasukan Homeboys dia dah adapt, dia dah tahu diorang nak kacau Chibi ni. Jadi kita pastikan dia tak kacau, kita letak Big Mac. Diorang kacau Big Mac.
Tapi untuk game kita yang ketiga ni, adakah kita akan tengok pasukan Homeboys masih lagi mengekalkan diorang punya strategi? Seperti yang kita tahu, diorang memang predictable kan?
Yes.
Tapi still diorang buat apa yang diorang plan, tapi still diorang buat benda yang sama, still boleh menang.
Terus terang saya rasa mereka akan kekal saja dengan mereka punya lineup. Sebab dalam satu hari untuk tukar susah. Dan mereka sekarang ini tempat kelima. Mereka perlukan kemenangan. Ini bukan time yang nak test benda-benda baru dan sebagainya. Walaupun saya sendiri nak tengok benda baru daripada pasukan Homeboys. Ini antara situasi di mana mereka tak diberikan pilihan. Mereka kena main cara yang dah terbukti boleh mendapatkan result.
Ya, tapi kalau kita bercakap tentang keberlainan untuk pasukan Homeboys semalam, kita dapat saksikan bagaimana Ivan menggunakan Cho. Jadi, di mana kita selalu lihat dia akan guna sama ada Esmeralda, Uranus atau Pakito. Mungkin kali ni Cho sekali lagi akan digunakan
Dairoth.
Dairoth. Tapi ini bergantung dengan apa yang akan dilakukan oleh pasukan RSG untuk pastikan drafting mereka boleh counter apa pemilihan hero pasukan RSG.
Tapi so far kalau kita tengok draft untuk pasukan RSG so far macam mana? Okey.
So far dia on off. Sebab mereka sebenarnya macam tiap-tiap minggu diorang buat draft yang baru. Ada minggu yang diorang bawa Johnson dengan Kadita. Kemudian ada diorang pakai dekat bahagian EXP lane, hero yang agresif sedikit tapi out of meta seperti Benedetta. So mereka punya draft banyak kali tukar. So susah nak cakap.
Baik. Kalau draft daripada pasukan RSG on off, ada yang selalu on iaitu anda semua. Jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketul Mac Nugget secara percuma. Dan anda juga berpeluang untuk memenangi skin eksklusif yang paling penting sekali. Kod tu jangan lupa letak MPL Rewards. Kalau tak nanti tak dapat rugi.
Yep. Saya cuma nak cakap lah, saya sayang betul McD.
Yes, macam tadi.
Kebiasaannya dapat burger. I ada suka dia punya burger. Tapi kat ini, diorang lah aja. Pel, hari ni kau try GCB.
Tak,
saya happy.
Masalah dia punya excited sebab kita tahu nak buka puasa. Order dah lah awal.
Okay.
Tapi terlupa letak MPL Rewards. Tapi kita still sayang. Sebab memang sedap.
I punya sayang, dia punya mayo tu kena dekat kasut.
Baik, sekarang ni kita pun sayang McD. Jadi sekarang ni Sif, apa kata kita melakukan coin toss terlebih dahulu?
Yes, untuk kita punya Head of League Ops kesayangan kita iaitu Melina Lai yang akan melakukan coin toss berkeseorangan. Manakah pasukan RSG masih lagi terpaksa bermain di dalam rumah mereka sebab mereka terkena dengan COVID-19. Jadi pasukan daripada Homeboys yang akan memilih Heads, pasukan RSG akan memilih Tails. Jadi keputusannya ada di tangan Melina Lai, bukan di tangan Abijah. Dan keputusannya adalah Heads dan terus saja memilih untuk melakukan first pick di mana 86% kemenangan untuk pasukan Homeboys sekiranya mereka memilih first pick.
Coin toss tadi pun dibawakan khas oleh Cadbury Zip.
Oh ya.
I suka. Dah lah kita dapat makan McD, lepas tu dapat pencuci mulut. Best lah kerja kat MPL.
Yes. Tapi Cadbury Zip tu memang sedap. Tapi untuk kita punya match yang ketiga, anda semua mungkin ada prediction masing-masing. Macam kita pun kita predict juga. Tapi selalunya bila kita predict ni ada yang tak jadi.
Betul.
Baik. Sekarang ni kita pun dah hype dengan kita punya match yang ketiga. Jadi BM Caster, please take it away.
Thanks, Abijah. Welcome, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY Season 9. We've got a great game on our hands. My name is Getting Q. This is Rafa, and we also are bringing a new addition to the table. It's gonna be Monshel. How you feeling?
Hello, Gideon. I'm great. I'm so excited to be on the English cast today.
Yeah, guys, in case you didn't know, there is newborn talents all across the board, whether it's going to be English or BM. So we have to thank our sponsors first and foremost for making this happen. Beautiful audience, beautiful stage, and all of this. Finally, you get to see the whole set here at the table, all thanks to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI, for making everything to happen today.
Yeah, certainly I'm feeling quite excited for our final series of the day, and I do have to highlight that I am feeling a little bit smaller today because the camera angle has never felt so large. We have a lot more in focus today and hoping that we'll be able to have more focus on the game as well. But before we focus on the game, perhaps you guys should focus on who is going to win the game.
Exactly. Make sure in the chat, while you still can, if you still want to claim your prize of the Ruby's Elden Y skin, all you gotta do is use that hashtag MPL Predictor. Give the results of the game. Who are you leaning for, Homeboys or RSG this time? And make sure you include your game ID as well as server ID so we can send these delicious presents straight to your doorstep. Well, in this case, in-game. But Montreal, speaking of the predictors, what are you thinking about this game, and especially between Homeboys and RSG? You have a preference, no preference?
I would say this match is an important one for Homeboys. At their current standings, they need as many points as they can. So this match, you could expect it to really give it their all. But considering the RSG is going to be from home.
Homeboys! Let's bring it out! Homeboys are going to be walking onto the stage here today. They're looking sharp, they're looking quick, and they want to make those precise adjustments to adapt to the meta while keeping their own playstyle.
Indeed, Homeboys looking really sharp overall right now. Their consistency has been key, and while recently they haven't quite adjusted to the brand new meta yet, they'll be looking to solidify their positions because things are looking a little bit dicey for them in Group A. So they're going to be making it up. They're going to be playing at 100% power today.
So they're hoping that Saiful and Vince are going to be able to do the job. Hopefully, they're able to make it happen. Now, RSG is going to be playing from home. They still are facing quarantine at this stage of the game. Hopefully, that doesn't affect them too much.
I mean, we have seen many teams really show up. We call this though at home buff. Would you say, Gideon?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, basically, we've seen teams who've been quarantined have been generally winning, except for RSG, which kind of on and off. But let's talk about the homeboys here.
We got starting off on this side, the homeboys. It's going to be the same 5 boys as always, but I don't think the fans of the homeboys would want it any other way. We, of course, have the star player Chibi. While his average kill score is a little bit lower than the average jungler, we know that he has a huge focus on neutral objectives, and homeboys will always want to secure that early game farm.
Right, and we have to talk about Irfan, the main engager of homeboys. You can see with his signature pick Paquito, but we have seen his performance with Esmeralda yesterday, and he's solid. He really made so many important engages for the team. And let's talk a bit more about Anin. You can see it with his signature hero Beatrix. Yes, his KD is on the lower side, but the thing about homeboys is they really focus on those aggressive plays during the early game. That's why.
No, you're actually right. Sorry. I didn't mean to distract you there. You're right. You're absolutely right when it comes down to these aggressive plays. But that reminded me so much about how RSG was playing in the earlier weeks of this game, especially Zakus.
Yep, of course, we have RSG MY here. I don't think the Zakus Izanami combo really needs any introduction at this point. Their early game is the key factor to allow RSG to come out on top.
Oh, and looks like they have swapped up Iris for Mortalalala.
Ooh, that's actually a really important change here. I mean, because we don't have the players walking in today, we didn't get to see what the lineup was going to be. I'm not sure why exactly they're actually bringing Mortalalala in. Instead, man, it's still a mouthful. Instead of Iris, but I think it's for just claiming as many points as they possibly can.
I do understand that. So far, Iris, while his gameplay is clean, he can be a consistent playmaker for RSG MY. I do think there are times where he might overextend a bit too far as compared to the rest of his team, and it makes it difficult for the rest of RSG MY to follow up.
I think when you mention how Iris tends to be overly aggressive, and one key winning condition for RSG is they have to remember not to overextend, but I think this fault could be safe for both the homeboys as well as REG.
I think you're absolutely right there. We do see moments where even, well, I mean, it feels like this is an EXP lane sort of thing, because even Irfan, when he's looking for these engages, has to be in the right place at the right time, which does cost him a little bit of those resources. But speaking of the junglers, right, I'm curious to know your opinion, Monchel. Do you prefer objective farmers or explosive junglers?
Honestly, in this current meta, we're all about playing for the objectives because you really have to maximize your control over the map earlier on, because as the minute you miss out on certain things in earlier stages. But we have to look into the talents predictions. Whoa, it looks like, majority is really towards homeboys.
Yep, it feels like the only person who actually likes that explosive jungle style is going to be LaFell for sure. But he's been on point with these predictions. It's starting to frustrate me, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because considering in the past seasons, LaFell was always that guy where even the teams themselves were thinking like, if LaFell predicts our team, we're going to lose.
And I mean, remember that caster curse, right?
I don't even want to get Oh, I've lost so many bets because of this annoying caster's curse. But let's have a look at your predictions for today. So we have a little bit of an idea. Looks like it's overwhelmingly homeboys. We're not alone in this at the very least, but RSG still has their fan base holding strong, and even the fans are here to support their favorite team.
Yep, undoubtedly so. So far, we've been really enjoying you guys' presence here at the live stage, at the arena itself. Obviously, the players themselves bring a lot of energy to the stage, but it is thanks to all of you who are joining us here live, and of course, those of you joining us at home as well, that truly makes the MPL feel alive.
All right, with a minute and 16 seconds here, we got to let you guys know about this awesome gaming experience that we don't want you to miss out. It's the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. It's sleek design, an awesome gaming experience guaranteed by Samsung itself to make your day and probably get you to Mythic Glory with no problems whatsoever.
All right. You have to talk about its sleek design overall. It's so good in the hand, and if you really want to be able to grind for that mythical glory, well, get your Samsung Galaxy phone today.
But disregarding that for now, I'm sure a lot of you guys have already grabbed it for yourself. Those who haven't, you're kind of missing out. But what we're also missing out on is when the game is about to begin. 30 seconds left on the clock. Homeboys versus RSG. This is going to be a pretty important game for both of them, especially for the Homeboys, since they're currently sitting at the bottom of the standings for Group A.
I mean, that's fair enough. The bottom of the standings is not where they want to be, and they face relegation potentially, considering that even Orange Esports has been able to achieve points in Group A itself.
I remember during the interview yesterday, it's that Homeboys is really trying to adjust to the new patch.
I didn't cure it.
I mean, speaking of new patch here, same old when it comes down to the bans. Fanny and as well as the Valentina already gone. We didn't even get to see when they get banned. Instantly, both teams don't want to deal with it.
Yep, these are pretty common bans coming out from both teams, obviously. The Homeboys, they really hate playing against this Fanny. They almost have a 100% ban rate on this hero. And Valentina being banned out by the red side is pretty common overall. Manchel, what other common bans do you think these teams might decide to get rid of here?
I think we have seen how Chibi perform on the Link. And I do wonder whether it's going to be banned out. But no, it's going to be the Karina. I think we have seen, and I see a lot of comments complaining about this tank Karina. They really don't want to see it. It is an absolute menace in the Land of Dawn.
Yep, I absolutely agree with you there. The tank Karina, you really do not want to play with it. I personally ban it out in all of my pub games because I don't want to deal with it. If I don't want to deal with it, I'm pretty sure they don't either because, yeah, my experience definitely translates over. Regardless, though, we're going to be continuing onwards with the bans right now. RSG getting rid of the Selena. So, again, I think both these teams are the types that are going to focus very heavily on that early game.
Right, I think you can, as you mentioned earlier on, but they also have banned out the 1-1. With the recent patch, 1-1 has really been one of the most prioritized goal laners for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they've reduced one of her weaknesses, giving her more access to the crossbow of Tang. I think we've already seen a lot of 1-1 in the recent weeks. So Homeboys electing to get rid of that quite early on. Looks like they are worried about a Kim playing on this hero.
All right, and they have banned out the Masha. I think this was a really good call from RSG because I don't think you want to have to deal with the Masha, especially during a 1v1 at level 1. How many heroes are able to deal with that?
Not a lot of heroes, to be honest. Baxia going to be the first pick for the Homeboys, and I think at this stage of the game, we're getting an idea of what this new hotfix has done for the meta overall. Now, we're going to be bouncing over to RSG. They're aggressive. They like those explosive junglers, but do they want to make sure they lock it in early on for Kuza? Or, again, explosive jungler style, give him a pocket pick. Helkert?
Well, we have seen that Helkert has been really effective. Remember that Johnson Kadida? Oh, yeah. That was disgusting.
Brutal.
Yep, it's a really brutal combo. We know that RSG, they like to be quite experimental with new drafts, but I think in the more recent games, they're starting to stabilize a little bit, especially around Kuza's heroes, such as this Ling, which is such a late game carry.
Oh, all right. So they have picked up the Ling as well as the Grok. Now I'm curious here. Is this going to be the Ling-Angela combo?
It's actually a very good question. I was thinking RSG might start with the Ling-Angela, so going for the Grok here is curious because it opens up that option for the Homeboys. I guess RSG, they think, you know, we already have the Ling. We're probably going to lock in the Angela in the first phase. No reason for the Homeboys to pick it up themselves.
Okay. But I feel like it might not even be let true, and during the second phase of the bans, they might just ban out the Angela right away just to deny that combo away from RSG. But Homeboys, they will probably pick up the hero for Chibi, but is this going to be a jungler Baxia?
I don't know. Personally, I think this is a really hard call. It's way too early in the draft to know, and it hasn't been it's been quite subjective with the fact that they've been banning out some pretty standard stuff. Now, they've locked in the Angela as well as the Brody. Generally, what they're trying to do is, hey, we have a dominant lane, we're taking away your combos, deny picks, get strong lanes. Simple as that.
I'm kind of wondering if this might have been a trap by RSG, because when you pick up the Ling, the Angela is pretty obvious. I'm wondering if they kind of forced the homeboys in a situation where, like, you have to pick this Angela or we will.
Alright, and they also picked up the Lilia. The amount of AoE coming out from this hero, and it can actually be flexed towards the goal lane as well. We have seen the goal lane Lilia, but I believe this should be Izanami's hero, but we have seen his performance on the Grok yesterday. Pretty solid. You wouldn't expect so much damage coming out from that Guardian's Barrier overall.
I feel like people just generally forget how much damage Grok does in the early stages of the game, and with the recent changes, it does even more. But then that takes that focus away, right? There's the possibility of going into roam, going into EXP. So RSG, smartly enough, are going to say, we're going to take away your brick walls. We want to have somebody that can push, and we don't want you to scale for late. Let's take away the Esmeralda.
That is a curious choice from RSG, though. One would think that they would easily be able to pick up the Esmeralda for themselves, since it would counteract the Heart Guard. So this leads me to believe that they are concerned that the Grok in the EXP lane would have some difficulty dealing with it.
And they have banned out the Matilda. A really great way for RSG to really go in for those dive compositions. But I'm a bit questioning this ban though.
I understand where you're coming from, right? It feels like it makes sense. Oh, dive composition, you want somebody to save you. Your dedicated mid lane is going to be the Angela as well as the Matilda to help push that out against someone like Lilia. But I think, understandably so, right? RSG, I feel like they're setting up for the potential gold lane matchup. It could be 50-50. I could be wrong about this. But the fact is, RSG are now really doubling down on making sure Grok is okay. So I guess they have a pick ready for the gold lane?
This is kind of curious from RSG here, because going so heavily into the EXP lane leads me to believe that this might not actually be an EXP lane Grok. What are the chances that this is actually Izanami's Grok and we're seeing Akim play the Lilia in the gold lane like Monchel said?
You guys can't see this right now, but I'm making a face. I'm really thinking about this because I think Zafa might be onto something here.
I mean, we have saw Izanami's performance on the Grok, and I do have a suspicion this might be a goal lane Lilia, but last ban will be banning out the Beatrix on the side of Homeboys.
Beatrix gets banned out, and instantly RSG, they don't hesitate with these picks and bans. They lock in the Franco, and I think Stafa, this kind of confirms the suspicion here. It's very confident to say that Izanami is most likely going to be on that Grok with Zakis on the Franco, and we have Akim on the Lilia.
Well, I'm the one who said it, but I'm still not 100% sure. This could still be an EXP lane Grok. We have to wait until the last pick to really figure it out, but Homeboys with a very quick response.
We have not seen Hilda for quite a bit, but
it might just be the popular flavor of this week, right? I mean, Hilda has either been banned out or selected very few times within the week itself, but today alone, we've been seeing a good amount of Hilda. Irfan, he's got that standard, I don't even know what to call it, play-making fighter. He just makes Paquito have magic here. Now, RSG, they lock in the carry for themselves, and I guess, yeah, Mortalalala is going to be the EXP laner for the team with Grok.
Yeah, so it looks like RSG aren't really going for the weird sort of style we anticipated earlier. I am a little bit worried about this carry. Every time we've seen a team pull it out, it hasn't really worked out.
And up against Anip on the Brody, I don't think Carry will have the best time in lane earlier on.
Absolutely. But as we now prepare to enter into Game 1 of our final series of the day, Homeboys, they got a lot at stake right here, and their draft definitely reflects that. Lots of early game pressure with the Baxia, the Hilda, and the Angela to roam around. But in terms of late game scaling, RSG MY definitely have them beat. Will this Grok and Franco combo be enough to hold out the early mid game, enough for the core members of RSG MY to farm up? We will find out as we once again enter the land of Dawn.
Welcome everybody, this is the final best of 3 to end off the week. It is going to be Homeboys on the blue side and RSG on the red.
Okay, and you can see here Cypher is going for that early game invasion. Just going to mess with Kuza's farm a bit. Not going to make it as easy to get that purple buff.
Yep, absolutely. This is the typical Hilda style. We're gonna see whether or not Cypher is quite as effective as Neo overall. Meanwhile, Vince getting completely zoned out by Izanami in the mid lane.
Vince is taken very low, but, well, being an Angela, he should be able to heal up just fine for now.
Meanwhile, Cypher still making a lot of movement. Mortalala coming in to assist Kuza with making sure this Hilda goes down. This is literally 4-man up here. First blood easily going over to RSG.
That early game invasion, that didn't turn out quite well for the side of Homeboys.
Absolutely not, and that's gotta feel pretty rough here. Though something I am quite interested about is the fact that Mortalala on this Grok is taking Weapon Master.
What? Hold on.
Oh, you're right. It is. He is. You don't see that often, but Zach he's in trouble. He's trying to flicker on out of there. Luckily, he didn't give another kill over to Homeboys.
That's going to be first blood going over to the side of RSG MY, but I am very interested whether or not this core Grok is going to end up working.
If you didn't mention that emblem of choice, I thought I was seeing things, honestly.
I can certainly understand that. Right now, we can see a lot of early game movement coming out from both sides. We can see that the Hilda and the Franco from respective sides are kind of matching each other in terms of pace, though Chibi is definitely having a little bit of a better time in the jungle overall.
Well, this is why we've been mentioning how the tank jungler meta is so effective. And you can see that Chibi has able to secure the first hurdle game with ease.
Oh, but a 3-man gang, the Tempest Blaze is going to come coming out as Hardguard goes up on top of GB. They've already taken one out. It's still a 1v4 and a double kill. Gonna go over to the side of RSG MY. They pick up a triple kill as well.
That was such a great lead for RSG MY. 3 kills, just like that. This means that their early game aggression will allow them to snowball as it is. I mean, considering how, as you mentioned, that they really need time for their core members to get their items and to spike towards the later stage of the game. But having such an early lead at this stage of the game, not even 3 minutes, this is key for the side of RSG.
An instant execution. Cypher not taking any names today.
What? Where did he go? Where did he go? Cypher just walked up. I thought for sure at least Kuza was going to be able to walk away with at least a sliver of health.
I just blinked and he was gone.
Yep, man just evaporated in an instant there. That's gotta be rough feeling for Kuza right now. He's definitely going to be falling behind Chibi, already 2 levels down.
All right. Oh, he lands the hook!
Oh, he gets the hook. He's gonna get the bloody hunt. Cypher in a lot of trouble. Hardguard gonna be up to keep him alive, and the movement speed will allow him to escape for now, but he's now looking for the re-engage. Chibi right behind him. I don't think Homeboys are going to continue with this.
I think Homeboys really have to start really respecting this Franco pick. You can't just, I see that with Cypher being on the Hilda, he thinks he has like free range across the enemy jungle, but that's not the case here.
Ooh, the Tempest Blade is going to be coming out yet again. They're trending the purple buff. Cypher dropping real low. A mega kill going over to Izanami. Zaka's dropping low as well. But here comes Mortalala. Irfan in the backline getting caught underneath the tower. Double kill going over to Izanami.
Surprisingly, with so many kills earlier on, the gold difference isn't huge. Chibi is really making a lot of work farming for his team.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think RSG has been doing a good job at not only trading, getting those kills, but Homeboys, more importantly, just getting these overall objectives.
Almost getting the torn apart memory kill onto a Kim as well. A really close fight, but it didn't really work out for them.
I like how, in terms of economy-wise, they're still pretty neck and neck. It's just a 1k lead. But you can see that Cypher is still in their jungle. Is he ever going to leave at this point?
No, I think Saiful has basically made a permanent home right in front of Kuza, and now Irfan taking a lot of damage from Mortalala, who's chasing him down with the power of nature. Luckily, he has enough shield, but the block coming out from Mortalala, Tempest of Blade secures the kill.
You gotta love how Mortalala, like his grok is solid overall, but we can have. But it seems like RSG are sitting a bit quite comfortably, especially at the early stages of the game.
Overall, let's have a look at how the game is going for both sides. RSG MY still slightly ahead. I think most of that gold is going to be on Izanami, who is 5-0 on this Lilia, having a great game overall.
I mean, you can see how RSG really punished Homeboys for their early game aggression. And they really disrespect how much AoE damage Izanami has at this stage of the game. I don't think he even has Ice Queen's wand built up yet.
I don't think so as well, but a killing spree already happening. Vince being caught out, and now Chibi in a bit of trouble, but he's going to be fine. RSG MY all grouped up in the center point, looking to make a move over the tower, but it looks like they're actually going to rotate down now to go onto a Nip, who should be able to flicker away.
Right, and Irfan was able to take that first inhibitor of the day.
But the Tempest of Blades has already come out. Kuza doing a lot of damage. Hilda already falling. Zaka's gonna be the next one to fall. Kuza still being okay, but the torn apart memory finds a Kim in the back line.
Irfan is just a menace. He doesn't care. He doesn't care there's the Grok right in his face. No Guardian Bear will be able to stop him to continue on his assault. The Izanami, we will not be able to protect that inhibitor. That's just gone at this point, that turret.
Yeah, RSG MY definitely on the back foot now. GB looking to take another turtle. They see Mortalala, who uses the wall charge but completely misses. The retreat timing on GB is still on point.
And I saw that Chibi has picked up the Guardian's helmet. That means he's going to be so much harder to kill, considering how tanky this Baxia is.
Though it is understandable that right now Homeboys are upping the momentum. They're now ganking onto Kuza. Saiful already in position, but the Tempest of Blades will knock him out. Chibi gonna miss the shield unity. Nice sidestep. Kuza should be able to escape from this.
And it seems like the side of RSG are trying to set up for something by the river. Oh, the Iron Hook misses, unfortunately.
Right now, both teams are gearing up in the center side of the river. Kuza looking for that purple buff, will be able to take it before Chibi goes in. The wall gonna be blocking them out, and the mega kill onto the Hilda straight away. Chibi gonna be stuck as well. They do a lot of damage, pick up Zakas, but they've already lost Chibi. And now Mortalala jumping in, massive damage against Anip, who's able to find the shutdown onto Izanami, forcing Mortalala back. Kuza in the back line, looking for Vince. The healing not gonna keep him alive for long.
What? No way! A 3-for-2 trade only? What in the world's going on? I mean, Homeboys are looking to trade even better than this, but how? So many are low. Even RSG, they don't seem to be dying right now.
RSG, they are really showing their dominance right now. They know exactly what they're doing. They're as if they're trying to bait out something from the Homeboys. The minute they see, and yet, the Heart Gut comes in.
Yup, Irfan gonna be the next target. They already took him out.
It's tough. It's a tough game. Honestly, what more can you say about this? RSG now getting a bigger snowball to turn things from what used to be a small investment to something even bigger. They're looking to go to the moon here, Monchel.
Right, and I mean, he actually lands the hook onto the purple buff and resetting it, but just like that, Chibi is just trying his best at this point of the game.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for the Homeboys. They have a lineup that is strongest in the early to mid game, but lose out quite a bit in terms of late game scaling. So now that RSG MY is ahead, they're going to keep a hold onto this advantage.
And RSG and both sides are going to be starting on this first Lord. But will they be able to bait out something? But no, Homeboys will be securing the Lord first of all.
Saiful already getting caught out in the backline. Tempest of Blaze being popped down. GB in a really bad spot, already taken out by the carry. And now the Brody gonna be able to pick up Zakas. Anip with the hard guard doing a lot of damage. They find off Akim as well. Mortalala in a bit of trouble. Kuza jumping into the backline, picks up the Brody. Izanami gonna be able to delay Irfan in time, who is now on top of Mortalala. The healing not going to be enough as the damage from the Grok proving to be a bit of a problem.
That went really sideways for the Homeboys. And with the composition that RSG has, they have so many ways to go in and engage and pick off the key members of Homeboys.
Yeah, absolutely. They're making use of all these different angles overall to jump onto the squishier members. And Saiful, unfortunately, is getting caught out really unaware, which means he's not able to protect the rest of his team.
And right now, Akim is going to be out farming Anip as of now. You can see that Izanami already has Ice Queen 1 build. You can expect so much more damage coming out from this Lilia.
Yep, and all the slow is going to matter quite a bit to RSG MY as well, because Homeboys, they are a very front-to-back lineup. They have a lot of melee characters, so the Ice Queen wand is going to really mess up their engagement.
Is that Twilight Armor I see?
Yep, absolutely. Chibi, interestingly enough, still going for a bit of a greedy build with more damage instead of defensiveness.
And Anip on the side was able to finally break another turret. I would say he's actually going for it. But no, Mardalala will be able to clear up the waves in time.
At this stage of the game, I think, Mortalala, he kind of understands his role. He's looking for better positions to find himself to actually stop Anip from getting that damage out. Remember, Anip doesn't really scale well with attack speed. It's just really slow hits after hits after hits after hits, but it does give Akim plenty of time to scale.
Oh, but they find the Iron Hook. They're going to be able to pick off Anip. Hardguard keeps him alive. Meanwhile, Chibi coming into the backline, killing spree onto Izanami already. Saiful going to get picked up immediately. Chibi going to follow up. Double kill going over to Izanami. And now Kuza, he sees Vince. It's a tasty morsel in the backline. Tempest of Blades not going to be able to find the Angela, but they're now breaking through the entire mid lane of towers.
You gotta love the communication that's coming out from RSG MY. The minute they pick off Anip, they just go all in.
Yeah, the coordination coming in from RSG, you're absolutely right. The coordination is ridiculous. Right now, RSG are playing really, really hot. The quarantine buff!
Oh, that's nice. Oh, Irfan's still going for it. Wallach, he's blocked. What? He's blocked by his own wall.
How? Wait, how is he not taking damage there? I think just the overall system. We gotta pull up the item list. We gotta see what they have on Akim. How did he survive so long? He should have died in just 1 or 2 auto attacks.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Irfan was just as confused as we are. It's like, is he blocked by his own wall there? But now Saiful jumping into 3 people. He has enough HP to be fine. Homeboys wants to set up for this next Luminous Lord.
I think it's a key moment here for the Homeboys. If they don't take this Lord, it's going to be a real tough struggle to get back into the game.
Right, and both teams are just going to OR. You can see that Zakas was trying to come up with that sneaky little Iron Hook. But
but in the backline, Kuza already being able to find the Angela. Vin's gonna get taken out. Chibi in the backline going for Izanami, but not enough damage as the Iron Hook finds Irfan. Unstoppable streak going over to Izanami.
That just shuts out all the options for the Homeboys. RSG is just blocking them out at every single angle.
Right, and every opportunity given, Zach is really coming in clutch with those Iron Hooks.
I think we have to just remember, right, that RSG has that 6.4k goal lead overall. I mean, Izanami is so huge. They're going to take out all the outer turrets at this stage of the game.
You say 6k, but I feel like this feels like 10k and above. They're really going to the moon with how they're stretching this goalie, and it feels like child's play at this point.
Yeah, but now they've got the Lord on their side, right? This is the end game, and RSG need to capitalize on every single moment. Every mistake that Homeboys is going to do is another opportunity for RSG to punish as we get to these final moments. Let's see how they play this out, especially for the inhibitors.
The Voluminous Lord going to be pushing in now, and RSG looking to escort it. They take the bottom inhibitor, Mortalala on the top inhibitor as well. Saiful jumping in on Zakas, but that was a bad idea. Instantly, monster kill going over to Izanami. His score looking quite nice right now. All ones, but all of the towers have been taken out. Zakas in a bit of trouble now, but is able to survive with Winter Trunk, and Chibi going to be the next target. They already take out Irfan. They already find Chibi. It's now a 2v4 situation. Anip and Vince, they're trying to defend as much as possible, but it's not going to matter at all because RSG MY break right through the crystal.
Woo! That's one hell of a game and a good way to start for RSG.
Solid gameplay coming out from RSG. They really knew when to wait for those moments, and the minute the team members of RSG were able to take out the one or two members of Homeboys, they just went straight right into it.
I don't know about you, Monchel, but it sounds like your little heart stuck on the way that these boys have been playing so far. And to be fair, the way that they're playing is really, really clean. I don't know who's not going to be attracted to that.
Yep, I think it was just really clean engagements coming out from RSG MY, finding exactly which angles they wanted to engage on, being able to pick off the squishier members of Homeboys in the back line. And unfortunately, just in terms of lineup, Homeboys really did just get outscaled.
I mean, I would like to believe that Homeboys could have put up a better fight, right? I think a lot of it has to do with just the small lane interactions that they were having against RSG, especially amongst the roamers.
I just feel like it was really a bad thing that RSG had such a great early game, considering that they were definitely their draft was playing towards like being able to scale towards the late game, but they took advantage of the situation. They punished Homeboys so hard for that early game aggression. And, well, what can I say?
I mean, what else can you say? I totally agree with you. It's just continuous punishment. Now, let's pull up the item build so far. And based on what we are seeing, I think there's nothing much they can really do realistically. I mean, Homeboys, for a fact, this Chibi on the Baxia is what irks me the most, because Chibi is such a great assassin-style player. Putting him on a Baxia, it feels like you're forcing him on a plateau.
Oh, basically you're saying you feel like he's really limited in this role.
Exactly.
Yep, I have to agree as well. This isn't the first time we've seen Chibi try out the Baxia, and it has worked to differing degrees so far. But I think Homeboys right here, the way that they drafted really limited themselves in focusing purely on the early game. They had to make something happen. So they were playing a lot more aggressively than you would think, and that ended up with Izanami punishing them hard.
Now, I know for a fact, you yourself, Sadafa, are an EXP lane player. What do you think about Irfan opting to go for Blade of Heptases instead of the traditional War Axe?
An interesting choice from Irfan. I guess he's trying to use this so that he can ambush the squishier members of the backline. He's probably aiming to just instantly take out Akim in these engagements, most likely going for the backline push instead of playing with the rest of his team. It's a risky play that would work if not for the fact that RSG MY were just forming such a strong front line, he couldn't get to the back at all.
I mean, to be fair, he did win out that initial trade against the wall with Akim, both locked in together.
I mean, Irfan, as you mentioned, he went with the Blade of Heptases, but you can see that there's a Thunderbolt on Akim. Could that be the reason why he was able to survive for so long, despite being blocked by the wall?
I mean, the true damage is great, but it has to come down to the Endless Battle and as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Now, looking at the MVP of this game, without a question, with one of the best KDAs so far here in their performance, it's going to be Izanami, 11, 1, and 13.
Yep. I personally kind of wish that the game ended just a little bit earlier, because there was a point where Izanami was 11, 1, 11, and if he had kept that until the end screen, that would have been really nice overall. But what was also really nice was his gameplay, just really taking advantage of Homeboys' over-aggression.
I mean, considering how Izanami's playstyle is that he usually likes to farm up a bit more and get his items, but you can see that earlier on he saw that with the Lilia, he has that built-in damage, so he had no hesitation. He just went in and punished Hilda so earlier on during those jungle invasions.
And that's why I keep telling everybody, in pro play, it's about priority. How fast can you push the lane and make that first move? And especially with Hilda, who's like, yes, I'm going to 1v1 the jungler. Izanami says, no, you're not. I'm going to push this wave out, instantly start helping my jungler, and make sure that we can punish you as early as possible.
Yeah, we can have a look in just a moment at the highlights of this previous game, because I think there is a lot that we can mention. These are, of course, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, because in the early game, RSG MY, they were having a bit of a rough time.
I mean, more than just a rough time. I mean, look at the way that they are engaging, right? RSG, they wanted to make sure that they could cover their jungler, but they called in all the resources. For a lot of teams, most of the time when you take away a resource from a lane, they end up losing that lane, but it feels like the opposite happened in this game.
Well, if you're pulling in resources trying to stop, to protect your farm from the enemy side, but they are able to translate it into kills, and that's how they really snowball out of control.
And I think now when you start that initial snowball, it never really stopped for RSG MY.
Yep, once we already don't have to mention Izanami because he got so many free kills in the beginning, but I think there were some really nice clutch walls from Mortalala. Look at the damage from this Grok. Looks like Weapon Master might actually be an interesting emblem choice here.
Really? I don't know. I'm still not completely sold on the idea of Weapon Master on Grok. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of iffy for me. I'm kind of 50-50.
Well, iffy or not, it worked for this battle.
I think I need one more game. I need one more game, and I need to see Mortalala do it all over again. Maybe lock a Kim out with his wall one more time. I think that would convince me.
I don't really think Weapon Master has anything to do with this wall, though.
You hate to see it, especially if you are carry. It's like, it's the worst timing. He just uses Phantom Step, and RSG just continue to snowball off of that. But that is just game one. Dominant performance coming in from RSG MY. And I think even Homeboys, they still miss that blue side. They have such a good win rate on blue side.
It is interesting coming out from this game, but overall we can see that RSG MY, they are the team that like to experiment a bit more. I think they've adjusted a little bit better to this meta, and I do like that Homeboys are trying to shift their gameplay style as well, but they're still lacking something in their draft. You can't put all of your eggs in one basket.
What are they lacking? I don't know. The more I think about it, it's a bit tough to see what angle they could have taken to actually try and retake control of this game.
I mean, I think with this current meta, you definitely need more than one winning condition. You can't, as you mentioned, you cannot focus all your resources into one hyper carry, for example.
I mean, we've seen too many teams do it, right? It's such a big cost, and sometimes you want to be thinking of like, is he awake? Is he warmed up? Is he ready? But if you are RSG MY, you don't need to worry about any of that. Multiple win conditions means multiple flavors, which means that they can celebrate with Nescafe.
Yep, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, as per usual, make sure to scan the QR code here at the bottom of the screen. Make sure to use the promo code NESMPL30, and you will be able to get 30% off on your next Nescafe purchase.
Don't miss out on some of the older flavors. Their mocha, their latte, their original, or they're coming out with some newer flavors here. And so far, we've tried it out here at the MPL itself. 200 cans. And now we can actually get someone from the outside who just joined the MPL. Have you seen the stack outside?
Yes, and honestly, it brings back memories to back in uni when I'm just dying and I just need, I need some coffee. I'll just walk out to the vending machine and just grab myself a Nescafe to really freshen up.
Oh gosh, it's just too, I feel like it's just too much. It's just too much, and Nescafe has been really kind to us to be so generous. Unlike RSG, who's just been stealing away gold time after time after time in game number one against the Homeboys.
Yep, Homeboys, their overaggression was definitely punished here. We know them to be a team that likes to take many of these fights. And we obviously saw Irfan on his signature Paquito as well. He wants to be creating space for the rest of his team. And that's exactly what they did. But I think in their efforts, they focused a little bit too much on Kuza and the jungle. And Izanami, you don't ever want to just let Aurelia stand there and fire balls of energy at you.
I don't know if you're talking about Mobile Legends or just another episode of Dragon Ball Z. All right, with that being said, it's getting close for that game two. What are some of your expectations, Monchel, especially for the Homeboys here, because they really need these points. They are at the brink of relegation.
You're right. I still think that, I don't think Chibi was particularly comfortable on that jungle Baxiar. Maybe something a bit more of his, we have seen what he can do on his assassins. Maybe they will really need to prioritize that link, since, are they still on the blue side here?
It depends. It depends what RSG is feeling like today. They could hop over to the blue side. They could maintain their position on the red side. It's a little tough to say, but let's pull up the previous match recap just in case you are just tuning in.
Yep, overall we can see that RSG was dishing out massive amounts of damage. Obviously, Izanami going to have the highest personal DPS simply because, well, if you don't have the highest personal DPS with 11 kills and 13 assists, I don't really know what's happening here.
I mean, that's not all, right? I mean, that's not all. I don't want to keep rehashing game number one. It was such a role for RSG, but Baxiar as a jungler in the meta we're talking about right now is just, I don't feel it's that great. Everyone keeps raving about it. I haven't seen it popped off just yet.
But we have to talk more about Mortalalala. You can see how effective he was at making so much space for his team with the Guardian's Barrier. I think he's a huge impact, and just from the damage alone, this Grok, as you mentioned, you didn't expect so much damage coming out from that meaty boy of his.
I mean, Meanie Boy is one way to describe Grok. Literally the biggest character model in the game. Well, to be fair, especially when you are drafting, Wanwan is almost just as tall as him.
What?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it is. It's
it
nuts.
is pretty weird. The thing is, though, Grok isn't even made of meat.
I'm not taking that from you right now. It's time for the second draft. It's going to be starting off shortly. We get to see the player cams here, and now they have to refresh themselves to bounce back into game number 2. Thankfully, gaming with Cadbury Zip is going to make that happen. Now, more chocolatey.
Absolutely. Grok may not be made of meat, but you can be sure that this is made of the richest chocolate you have ever consumed. So make sure to grab your Cadbury Zip from 7-Eleven or even buy it online now if you're feeling a little bit tired to go out. And I can definitely understand that watching MPL can be pretty exhausting with the intense action brought to your screen.
Now I'm just imagining Cadbury Zip, just frozen Cadbury Zips are just the Grok edition of the Cadbury Zip. All right. Enough of that. We've got 1 and 41 seconds. Wait, no. Looks like you guys have been farming the MPL 500 share milestone has been achieved. Thank you so much to everybody in the English broadcast for doing so. Here is your code down below.
Make sure you guys redeem the code. Make sure you guys get some in-game rewards. I personally always enjoy getting some in-game rewards for myself. Michelle, how do you feel about getting free stuff in ML?
I mean, come on, we're all Malaysians here.
Okay, wait. You don't have to say because
I will call us out. We love free stuff. Give me all the free stuff there is.
Honestly, I would recognize that as our national identity.
Oh my goodness. That is our national identity. Pull up the flag and you know who's the first nationality that's going to be there. All right. We're getting off topic here. 50 seconds before we hop into the second draft. Adaptations are going to be extremely key for the homeboys. And I think for RSG, they've got a formula working for them. I don't know what exactly that formula is, but it's working.
I think the formula is give Izanami a clutch late game mage and watch him go pew pew.
I think he could just convert any so-called late game mage into an early to mid game scaling mage overall. Just put him in the right position, and he's just going as you mentioned, pew 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 pew. He's going to have just give him the kills, get him so fed to the point that there's no way to stop him.
All right. I mean, if that's going to be the way, I'm feeling like Sicilian should be the #1 on his priority list for RSG. But it is time for the draft. Let's jump right into it. Homeboys, once again, on the blue side, RSG on the red.
We're gonna be seeing Homeboys start out with their very traditional Fanny ban, and RSG going to be panning out the Valentina as well. I think in this game, the hero that is going to be very notably prioritized for both sides is that Ling.
This feels like deja vu. I was seeing the same default bans coming out from the side of both teams.
I don't know. I haven't seen this place before. Neither. It feels, yes, I do agree it does feel like deja vu, but it feels like RSG, if they have a formula that works, just keep doing it until it fails, right?
What interests me is that Karina is going to be banned out by the Homeboys. Considering they're on the blue side, it would be pretty easy for them to pick this up for themselves, and definitely works better than the tank Baxia jungle, but who knows? Either way, RSG gonna follow up.
I think any team that does not ban out the Masha is making a very serious mistake, unless they're planning to pick it up from the side, if they're on the blue side. And it seems like Homeboys deciding that I think they're done with the Baxia at this point of this stage of the game.
think I can definitely agree with that. If I'm Chibi, I'm like, yo, I'm a playmaker. Why are you giving me this tank? I don't like zoning. I want to get the kills.
This kind of feels like those pub games where someone says like, oh, you should play this hero and you don't feel like playing that hero, so you ban it.
Wait, it's too real. It's too real now. I'm getting solo queue flashbacks already.
Oh, just so that you're not forced to play this particular hero. You just, oh right, I've just banned it, so I don't have to be forced into that role overall.
Yeah, hopefully that's not what's happening here, because there's definitely some discipline between all of these players. But RSG going to be the ones to make the decision to ban out the Ling. Both Chibi and Kuza really love playing on this hero.
I think overall RSG is just going to be denying this Ling pick from Chibi. We have seen his previous performances. He is quite unstoppable, so feels bad, honestly.
Yeah, feels bad for now. However, as we see Grok, I don't know about you, but I feel like Irfan is probably taking a little bit of inspiration from more to La La La. Weapon Master, maybe?
No.
I would say yes. Yes, please. I'd like to see more of that. It's more information I can use from my pub games as well. But I am very interested to see whether or not the Weapon Master Grok is actually that effective. And we know that before this, Irfan has already played on the Grok, though using high and dry. So this time, seeing how effective Mortalala was on it, Irfan saying, okay, it's my turn.
And considering how the Selena was just passed like that, yep, it's just going to be picked up by Izanami, as well as the Hayabusa.
I don't know. I feel like this is one of those situations where the homeboys are looking at this and it's like, well, I don't know, Irfan. They locked in Selena, so like, could you pass this to Stifle?
Yeah, Grok is not going to have a good time at all against this Selena.
I don't know what's going on here. Do we have a synchronized swimming team or something, or a cheer team? This is getting uncomfortable for me.
But either way, though, yes, going for the Grok as the roamer now would definitely work out, since he would be immune to CC when walking near the wall. So even if the Abyssal Hero hits him, it doesn't matter. But I feel like when the patch first dropped, we saw a lot of roamer Grok, and it simply didn't work.
I think it's just the fact that he's not able to scale well. He's always going to be levels behind everybody else. He wants to go even so his base damages are natural. But now we see the Hayabusa has been locked in for the RSG. Homeboys are looking for the Esmeralda as well as the Lancelot.
And considering how the Lancelot has not been performing so well, because at this stage of the game, you can say that Lancelot tends to fall off at some point of the game, especially towards the later stages. And on the side of RSG, they have picked up the Franco for themselves. But I'd like to talk a bit more on this Esmeralda pick. This is something that Irfan is very comfortable with, and he is able to make so much space for his team. And that's why I think at this point they're going to focusing on giving Irfan the hero he needs to make the plays for his team.
All right, let's see if Homeboys are going to double down on it with their own bans, as RSG themselves are going to be banning out the Lilia. I'm expecting things like the Dairoth to go. I'm also expecting Khalid, possibly Khalid as well.
It's going to come down to Mortalala himself, but the Dairoth definitely 100% has to go. Irfan will not have a good time in that EXP lane, but him locking in the Esmeralda also confirms that this is a roamer Grok.
It seems like they're really focusing their bans towards Vince, but the Sicilian is still available. And we know that for being that signature pick for Vince. And depending on Homeboy's composition, would they want to have that late game
scaling?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I get what you're coming from. The late game scaling sounds like a really good idea. However, I'm nervous about RSG because they do have the Franco and as well as Selena, both of which are extremely good at picks here. But Homeboys making sure that they're doubling down their bans, making sure they get rid of Dairoth as well as the Yuzong. So again, Mortalala is not going to have that impact. Uranus gets locked in.
That is your favorite hero of the entire Land of Dawn.
Nothing beats the Yuzong, baby!
Uranus going to be locked in by RSG. Obviously, kind of a 50-50 against the Esmeralda. Not ideal. I would have actually liked if they went with the Khalid at this point instead, but I suppose Mortalala is more comfortable on this instead, as Homeboys will now lock in a Nips Beatrix.
I would say that they really need to give Anip, something he's more comfortable with. And despite the slight nerf to Beatrix Kit, she's still super effective in clearing the waves. And, well, basically having no cooldowns between her ults. That is really a pain to deal with.
Well, I mean, there technically is. If we're getting really technical, yes, there is cooldowns between her ults, but the most important thing is the fact that she has 2, and then if she switch weapons, she's got another 2 to work with. So I feel like Beatrix fits every single situation, and we also get to see Yve make it through the ban phase. This is something I was kind of worried about, mainly because of the pick potential from RSG to shut down the real-world manipulation.
Yeah, the reason why RSG MY decided to ban out the Lilia and Kagura but leave the Eve open is simply because they have the Iron Hook, they have the Abyssal Arrow. If you have a maze that's just going to stand there, it's very easy picking. So they say, homeboys, you can have that for free. And then they're going to finish off their draft with the carry.
It seems like they're gonna really rely on Kim to really raise the win rate on this carry pick here.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I personally am not the biggest fan of carry. Yes, it does well against tanks, but I think the biggest issue is that it struggles to win the lane and get priority. You have to babysit it. And RSG, with that mid lane that can't really push out compared to Yve, we'll see whether this is going to work.
As we now prepare to enter game number 2. For those of you who have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, currently RSG MY is 1 game up against the Homeboys, and this is a very important match for the Homeboys because they need all the points they can get. For that reason, they have drafted a really high damage composition with a little bit of late game scaling that they will hopefully be able to achieve, whereas RSG MY going for a heavily aggressive early game with the Selena and the Franco, and leaving it to Akim as well as more to Lala to hold up the late game.
Welcome everybody here. It's game number 2. All of the eggs are in this one basket, and if Homeboys can't pull it off, they might be putting themselves in a very dire situation for week 8. Homeboys on the blue side up against RSG MY once again on the red side.
You can see a little cheeky passes between Saiful as well as Zakis. Nothing too much fear. Izanami, well, that's quite a fair bit of engagement coming up from both sides yet. But yeah, they will be focusing on taking that little wanderer. That's the first small objective that could take before the first turtle of the game spawns.
More importantly, that is the first step of starting to snowball. And I think in general, Kuza, he's not really going to interact with most of the Homeboys at this stage of the game. He's going to be waiting for level 4 first. And I think they want to focus their resources mainly on the gold lanes. If I was RSG, push out that mid wave and then move up. Same thing for Homeboys, but they've already got first move.
Right. Seems like Grok is en route to potentially take a pick onto carry.
Nah, there's not just yet on it. He knows, he sees it. The fact is, when the Cypher is on Grok, he gives free vision to his opponents, and he can step over those abyssal traps to make sure that, you know, it doesn't get in the way of the rest of his teammates. He's a tank. He can do the heavy lifting for the team.
I like how he just blocked. I think he was trying to get that crab for himself, but he just blocks it away from himself. So that was a bit of a
Yeah, interesting. A bit of friendly fire happening on this Grok overall. But again, we're still waiting for these first moves coming in from RSG MY. They are needing to get aggressive. They want to punish pre-level 4. And if they can actually achieve that, the snowball starts running. And let's see if it's going to be a repeat of game number 1.
It's gonna be pretty rough for them though. Zakis and Izanami really want to make use of this duo to roam around and get some kills, but now Zakis in a bit of trouble. Vin's gonna be able to purify out of the Iron Hook, so he's fine. Mortalala now coming in from the bottom lane, but he's not gonna be able to go up against Irfan, so no casualties here.
But forcing out that purify so earlier on, that is one important resource that has been taken away from the side of the Homeboys.
Huge, actually, because the turtle is now up, and now without Purify, Vince is at risk. Oh, no.
Ooh. JB gonna be able to escape from that with the Torn Rose, even using the Phantom execution to try and get it. But Saiful, how did he get a kill on Takusa? This is not a high and dry Grok here. Abyssal Arrow going to land on him, but Saiful is tanky enough to survive this, so he's fine.
I mean, honestly, they're matching up pretty well here, despite the fact that we've already admitted, Grok in the roamer, not as good as it used to be.
Well, this is definitely not a weapon mastery Grok. So
I mean, pull yourself together. That's what. That's the way to do it. I mean, especially when you are that roam grop, you have to make sure that you're creating that space and denying information from Izanami.
Yep, now they're on top of the turtle. RSG MY, they're not in any position to contest this. I think Huza is saying, okay, give it over to them. We're not going to be able to take the fight right now. And Saiful going to just be able to negate the Iron Hook because he is Grok.
Oh man, that I'm not gonna lie, that is a bit of a bummer, especially if you are a role player and especially if you're playing Franco. It just makes sense here. But notice that the movement coming in from RSG MY, they don't want to put too many resources on bottom side. I mean, Uranus, he can deal with it himself. He's focusing on mid.
Ooh, Saiful gonna get caught out. He uses the wall charge, gets a 3-man, ends up dying. Real World Manipulation dropped down, but all of RSG instantly uses their fingers to get away. And GB gets hooked back, but no bloody hunt available from Zakas, so he is fine.
I mean, as you mentioned, that Mortalala and Irfan, it's just a bit more of a wet noodle fight overall. They don't, as you mentioned, they don't really have to focus on bottom side, but that is a lot of gold chunked out from that turret.
It's being farmed up, and Anip, it feels weird to see him being oppressed like this. And I think you have to remember, like the light wheel coming out from Kim. If he stands too long in it, the initial damage hurts a lot more than it did before. And I think it's a very powerful tool, but very easy to dodge.
I think overall, you can see that, as you mentioned, RSG wasn't focusing so much on the bottom side. They're rotating up just to ensure that Akim is getting the support he needs.
Yeah.
But now GB gonna be backing them up as well. Iron Hook going to miss, and the tower freely goes over to the homeboys. They say, take our gold plating, we'll take your entire tower.
I think this is a smart decision by RSG MY because they can't back up Akim at that very moment, and homeboys already had first move. So it's good that homeboys take advantage of it, take that tier 1, and now I'm pretty sure we're expecting to see a cheeky lane swap in a little bit.
Well, honestly, when we first look at the initial draft, we expect RSG to be more aggressive, but we're not really seeing that here. Considering they have the Selena, they have a Franco, they're not being as aggressive as they should. Or are they?
Well, I feel like there's some conditions that need to be met, right? I think right now, Saiful is doing a really good job at denying RSG MY that important information.
Yeah, it's exactly because of Saiful that they're not able to play aggressively in the early game because the Grok is just matching their movement. Saiful is even willing to die. That's why he took Pull Yourself Together. He's intending to get hit with all the Abyssal arrows, but Zakas flickers forward with the bloody hunt, but the massive Phantom Execution onto 2 members instantly picks him out. We already lost the Grok as well. GB now getting chased down by 3 members. He's looking for Kuza. He finds it. Going to be able to get that kill. Mortalala picks it up. Izanami now dropping real low. Anip going for it. Will be able to get the kill. Irfan picks it up, but it's a triple kill going over on Akim. And now he has his eyes set on Irfan as well. Will the Esmeralda be able to walk away? No! Maniac going over to Akim.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the highlight reel for TikTok for Akim himself until that very last kill. That was sad to watch. Mortalala is just handing this last kill over to Akim on a silver platter.
Well, we love teammates like this, giving him a maniac overall. And considering how Carry is supposed to be sort of more to perform better towards the late game stage, but having 4 kills alone, he is going to be outscaling Anip by so much here.
Yep, and he also achieves 2 of his items, the Endless Battle as well as the Golden Staff, off of the Maniac itself.
Yep, that's going to be massive overall, and Kuza even now invading into their jungle quite cheekily here. RSG MY looking quite comfortable as GB will be able to pick up a turtle in return at least.
But for now, in terms of economy, it's still a really slight difference. So I would say in terms of goal-wise, it's quite even. But
hold on to Iron Hook, gonna be able to find the and they've already getting taken out. You couldn't even see that happen. Mortalala zoning out the rest. Zakas very happy with that kill.
As I was saying, RSG really knows when to come online.
Oh, I mean, speaking of coming online, Irfan
Oh,
has to go for this 1v1. Wait, no, he might actually win this. Hold on, Kuza. One more auto attack. Starfall, it's Kuza wins out in the end, but it forces Kuza to use the Bloody Retribution so early on.
Oh, that was really close there. The 1v1 looking about as intense as it could possibly be. Literally no idea who was gonna win until the very end.
That was too close for a call, I would say.
Way too close. Honestly, way too close. But now, RSG MY, they're up in kill count. I'm getting a lot of the same vibes from game number 1. RSG MY are just winning out on these overall counter engages against the Homeboys.
Homeboys, though, still actually farming up quite well. Obviously, we know... Oh, hold on a second, though. When did they find Saiful? Unstoppable! Going on to Akim. Abyssal Arrow finds Irfan. Akim still going at it. Double kill! Going over to the carry already. Chibi has his eyes on Izanami, but he sidesteps the Thorn Rose. Finally gets taken out. He's now looking for Zakas. Franco dropping real low. Able to get the puncture. And the double kill going over to Chibi. But Mortalala finally picks him off.
I would say Homeboys is not out of this just yet. Both teams are just trading back and forth. And Homeboys, they know their winning conditions. And you can see that as of now, Chibi, yes, he has died, unfortunately. But he will be able to now make more space overall for the rest of his team, for the others to come back online.
Personally, the way that I'm seeing it right now is that Homeboys are trying to make their own TikTok reel here. And RSG MY, I mean, Akim has got one. Chibi naturally was able to make a really sick play of his own, and even adjusting his angle to make sure that his puncture is able to close the distance onto Zakas.
Yep, overall, really clean plays coming out from both sides, but the Homeboys still having a little bit of difficulty jumping into that back line. Chibi, his main target is going to be Akim, but the carry is still 6-0. I'm honestly very curious to see how rich he is right now.
He's probably a really rich man. I'm sure he invested in crypto at some point of time. He's going to the moon. Man's going to the moon.
And you can see that RSG, they're waiting by, and yep, Zakas is just gonna change the cheeky iron hook. You know who could be hiding there, but unfortunately, no.
Well, it looks like his map hacks isn't hot. Okay. His map hacks isn't on, but his Anami's is.
Yeah, I don't think Saiful minds that, though. The Grok is literally put in the roamer position so that he can eat those abyssal arrows for breakfast. They see Akim, but they are definitely suspecting something, so they're using the conceal to engage. Phantom Execution doesn't land on anyone. Kuza, a little bit out of position, but they're not able to engage on it as well. Zakas with the conceal looking forward to see if he can find a pickoff, but both teams are quite passive right now.
And you can see that RSG is poking the Lord ever so slightly. Are they trying to bait Homeboys into a fight?
No, I think that's exactly what they want to do. They want Homeboys to clump together and start wasting some valuable time and as well big ultimates. They're waiting for Vince specifically to use the real-world manipulation in tandem with Saiful's wild charge. As soon as Saiful doesn't have that wild charge, I think we're going to see RSG MY flip the switch.
Right, and that Lord has reset. And it seemed like they were trying to bait out something from them. But Homeboys, now they're playing a bit more carefully. They know what RSG is trying to do. And unfortunately for Vince, he has to really consider so many factors. The Abyssal Arrow, the Iron Hook, it feels bad for the man, honestly.
Yeah, it really does. And I think Homeboys is making the right decision here, focusing on the map to make sure that they don't let RSG MY dictate the tempo.
Yep, I think it's a really smart call overall because RSG MY, we know that their pickoff potential is very strong, and now Akim is farmed up. So playing the map is much smarter for the Homeboys, split pushing to get farm instead of going for direct team fights.
This is where it's going to get a little dicey here. Now Homeboys have priority over the Lord. Let's see how this situation plays out for them as RSG MY go in!
Oh, the wall charge gonna stop Zakas. He doesn't even get the bloody hunt off. Real one manipulation already going to be stopped as Akim is 1v1ing Anim. Anim gets the kill, shut down onto the carry, and it looks like Irfan will be able to get the Lord as well. As the tower gonna fall, they pick off the Hayabusa as well.
Homeboys is just turning this around. And unfortunately for Akim, you can't really 1v1 Beatrix the minute Nibiru's passion has been popped.
Yep, he's just getting a little too aggressive here, and this is why Chibi give him these assassins. He's a playmaker for the team, and if you give him some iframes, he's going to make it stretch a long way, but now Anip is going to die for his sins. You think you can just walk up and take our tier 2 for nothing? RSG says no.
But he did still get the tier 2, so I think Anip is going to be pretty alright with that. At this point of the game, he's basically been relegated to the tower DPS, and I don't think Homeboys mind that too much. Chibi, his only goal is to dive the backline, and if he's able to pick off the DPS on RSG MY, the rest of their members will follow suit.
Right, and with the lore on their side, they're slowly regaining map control.
It was more than just map control. I think it's just defending against these Lord-empowered minions. But if you look at the items so far, Kim, interesting build. Opts to go for the Endless Battle on top of the Thunder Belt, and I think he is going to go for a Winds of Nature right at the very end.
I mean, he has to be able to withstand Anip's damage. I mean, despite Anip having a bit of a rough time earlier on, you can't underestimate the damage that's coming out from this Beatrix. And curiously on Chibi, I did not see a Blade of Despair.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Chibi understands that his team has more than enough damage, so it's about his survivability at the end of the day. He's going to try to make these plays, bait out big spells from RSG, and now they begin.
Cypher gonna get caught out by the Bloody Hunt. Wheel 1 manipulation as the backline immediately dismantled by Chibi. He picks up a double kill. He picks up a triple kill. Mortalala, will he be the maniac? Yes, he will. Chibi turns it around for a team wipe against RSG MY, and we're gonna be seeing a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, as HOMEBOIS makes the upset happen.
This is a game of a lifetime. Great plays coming in from Chibi to pull them from the brink of relegation. GG, well played to the HOMEBOIS.
The HOMEBOIS, the minute they saw that small, ever so small opening, they capitalized it and they turned the tables onto RSG.
It's just, wow, what a turnaround here. Unfortunately for RSG, Akim was just not enough.
Yep, the carry worked out well for them in game number 1, but looks like it's going to get punished now that Chibi is able to go on his one as his more comfortable assassin pickups, just diving into the backline, and they just evaporate.
Oh, brutal. A brutal game. I mean, obviously, it was a lot more back and forth, and I think, HOMEBOIS, they're starting to find their momentum and really warming up against RSG MY.
They're really finding their groove here, right, Gideon?
They really am. They've got the moves. They're starting to put the salsa on, get that dancing going, and they're ready to tango.
Yep, HOMEBOIS, they've got a lot of movement that they need to perform if they want to make sure that they can dance their way out of the relegation zone right now. It doesn't feel good for the HOMEBOIS considering how well they've been doing, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Being able to secure that spot in the playoffs is very vital to them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the item build is going to be, especially for the HOMEBOIS here. And you did mention that Blade of Despair not being on that Lancelot just yet, but I felt like maybe at the last moment, I could be wrong. Let's double check right now. Here in the item build, looking at Lancelot, yeah, he doesn't have the Blade of Despair, and yet he was still able to get so much value.
I think with the War Axe, his goal was to be able to get into extremely long team fights and really sustain throughout. I think that's the goal with this Lancelot here.
I mean, Izanami is just put so far behind.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him 0-3 and 9. He only has 2 core items, and that just isn't enough. He's level 12.
Yeah, that's really rough for Izanami overall. I think he and Zakas simply weren't able to find the pickoffs they were intending to look for simply because this Grok pick by Cypher was just that effective at matching their movements.
More importantly, so I mean, like, Cypher had a really good game, but Vince, despite the fact that he was able to kind of control that mid lane and allow Cypher to walk wherever he wants to, he didn't get his real world manipulation canceled that many times.
Yeah, indeed, he didn't. It still popped up. It still was effective for the rest of HOMEBOIS to dive in and took out the key members of RSG.
I mean, it's honestly, I think Mortalala also plays a part, and he tried to outscale the entire composition from HOMEBOIS, but the fact is, every single trade really came down to Izanami and Zakas just dying over and over again.
I think this is the case of the HOMEBOIS just having a really balanced lineup. Every single member of their team is able to output pretty notable amounts of DPS. And they're not sacrificing anything here because Cypher and Irfan are pretty hard to kill as well.
Well, it's time for the MVP of this game. Coming in straight from the HOMEBOIS. I mean, without a doubt, it has to go to Chibi. The plays that he made by himself without the help of his team alone was devastating.
I mean, when you give him a hero that he's comfortable with, he just pops off. And this is a testament to it. You can see 93% match KP, 829 GPM.
Oh, man. I mean, Chibi, I feel like it's one of those situations where it's like, guys, he's too good. He's just a little too good.
Yeah, we already saw recently that Lancelot as a hero hasn't been performing very well. Well, I guess that doesn't apply if your name is Chibi here, as he just had the best time of his life. As you pointed out, a 93% match kill participation is pretty insane, even for a Lancelot who is supposed to be aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he's making these big plays at the end of the day, and I think, the backline was just never really safe, and Izanami never had that time to land these Abyssal arrows with the iframes that he had. Now, let's go hop on over to the highlights.
And you can see that really key moments, they were able to pick off Homebois, but really, Saiful coming in. It's just so much that was coming in. The Homebois really knew that what RSG was trying to play for, and they took out Zakis and Izanami at every moment they could, especially with this Lancelot pick. They really were able to jump into the backline, and there wasn't much that the rest of the members of RSG could do to stop them.
Even though in the beginning we saw Hakim get a great Maniac and Zakis picking up kills left and right. Hakim at a certain point, I think he was 6 and this 1v1 as well, that was really tense. But overall, RSG MY had a pretty good foothold in that. It's just that they couldn't get enough of an advantage.
I think it's not just more than an advantage. Just look at these plays made by Chibi all by himself. He is taking out both Zakis as well as Izanami every single time they interact. See, Zakis dies here. Chibi is looking for an opportunity to get into the fight, and already Izanami is a little scared to walk too close to that fire known as Chibi.
In the end, with Chibi, he knew who to pick off at this stage of the game. And if RSG do not keep their eyes on Chibi, they are going to be losing out a huge advantage in this upcoming match.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the same story applies. Mid lane control is always going to be key. So for anybody out there who's thinking about, playing as a 5-stack and realizing it's a little sweaty, mid lane is the way to go.
Yep, being able to expand that lane priority over the rest of the map is really important in securing that early game control. And for both these teams, I think it's a very vital factor in determining their chances at victory overall.
Well, currently, the score is 1-1. It's extremely tense between the Homebois as well as RSG. They're going to go back and re-strategize and rethink. And when we come back after this break, you're going to get more Mobile Legends action. We'll see you then.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
And before you know it, we're already back here at the MPL-MY Season 9's English broadcast with me getting Q. This is going to be Sadafa and this is Monshell. We got one more game on our hands here between the Homeboys and as well as RSG, and it's tense, 1-1. It means a lot for both teams, but this game wouldn't even be happening if it wasn't thanks to our sponsors here at the MPL-MY. First off, thank you to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making it all work out.
Thank you very much for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We know it's been a long day overall, but now we can guarantee you that this is absolutely going to be the final game of the day. But it is last but not least. Lot is on the line here for both these teams.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, Monshell. Even though this is going to be technically your first cast on the MPL, and we're bringing up the recap as you go, I wouldn't have expected it to be a complicated game for either one of these teams.
I would say that for both sides, it feels like it's just a coin flip. It's really 50-50. They are able to get a read on each other during, that you see in the previous matches. And it really comes down to prioritizing and focusing their energy onto shutting down the key members on either side. And you can see here in the impact player, it's got to be Chibi. He's waving hi in the camera. Hi, Chibi. Hey.
He just knows we're watching him. He knows that it's online on him. I don't know how. I'm looking around the arena and I don't see any of these televisions pointed at him, but he just knows. He's got that stardom in him.
Well, you know, when you are the star player, you have a feeling of when the spotlight is on you. Either that or he's just and then here we have the opposite side of the spectrum, someone holding up a camera against the camera itself.
Well, you can see both sides of the family tree here for the Homeboys. I mean, most of them are brothers anyway. The exceptions only Vins as well. Boy, it's going to be a tough game still regardless, and I think, you know, RSG really dropped the ball when it came down to the draft and losing that mid lane control.
They just didn't know how to deal with Chibi the minute he comes online with these assassin heroes. And you can see here another impact player on the side of RSG, Akim. He's like he's really actually making so much work on this carry. A hero we usually don't really see picked up, and it usually has a rather low win rate. But he's making it work. Unfortunately, we saw that 1v1 against Anip. And just, you just can't out DPS a Beatrix at that point.
Personally, I feel like carry is one of those heroes where you put a cap on yourself. Yes, it's got valuable damage, but there are limitations when it comes to the range.
Yeah, absolutely. That attack range is a really big limiting factor for the carry, because when you are a marksman, you expect to be able to snipe down enemies from afar. Instead, you're playing on this hero that just has to fling these really weird light wheels at people from right in front of their faces, and a lot of the times they have their fists ready to punch you in the face.
They're a little too eager to fight, as some may say.
I personally don't really enjoy playing heroes that are so close range. It's too in my face. I prefer something that, from afar I can just shoot them. And
shoot them?
Yeah, just like from afar. You can just aim and fire. That's why with the recent hero Xavier, he's becoming my new favorite overall.
Oh gosh, you're one of those.
I'm hiding in the bush and just holding away.
No!
I don't know if you could say anything here, Gideon. You play Xavier too.
You don't have to. Okay, you don't have to call me out like that. All right, I'm a dirty Xavier player too. But with 50 seconds on the clock, we really have to discuss some of the adaptations here by the Homeboys and as well as RSG. And you can see that, as of right now, they're discussing and deliberating amongst themselves, making sure that the mood is okay, but more importantly, having a draft ready to win Game 3.
They have to consider how Homeboys would, for RSG, how would Homeboys stop them into making those key engagements? When you see the Selena as well as the Franco, you think, oh, game over. There's just too much CC to walk out from, but Homeboys emerge from that victorious. So there's actually a way to play around it, and that is to stop RSG from what they're trying to do. And that was just a perfect read from HOMEBOIS.
Or just have the name Chibi and literally dodge every single one of it. That's also another answer. It's not the easiest in the world, and identity theft is a crime. But welcome to game number 3. It's HOMEBOIS on the blue side again against RSG on the red.
Yep, they're gonna be starting out by banning out the Fanny. As per usual for HOMEBOIS, RSG now deciding that, okay, this Grok was a bit of an issue. It basically disabled them from making any of the early game plays they were looking for, so they're going to ban it out this time.
Yep. And they, again, this tank arena is not going to see the light of day.
No, never. I hope it doesn't see the light of day ever again. I'm sick of dealing with it. You can't auto-attack her when she's using Shadow Dance. She builds full tank and can still one-shot you as a marksman. What part of it was going to be fair to begin with?
Yep, on the opposite side though, RSG MY, they're gonna be continuing the focus down on Chibi's heroes, getting rid of the Ling. My big question though is whether or not the Lancelot warrants a ban.
I don't think the Lancelot is so to the point that it requires a ban. I think in anything you need to nerf Chibi. Not the heroes, just Chibi alone.
I guess that's fair. We see in the next patch notes, hotfix, Chibi, nerf.
We have banned Chibi on the sake of he's too good at Lancelot. He's not allowed to play it. We disabled it for his account in tournaments. I mean, that would be ideal, but RSG don't get that benefit of the doubt. And now, HOMEBOIS, they're going to be banning out the Franco. RSG, they see this, and I think even HOMEBOIS realized that, yeah, Franco kind of was an issue to deal with, especially since they wanted to play Grok, but the moment Cypher got locked down... Oh?
I have a huge concern. Valentina is still...
Oh, you're right! You're right!
I'm scared.
And
I'm
Masha.
shaking in my seat. So why are they going to ban out? Will they be prioritizing the ban onto Valentina or Masha?
It's one or the other, right?
What if they just leave it open?
No.
Oh.
No.
Is it worth it to leave it open?
They wouldn't, right? I feel like RSG of all people, they're looking at... I mean, I'm looking at and reading the faces. Maybe we might get an idea. Maybe we won't. And let's see, that final ban from RSG is going to be Valentina.
Oh, no.
Okay.
But that means that Masha is open here.
Honestly, I'll take a Masha over Valentina. I would rather an OP hero dominate me rather than stealing my ult and dominating my team.
Has the hotfix dropped?
I don't know. I haven't felt it just yet.
And again, this Baxia pick, considering how Chibi did not have the best time on the Baxia, is this going to be a jungler Baxia? Or most likely EXP?
That is, okay, we have to consider the options here. Baxia being one of the most flexible heroes can go into 3 different roles. It can go into jungle, it can go as roam, and it can go into EXP. I think it might just go into EXP this time though. Esmeralda as well as Lilia just got locked in.
Yeah, seeing the Esmeralda being locked in for the EXP lane does indicate that the Baxia should have a pretty good time in that 1v1. But we're also going to be seeing Izanami once again on his Lilia pickup. And the last time we saw this, he was just racking up kills left and right.
11, 1, 13. My goodness. And we are, I think they're playing to the point they think that Chibi is going to be going to the jungle with this Baxia. But this matchup, like, Baxia is the natural counter for this Esmeralda. So I'm a little concerned. They're going to be losing out in this EXP lane.
I think they're willing to risk it. I think they're willing to flip a coin to see whether or not they pose other threats to force Baxia into that jungle role. And here we go. It's going to be the die-off for the side of HOMEBOIS. And yes, it is looking more and more likely that it's going into the jungle or roam position for the side of the HOMEBOIS.
Curious choice coming out from the HOMEBOIS. You would have thought that RSG would be the ones to force this Baxia into the jungle again, but HOMEBOIS have done it themselves, locking in the die-off. Very good 1v1 against the Esmeralda. And this time, RSG gonna be the ones flexing.
Denial of Lancelot.
Did both of them just have a gentleman's agreement to not play Masha?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, right? It's just like, how are they going to do it? I feel like RSG is more prepared to deal with the Masha, right? And unfortunately for the HOMEBOIS Cypher, I think he's a little too much of a team player. And after his performance on the Hilda, he's realizing that maybe even if he does have a more powerful invade support, it might not necessarily work.
Yeah, I think that the Masha is a hero that Cypher's not very comfortable with. I could see Zakus picking it up, but I think he's the type that wants to set up fights for the rest of his team instead of just running at people the entire game.
Maybe we get proven wrong during this game itself. It's hard to say, but yes. The way Zacchus is, he's the playmaker. He's not really into early jungle invasion. That's just not RSG style. If anything, that's definitely more homeboy style. But again, I don't think this Masha will be picked up at all at this point of the stage of the game.
Right, that's what I'm feeling as well. And even Homeboys are going to be focusing their bans on the gold lane. They get rid of the Wan. I don't know if they're going... I feel like there's no point banning out the carry, personally.
No.
I agree as well. Yes, Kim did a pretty good job on the carry in the early game, but we saw the results of that. There is a reason why people don't prioritize this hero quite as much, so I don't think the Homeboys are too worried about that. As for RSG, they already banned out the Hilda previously, and they're going to follow it up with the Hayabusa as well, so they're still thinking this is a roamer Baxia.
Right, they are trying to limit the hero pool of Chibi. Like we said, nerf Chibi, not the hero.
I think this is a really good way of doing it, right? They've taken the biggest assassins, and right now, if you look on over to RSG MY, Kuza is the only one that has these pocket picks. However, let's not forget that Paquito is still on the table. It's something that Chibi could eventually pick up. They ban... No way, they're banned.
Are they actually going to ban out the carry?
I mean, Cypher is like, ban out the carry, boys.
Are they actually? They are. They are going to do it. I guess that's gonna make Akim pretty happy. He can tell the rest of his team, hey, look, I made them respect ban carry. I still don't really agree with it, but sure, if Homeboys are that worried about it, they're going to be locking it down, and now RSG MY will have first pick in the second phase.
I'm a little 50-50 on this one. On one hand, it's like, it's nice that we get to see Carrie somewhat be relevant in the meta, but on the other hand, it's like, Carrie's not that good. Is she? Big question mark there.
There's still so many viable marksmen right now, so I'm really questioning. Maybe they really think that this carry is just too much to deal with and it's occupying too much headspace and they're just gonna ban it out straight away.
Could be one of those things where it's like, now we got a nerf on Kim, it's the only answer that we have. But RSG, they lock in Cho for themselves, and now priority goes over to the Homeboys.
Okay, so this is going to be a Zacchus Cho. Makes sense, a pretty good way of locking out the real-world manipulation. Homeboys now going to have to show their hand. They're still looking for a gold laner for a nip, but we haven't gotten confirmation yet where precisely this Baxia is going to go.
Could be anywhere. I think at this stage, I'm guessing it's going to be Rome. That's just my best bet here, because Paquito is wide open, and Irfan has already locked in Dairoth, so... I think it's pretty good.
I feel like, at the very least for a nip, Beatrix makes sense here. I think that's the reason why they ban out the carry, because he did have a hard time against it in the previous game. As for Chibi, maybe something like the Aulus could still make sense, but it looks like they have locked in the Angela instead.
Huh. All right, I wouldn't have expected that to be the roamer for the team. I would have liked to see Chibi play the Paquito, but hey, you know, to each their own, and hopefully it's going to be enough. RSG, on the other hand, locking Claude for themselves.
I can't help but wonder whether or not Akim is playing the game a few seasons behind. Focusing on Claude.
Oh, okay. Let's pull back on the punches here. Claude did pretty good in CARACAL's game as well.
I think there's better marksmen here, but either way, focusing on the Claude and carry, I guess he's just more comfortable on these pickups overall.
I personally like the Claude pick. It's a great way to get out of situations with that mirror image. And finally, with this composition, Homeboys, they're looking relaxed, they're really comfortable. They're in a bit of a dire situation, but they're still gonna have fun. They're gonna enjoy this match against RSG. And with their composition, you can see the jungle Baxia making appearance once more with the Angela as a roamer. Quite questionable, but we'll see how it goes. And you can see with RSG, they have quite the pick-off composition they're coming with.
I absolutely agree here. I think, Gideon, you have something to say as well, but we're going to have to hold on to that a little bit because the Land of Dawn is going to beckon once more for the final game of the day. We're going to be seeing Homeboys on the blue side, RSG MY on the red side.
And you're absolutely right. I do have much to say. This is going to be a make it or break it for the Homeboys, and they need every single point that they can get. RSG is a little bit more comfortable, but more importantly so, they cannot afford to let Homeboys just get out of relegation for free.
In the meantime, we can see Zacchus is actually helping out more Delilah down here, level 1, because he knows that he's going to have a bit of a hard time against Irfan, and that means they can immediately roam to the mid lane.
Oh, Akim is taken so low already. Definitely not having a good time against this PHX, considering it is more of a late game scaling marksman.
Yeah, I think it's important that he continues to oppress him as much as he can. Like, Claude should not be able to walk up to that wave, and every time he does, expect Anip to trade heavily against him. Now that they've hit level 2, expect to see Battle Mirror Image as the only way Akim is even gonna get some relevant damage to the wave.
And down here in the bottom lane, Mortal Lala going to have some trouble against Irfan, no longer having Zakas to help him out in level 1. Zakas instead going to be bowling out Vince to make sure that Izanami has a comfortable mid lane priority.
I think for now, it's going to be pretty even. Nothing much is going to happen. However, you do see Chibi and Kuza actually meeting each other head to head, and you can tell Chibi, as a tank, naturally does not care about the damage Kuza is able to dish out, especially since he has the Demon Slayer.
I think we should be quite worried about Irfan. This Durov, as you mentioned, Mortal Lala will not have the best time in the world because Durov is able to penetrate through the shields and dish out so much damage earlier, so much built-in damage. Without many items alone, he could actually 1v1 Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, it is the most oppressive EXP laner out there. Wait, however, looks like something's happening down on the bottom side of the map to maybe potentially punish as Chibi is slowly ticking away at the turtle.
Yep, Mortal Lala jumping in with the Falling Star Moon. Zaka's looking for it, but the Retribution secures the turtle for Chibi, and now RSG has to make a hasty retreat. Mortal Lala out of position in a 1v4 situation, and looks like Zyphal picks up first blood.
Man, how did that work out? Irfan was getting attacked, he flickers on out of there, and somehow RSG is the one that gets punished?
I guess what happened was that they caught Mortal Lala out of position and the rest just thought, okay, this is an opening, we're just going to gank him. And that was going to be first blood taken.
I mean, it's free. You got to take whatever is free. It's very much in our nature, as we've discovered recently. First blood bounty achieved by the Homeboys. But now looking at top side, we're seeing that RSG finds a kick.
Yep, Zakas gets the way of the Dragon. Zyphal using the puppet on the string, forcing out the flicker to try and escape. Izanami right on top of him, not going to matter. Instantly taken out. Kuza now on top of Vince, and the Eve is way out of position.
They put on so much focus on the top side, leaving, well, per Mortal Lala once again against Irfan.
Yep. I mean, it's okay to leave him alone. Their main focus is to get Akim ahead. He is using the bad boy Claude skin. I am very distracted by that Battle Mirror Image because it does kind of look about the same radius as Anip using a Bennett's Rage.
Oh! Is that what it was?
You thought it was Bennett's Rage, wasn't it?
I was looking at this giant yellow circle on the ground and I'm like, what is that?
New skins are always distracting, aren't they?
Oh, but Zakas gets the way of the dragon. He's still under the tower though, so he's going to die. That's unfortunate. Blazing Duet from Akim not going to matter because Chibi has the hard card right now and he's going to continue chasing them down. Not under the tower though. He's going to leave that to the real world manipulation to force Akim to use the flicker. Izanami taking a lot of damage as well. Chibi still chasing Kuza down, but Homeboys will decide to cut their losses.
Both teams are just trading back and forth. If we look into the goal, it's quite dead even overall.
Yeah, I think more importantly so, they can't afford to lose that top tier tower. They need to make sure that Akim actually scales well. He's taken the Avarice. He wants to be able to scale faster than the usual Claude. And more importantly so, he's already got that one kill. He needs to continue on with this sort of momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. RSG MY, they have pretty solid late game scaling, so the faster they can reach that point, the better for them. Whereas Homeboys are going to be looking to apply as much pressure as possible because even though they have the late game, Chibi and Irfan are going to fall off.
All right, and you can see that Zakas is waiting by the bush, trying to get potential pick off, but he doesn't get any. So for now, I would say both teams are just stalling for time.
I mean, they're looking for an objective, and here, they find one.
Yep, Zakas trying to go in, but Way of the Dragon isn't going to work on Chibi, especially with hard card. He's going to use it to kick him away, and Chibi instantly changes target onto Akim, who has to use the Battle Mirror Image to get out. Zakas going to be making a great escape right now. Chibi still on top of Akim, and they're going to be able to get the kill. That was Zakas sending the threat right at his carry.
Man, that's
Poor
sad to see.
Akim, yeah, that's so sad. What could he do?
Yeah, he really couldn't do much, but now they're attacking Vince. Straight away, they managed to take Eve out of the picture.
Yeah, that's going to be one more. Izanami forced to use the black shoe. Zakas still seeing if he can find anything, but Chibi at this stage of the game is a really strong frontline. Zakas still going for it, gets the way of the dragon. Chibi gets punched out, but he's tanking a lot of DPS. Not enough though, as Mortal Lala comes in from the bottom lane.
Mortala just not giving any space for Chibi. Not at all. He just comes in like, I'm going to secure this kill no matter what. Well, let's talk about the items.
Yep, let's have a look at it real quick. Mortala instantly goes for the Dominance Ice as his first item on top of the Warrior Boots. He knows he's not winning this matchup against Irfan, so the least that he could do is be relevant in the team fights, denying the heals from Saiful.
There's also a very interesting choice by Irfan here, going for the Blade of Heptases on the Derov. Not a common first item, so he's actually looking for a more ambush style of play.
I don't know about you, it seems like he's taking a couple of lessons. Previous game, he decides to go for Blade of Heptases on the Paquito, and now this time on the Dyroth as well. Coincidence? I think not.
I guess it's just mainly his playstyle, you know, because I guess what he wants to do is just one-shot whoever he could see and just snowball control.
Yeah, but it looks like an engagement has begun. Turtle already going to RSG MY. The Wave of the Dragon kicks Chibi back into Kuza. He's got the hard guard on him, but the Wave of the Dragon gonna be keeping him locked down. Puppet on the string, buying enough time. But the Thorn Rose allows Kuza to walk out just fine. Actually, no! They get the kill. Irfan comes in from the side. They pick off Zakas as well.
I'm not gonna lie, didn't need the Blade of Heptases to do that. He just needed the flicker. A great move coming in from Irfan, and now they're gonna convert it into gold.
And Anit will be able to take down that first turret for not really the first, but the second in this game. And HOMEBOIS is really trying to oppress RSG.
The triangle is
they do have that early game aggression, so they're trying to maximize this as much as possible because it feels like they do have a timer on their hits right now.
No, I totally agree with you. That timer is important because some heroes are going to start falling off.
Oh, no. Chibi gets the kick onto Vane's gonna be following it up as the Blazing Duet comes in. Chibi over. This is absolutely fine. Hard guard already on top of him, and he's gonna make use of this, going for the purple buff. Will he manage to? He does! He steals it away from Kuza, and now he's going in on Mortalala. Still has the hard guard. Puppet on the string, not gonna be able to land, and Anip should be able to just chunk out this tower from afar.
Well,
Starfly, actually, I take that back. I was really questioning this Angela pick, but I realized that right now Baxia is just unkillable.
Yep, regrets maybe? Just a little bit, It's understandable, but Ice Queen wants achieved by both mages. I think this is where the game really starts to change, right? It's either RSG is able to come back from an initial fight or HOMEBOIS is going to continue to snowball out of control.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on both these teams right now. In terms of net worth difference, it's not actually that big. HOMEBOIS at about a 2k advantage right now, which isn't enough of a difference to say GG for RSG MY just yet. But they do have to be careful. Kuza, he's not having the best time, and the Lancelot will start to fall off if he cannot snowball.
Now they're trying to take control over the Lord, but notice that on the bottom side, we do see Akim maintaining waves.
And he's all alone, but let's not forget, both sides are going to be circling around this first Lord. And I think the playstyle with both teams, they're trying to bait out something important, a flicker, an ultimate.
Potential engage.
Already begun. Hard guard on top of GB. He secures the Lord. Will manipulation going to be locking down RSG MY. Zakas forced to use the flicker. A Nip following behind him, but right into the Blazing Duet. They find Zakas. But now Nip's going to get taken out by Akim. Meanwhile, GB right in the back line, trying to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Irfan already getting taken out, and now they're alone. Hard guard already expired. GB and Saiful in the bad spot. They find a double kill onto GB as well.
Wow, Akim, that's some sweet moves coming out of his claw. Expiring his flicker and going right into the back line, calls it quits and goes back to fight the front line. Doesn't get distracted by free kills, but he needs to achieve gold and objectives. Akim just checks off all the boxes as a marksman.
And the fact that he just got Wind of Nature, Akim fears nothing. He just flickers in. It's like, I don't care. I'm going to get the kills for my team and to create so much space. And you saw how Vince was just a slight bit of health left. That's a bit unfortunate. That could have been bigger for RSG, but they're going to take whatever they can get.
Team players all across the board here coming in from RSG MY, and HOMEBOIS, the lead that they've developed, that 2K, is completely gone.
Yeah, it's now completely even for both teams. Irfan still going for a very peculiar build on this Derop as well. He just picked up the Sea Halberd. Literally not going for any of the typical items we see on this hero. Zakas not going to be able to find to engage.
It's going to be tough now because, again, RSG, they won that fight. They come back into the game, and now they defend pretty much all the Lord-empowered minions coming in towards their base. Let's have a look at the items. And yeah, you're right. After the Hunter Strike, he decided to go for the Sea Halberd. Kind of interesting from Irfan.
Right now, it doesn't look like either team is really looking for an engagement, that they are setting up for the ambush. Irfan not going to be able to find it, though, as Kuza jumps into the bush.
I like Kuza, like based on his item build, he really took a page out of Chibi's book, and he's not building Blade of Despair at all.
You know what? That's actually a good point. I'm surprised that he's not actually... I don't know. Maybe this could be a Homeboys thing where they don't like the Blade of Despair. They like the extra movement speed, a bit of penetration, but more importantly, the cooldowns to start helping them transition between abilities.
I think mainly it's because the Blade of Despair might be a little less effective on these assassins nowadays because they have to deal with more tanky targets, and the Blade of Despair doesn't quite work as well on these non-marksman / mage type heroes, so it's just better to go for the consistent DPS.
The value that you can get. I mean, I love the way that, you know, both teams are really analyzing these item builds to make sure they come up with the most efficient way to deal with their opponents.
Meanwhile, so far, it's still 7 kills to 7. RSG MY has managed to farm a little bit back up because Homeboys are farming mostly together, so they're not getting quite as many resources, but it is understandable. They want to control the bottom side of the map.
Winds of Nature currently purchased by Anip, and this Lord is coming back up. Let's see how they approach this.
Yep. Homeboys will be having a hit start on this Lord, but it's mainly to poke out and try to bait RSG, but they're smarter than that.
Right? Yeah, they're not going to fall for this, right? Not for a second time.
But RSG are in a pretty good spot to be able to take this fight. They just have to be careful of Irfan. They're still being quite cautious, though, and the Lord going to be reset once again.
Mid lane is already being handled by Cypher. No sides want to break this here. I think no. Here it goes.
The hard guard already comes out. He's TB gonna be jumping straight in. Irfan right behind. Wheel manipulation drop down. TB gonna be able to get the Lord. And now it looks like Zakas is caught out unawares like him with the 3-man blazing duet, doing a lot of damage. But he gets picked off. It's not enough. TB still surviving thanks to the healing from Cypher.
That was huge coming out from Homeboys. This is the opening that they're looking for. They not only secured the Lord, but they are able to convert that overall.
Yeah, I mean, again, these steals coming in from the Homeboys, that's why people like the Homeboys, right? Doesn't matter if you have priority over the objective, somehow, somewhere, some way, they always steal it.
It's really impressive that Chibi is able to get those retribution timings basically perfectly right snap and then. But with the Luminous Lord now pushing up the top lane, Homeboys, you can tell by their positions on the map that they're gonna try and use this to take as many towers as possible.
It's all about regaining that map control. And this is something that Homeboys are pressuring RSG. But RSG are not out of this yet. They do have ways to scale towards the late game. So now they really have to be able to buy enough time for the next upcoming team fight.
Yeah, I think it's important that they do so. 2 minutes on the clock for them. 108 seconds left until the next Luminous Lord is back up. And I think RSG... there's something that's making them hesitate, right? And I can't figure out what it is. Is it Irfan or is it Vince with the real-world manipulation? They expect Chibi with the Heart Guard on top of him to run them down, but it still feels like they give them too much respect and space.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the real-world manipulation because it does set up for the AoE damage coming out from a Nip. It makes it more difficult to run away from Chibi, as if that wasn't already difficult to begin with. RSG MY just don't want their backline to be caught out because a big lost fight right now could result in GG.
Well, let's pull out the player head-to-head and check out the roamer Cypher as well as Zakas.
Zakas, well, he is that playmaker for the team, and also being like the frontliner overall. You can see how much damage, 62k, oh my god. But overall, you can see in terms of kill participation, Cypher does win out ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, overall, his KDA is looking much better, but let's also remember he is playing Angela.
Yes.
If he dies, it's really unfortunate, and he technically shouldn't be dying as long as his jungler is alive. And I think at this stage of the game, you know, RSG taking it slow, taking it steady, waiting for Homeboys to make that very first mistake.
Absolutely, but Homeboys here, I do think they want to try to up the tempo just a little bit because Akim and Mortalala in the late game can be pretty scary if they're able to find the appropriate initiation.
I didn't expect this game to be so tense. It's so neck and neck.
It really is. 9-8 being the kill score. Goal differential really pretty much non-existent
It's
at
not
this
budging.
point. Yeah, it's not moving at all. 2 turtles for Homeboys, 1 turtle for RSG MY, and even when we're talking about turrets, it's 5-3 right now.
They're now gathering around the Lord Pit. I don't really think we're going to be looking for a primary engage here. And I like what they're doing with Seifel because the Angela can back them up with the hard guard anytime. So he's being left behind to push out the wave.
That circle from that Claude skin is so distracting right now.
He's just a real bad boy, as they call it. But Mortal La 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 is going to open up that map. And Zakas, here we go!
Yep, Zach is going in, looking for the way of the dragon, but Chibi instantly backing off alongside Irfan. Homeboys simply do not want to take this fight. Most likely, they'll be looking for the counter engage.
But seems like they're gonna take this Lord for free unless Shibi is able to time that retribution.
Already dropped down, wave of the dragon onto the back. They are going to be able to catch him out, but Kuza picks off the Lord. Not for long though, he's getting taken out. Vin's gonna be picked off in the back line as well as Immortality gonna be popped out by Irfan. He has to survive this. He uses the flicker to get away. Chibi gonna be delaying them long enough to ensure he survives. Only 1 casualty and it's from the Homeboys.
I was predicting that Chibi, the minute the heart guard came on, I was really thinking he's gonna retry and just get out of there.
Yeah, he was going to do it all over again, but I think he was a good adaptation this time because Zakus was making sure he saved that Way of the Dragon to kick him away out of position and stay clear of that Lord.
Yes, great decision making coming out from Zakis.
Yeah, he's not going greedy for it at all. Usually you expect him to find a kill with that. No, he just wants to make sure they secure this Luminous Lord. And now they are using it to try and shove into the base.
I feel my heart is breaking. I see both these teams playing their hearts out.
Absolutely, but now they're breaking down the inhibitor. Chibi gonna be able to take down the Luminous Lord up in top lane, but they've already lost the mid inhibitor. Chibi taking a lot of damage. Zakas gets the Way of the Dragon. Hard card gonna protect him. Wave of the real manipulation coming out as well. Chibi still alive somehow inside the blazing duet. He is so tanky. He's chasing down Mortalala. He gets the kill. Kuza jumps in on top of Anem. Anem gonna get taken out, but Irfan in the backline gonna be able to get the double kill over to Chibi.
What? How? How is he alive? Why is Chibi allowed to live like that? He had no heart guard shield. He basically only had a sliver of health. I'm pretty sure somebody has a dominance ice on their side of RSG MY. Where is it? How does he do it? Let's pull up the item list and hopefully we get an answer. Is it the Sky Guardian's helmet? It could be a possibility. He doesn't even have it. He doesn't even have it. No Oracle, nothing. Is this all because of Seifel?
Sure.
No. Look on Seifel. He has fleeting time. The cooldowns don't matter right now.
So he's getting his love tap charges over and over and over again and faster than what RSG MY is expecting.
Hold on a second here. If you look on the side of RSG MY, only Mortalala has a dominance ice.
Mistakes.
Oh.
Mistakes have been made by RSG MY. Such a simple item made all the difference in a perfectly good catch coming in from Zakis and good execution from RSG MY. Oh, they're going to do it again.
They're looking for the ambush here, literally all of them, but I don't think they want to go on Chibi. They know that he's just going to pop the hard card and be impossible to kill. Right now, they're waiting for a different member of the Homeboys.
I guess they understand that winning these team fights is all about getting into the back line. Chibi can only do so much, and they can kite around him. They've done it before. They're going to do it again. Oh, the conceal. Oh. Wait, where are they going?
Oh, they're coming in. They spot out Vin's. Vin's in a lot of trouble. Instantly, 5-man hard card. Doesn't matter. And now it's absolute chaos. Blazing Duet coming out in the back line. Killing spree. Unstoppable by RSG MY. They catch out Homeboys by the ankles. Seifel, he gets a kill, but doesn't matter. The killing spree has been taken, but Chibi is now in trouble. He doesn't have the hard card. Will be able to escape with the shield unity. Falling Star Moon won't catch him out, but Seifel completely left out in the water.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that actually worked out
Izanami's
right
gonna
now.
go for it.
No, Izanami's trying to stop Seifel from recalling. He doesn't, and now they're looking to end the game.
Yep, GB gonna get caught out. Way of the Dragon. Zakas, he's just trying to delay. They're buying time for Akim. That's all they need, and it works. Akim breaks open the crystal against the Homeboy.
That is gonna be some very happy boys there. RSG, do it. What a call. What a play. GG, well played for RSG.
That was so heartbreaking for Homeboys. You can see that they played their hearts out. But we're going to be throwing it into a mic chat very shortly. GG overall to RSG MY.
Holy cow! Insane gameplay for RSG. So very good. Let's throw it over to the poster. Take it away, boys.
Persembahan yang cukup mantap daripada pasukan RSG dan kita punya match ketiga berpihak kepada RSG bersama dengan saya Abeja dan kita masih lagi bersama dengan Lafel untuk game kita yang ketiga. Lafel.
Hi Safe. Safe dah ada kat situ. Anyways, perlawanan yang hebat. I suka macam mana kemenangan didapati disebabkan RSG. Macam diorang tahu position Homeboys kat mana. Jadi mereka menggunakan conceal, mereka pergi ke belakang, mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan kill. Tetapi dekat sini saya harap di mana Syed Adin masih tengah tengok kita punya segmen. Tak tengok pun dia just dengar je.
Okay.
Just nak. Okay, itu je.
Okay, baik. Jadi kita tengok tadi kan bagi pendapat Lafel. Pasukan mana yang lebih utamakan objektif tadi?
Ya, dekat sini kita tengok kalau kita fikir pasal objektif, dua-dua pasukan main dengan sangat bagus keliling objektif masing-masing. Tetapi pasukan Homeboys sepatutnya mereka dah start menang T5 kerana kita nampak Chibi keras, sangat-sangat keras. Tetapi RSG, I pun tak tahu macam mana. I seriously tak tahu macam mana mereka dah dapat baca position Homeboys. Jadi mereka tunggu, nampak Chibi ada kat atas, mereka wrap around pergi ke bahagian belakang dan dipastikan berjaya untuk dapatkan Angela terlebih dahulu. Angela dah tak ada, mereka boleh menangkan T5. Kita akan tengok itemization untuk kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini di mana kenapa nampak macam Chibi keras sangat adalah disebabkan kuat dekat dalam game ni. Dia tak fokus pada damage. Sebab kalau kita tengok itemization, sebelum ni ada immortality, tapi dia punya main damage item adalah Demon Hunter Sword dan juga Golden Staff. Dua item tu dah memang sakit, tapi bila lawan dengan Baxia, yang Baxia dia punya passive sendiri memberikan banyak damage reduction. Jadi kalau nak lawan dengan Baxia, you kena ada penetration yang lebih. Bermaksud you kena ada Malefic Roar. Tapi Hakim dengan 4-2-6, dia fikir dekat dalam game ni dia akan kena punish. Setiap kali dia masuk ke depan dia akan punish. Jadi dia tak fokus kepada damage. Dia ada damage sedikit tapi dia lebih fokuskan untuk kekal hidup dan dia harapkan sama ada Izanami ataupun Kuza yang akan bunuh semua daripada pasukan Homeboys.
Baik, untuk game ketiga ni Lafel, kita tengok, okey, boleh tak saya nak katakan yang punca utama Homeboys kalau bukan daripada segi draft sebenarnya?
Tak, memang tak.
Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada segi draft, memang sangat-sangat orang cakap dah okey, dah hampir menang pun tadi. Tapi macam mana mungkin sebab ada beberapa mistake yang dilakukan.
Boleh cakap mistake, tapi dekat sini saya rasa memang patut beri pujian kepada RSG MY. Kerana bila nak masuk pada bahagian late game, setiap benda yang kita lakukan akan menyebabkan kemenangan ataupun kekalahan. Dan RSG MY, mereka sendiri perasan yang kalau mereka cuba lawan dengan Chibi, mereka tak boleh menang. Memang tak boleh menang. Jadi mereka cakap, okey, nampak Chibi ada dekat atas, kita nampak diorang cakap, okey, kita abaikan saja. Ada kemungkinan Chibi boleh push untuk endkan game, tapi kemungkinan tu adalah sangat-sangat rendah. Mereka terus cari Vince, Vince dan juga Saiful. Bila dua-dua ni, bila Eve dah tak ada, bila Angela dah tak ada dekat dalam game ni, pasukan RSG MY, mereka boleh menggunakan kesempatan tersebut untuk mendapatkan base rush dan RSG MY just very good gameplay dari diorang.
Dan sekarang jom kita tengok untuk kita punya post game stats untuk kedua-dua pasukan Homeboys dan juga RSG. Sif, kalau kita tengok kat sini untuk pasukan Homeboys, damage daripada Chibi,
damage dia sangat besar. Tapi kalau kita reflect balik apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan RSG MY, masa dah ingat tadi saya ada borak dengan Lafel. Masa tu kita ada borak sekali Abeka. Kenapa damage Hakim tak begitu besar? Sebab kita lihat bagaimana dari segi itemization yang dimiliki oleh pemain tersebut. Tetapi Chibi lagi banyak item defense yang dimiliki, lebih banyak damage yang dikeluarkan, manakala ini adalah patch yang terbaru.
Yes. Dan untuk seriously, kalau kita tengok dari segi damage, walaupun Hakim dia tak siapkan dia punya Malefic Roar, tapi damage sangat besar, 68,000. Tetapi kita perlu put into consideration di mana bila Hakim guna dia punya Blazing Duet, ramai orang berkumpul, jadi dia punya damage akan jadi lebih tinggi. Sama juga dengan Izanami, dia punya base damage adalah AOE, jadi ramai orang terkena. Kuza dekat dalam game ni, dia beberapa kali dia gagal untuk dapatkan Lord, untuk dapatkan Turtle. Tapi yang last kali tu, disebabkan dia berjaya untuk securekan Lord terakhir, kemudian pasukan RSG MY dapat flank yang cantik. Saya boleh cakap kat sini, yes, draft bagus, damage semua bagus, tapi RSG menang disebabkan mereka punya gameplay, disebabkan mereka ada map awareness yang tinggi.
Kita kena hypocritical juga dengan permainan yang ditunjukkan oleh Kuza, kerana Kuza dan Chibi kedua-duanya menggunakan emblem Demon Slayer di mana mereka terpaksa fokus kepada neutral objektif seperti Turtle dan juga Lord. Namun begitu, Kalau yang terakhir tu, bagi pendapat saya, kalau Kuza tak dapat nak secure kalau tersebut, kemungkinan keputusan ni sedikit berbeza.
Bukan sedikit berbeza, memang berbeza. Dia tak boleh sedikit, dia tak boleh banyak, dia memang berbeza.
Okay, alright. Maafkan saya.
Baik, sekarang ini jom kita tengok MVP yang untuk game ketiga akan diberikan kepada Hakim dengan KDA 4-2-6 match kill participation 77% dan match goal per minute 686.
Ya, gameplay yang sangat-sangat bagus. Dia punya timing untuk masuk dengan keluar itu adalah sangat-sangat penting sebab kita biasanya nampak keluar bila dia masuk guna dia punya blazing duet. Selepas tu dia akan lakukan mistake. Sama ada dia keluar cepat sangat dan sempat keluarkan damage and ada orang tunggu kat bahagian belakang, ataupun dia heavily commit dekat dalam team fight, dia stay lama sangat, dia cuba untuk dapatkan kill and then dia sendiri mati. So Hakim very good map awareness juga seperti mana yang saya cakap tadi. Yes, dia boleh keluarkan damage, tapi dia kena tahu bila dia kena keluar and sentiasa perhatikan Dexter yang tunggu kat belakang. Kalau ada orang tengah tunggu kat situ, hati-hati. Sebab dekat dalam game ni kita nampak banyak kali Irfan sebenarnya tunggu dekat Dexter untuk Hakim pusing balik.
Ya, ini pentingnya communication, tapi saya percaya mungkin awak dah sentuh dari segi item yang ditunjukkan oleh Hakim. Namun begitu, kita akan melihat bagaimana blazing duet yang dilakukan oleh Hakim sangat-sangat membantu di dalam segmen highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung ni, Lafel.
Dekat dalam game ni, terus terang pada bahagian awal game, RSG dan juga Homeboys dua-dua melakukan sedikit kesilapan masing-masing. Tetapi macam mana sekalipun, untuk pasukan RSG, mereka punya kesilapan adalah disebabkan ada banyak peluang yang mereka tidak berjaya untuk dapatkan. Antaranya, saya rasa ramai orang nampak di mana Kuza cuba untuk mendapatkan jungle untuk pasukan Homeboys, tapi dia tak dapat calculate damage dia sendiri, jadi dia keluar masa creep tu masih hidup. Dia benda yang sikit, tetapi disebabkan mistik-mistik kat situ, kita nampak banyak kali RSG MY mereka kalah daripada segi objektif.
Alright, jadi itu menyebabkan kenapa pasukan daripada Homeboys tidak mampu untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Tapi kalau kita melihat sekarang apa yang berlaku di antara kedua-dua pasukan, ada team fight yang sangat-sangat intens. Namun begitu, execution yang paling penting untuk pastikan mereka mendapatkan kemenangan. Ini adalah lot yang pertama yang dimiliki oleh pasukan Homeboys. Tetapi apakah follow up daripada pasukan Homeboys? Mereka tidak berjaya untuk menjatuhkan at least 2 pemain ataupun 3 pemain daripada pasukan RSG. Malah mereka yang tertewas kat situ.
Ya, dan bila kita nak berbual pasal mistake Homeboys, saya kena kritikal ke Anip sebab ada satu team fight tu sepatutnya Homeboys menang. Mereka dah berjaya untuk dapatkan lot, mereka dah boleh teruskan mereka punya perlawanan, tetapi Anip dia menggunakan flicker untuk flicker ke depan, dan seperti mana kita punya Kasih cakap, kalau flicker ke depan kena pasti dapatkan kill, dan ini adalah wraparound yang sangat-sangat cantik di mana mereka nampak Cibia dekat atas. Jadi mereka cari Homeboys dekat mana. Kebetulan nampak dekat kawasan purple buff ada dekat situ. Mereka kejar, mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan kill, dan ini adalah satu benda yang sangat bijak sebab again Homeboys mereka punya prediction atau mereka senang untuk dipredict. Cibia dekat situ, orang-orang yang lembut akan ada dekat belakang.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok untuk kedudukan kumpulan Grup A, Team SMG, RED Esports, Suhas, MLBB dan juga Homeboys. Manakala untuk Grup B, RED Esports, Toda, RSG, Team CARACAL dan juga GitFam. Kita tengok Grup A sekarang ini. Boleh tak saya nak cakap yang bila Homeboys kalah dengan RSG, mereka sebenarnya berada dalam kedudukan yang agak bahaya sedikit.
Yes, mereka sekarang ni berada dalam kedudukan yang sangat-sangat bahaya. Walaupun mereka sebenarnya ada lagi 2 perlawanan yang menanti mereka di minggu yang terakhir. Tetapi harus diingat, kedua-dua game tu mereka berhadapan dengan pasukan Toda dan juga pasukan CARACAL. Jadi ini adalah do or die task untuk pasukan Homeboys, memandangkan MLBB selepas ni mereka akan berhadapan dengan pasukan GitFam, dan kalau mereka mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0, saya percaya itu satu kemenangan yang manis untuk pasukan MLBB.
Dekat sini saya kena cakap, saya rasa MLBB dalam keadaan yang lebih bahaya sebab mereka ada satu match saja. Kalau mereka dapat 2-0 pun 16 poin, tapi untuk pasukan Homeboys mereka ada 2 perlawanan lagi.
Ada 6 poin lagi kat situ.
Ya, so kalau tambah 6, 18, MLBB kalau tambah 3, 16. Jadi MLBB dekat sini bukan saja mereka kena menang 2-0. Memang kena menang 2-0. Tapi mereka kena harapkan pasukan Homeboys tak menang 2-0. So dekat sini Homeboys pada pendapat saya ada peluang yang lebih cerah daripada MLBB. Jadi masih merisaukan pada pendapat saya.
Dan kedua-dua kumpulan harus orang cakap apa, membuat keajaiban sebab apa, walaupun seperti apa yang Lafel cakap tadi, memang kumpulan Homeboys ada peluang yang lebih cerah, namun begitu kita tidak tahu apa yang akan jadi. Sebab kalau kita tengok sekarang kita dah minggu ke-7. Betul? Tu setiap pasukan banyak memberikan orang cakap apa, performa yang tak dapat kita nak jangkakan.
Yes.
Anything can happen.
Sampai kalau kita tengok tadi, semua pilih Homeboys untuk menang. Saya seorang pilih RSG dan RSG menang. Benda tu ramai tak sangka. Seorang je sangka, tapi seorang tu betul.
Benda tu dah jadi 2 kali. Sama juga
2 kali dah.
SMG dengan RED Esports. Tapi Caster curse is real. Itu je yang saya cakap selain daripada COVID. Tapi itu yang berlaku pada minggu ini. Minggu hadapan kita ada game yang lebih banyak. Tapi kita ada apa lagi?
Sekarang jom kita tengok untuk key to success untuk kumpulan RSG.
Ya, dekat sini kita tengok yang paling penting adalah nombor 2. Nombor 2 tu yang menyebabkan RSG MY menang. Mereka yang membawa perlawanan tu kepada pasukan Homebois. Kerana kalau Homebois sendiri yang start, mereka tahu mereka punya position, okey. Cibi kat sini, Anip dekat sana, kita dah sedap, kita akan lawan. Tetapi RSG MY cakap, tak. Kita yang akan mulakan fight. Dan mereka tak mulakan fight dekat depan, mereka mulakan fight dekat belakang. Mereka tak kejar Cibi, mereka kejar Vince. Mereka kejar Saiful. Jadi, key to success yang terang-terang menyebabkan RSG MY menang adalah nombor 2. Bring the fight to Homebois.
Yes, tapi kita juga tidak boleh lupakan secure late game scaling di mana apabila mereka berjaya mendapatkan carry sebanyak 2 kali. Mereka berjaya mendapatkan cloud di game yang terakhir di mana kita tahu mana-mana marksman lebih fokus kepada bahagian late game. Selepas mereka berjaya mendapatkan membawa teamfight itu kepada pasukan Homebois, dengan adanya hero late game, mereka berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan.
Baik, dan itulah dia performance daripada kumpulan jadi saya Abija nak tanya kat sini lah, Lafel dan juga Sif kan. Okay, di antara Chibi dan juga Kuza, manakah jungler yang lebih perform lah bagi pendapat Lafel?
Sebenarnya kalau kita tengok performance, saya tetap kena cakap Chibi. Sebab Chibi banyak kali securekan Lord, Turtle dan juga berjaya untuk dapatkan kill. Dia jalankan tugas dia dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Kuza perform okey. Tapi kalau kita tengok apa antara tugas jungler adalah untuk securekan neutral objective. Dan walaupun pasukan RSG menang, saya kena cakap di mana Chibi lakukan tugas dia lebih baik.
Dia sama dengan soalan Abija pada game yang pertama di antara SMG dan juga pasukan RED. Mana jungler yang baik di antara Zaid dan juga Hafiz? Rasanya comparison tu sedikit sama di antara kedua pasukan, di mana Zaid seperti Chibi, Hafiz seperti Uza, di mana mereka punya focus point adalah untuk team fight. Fokus point mereka adalah untuk bekerjasama sebagai dalam satu kumpulan.
Manakala bagaimana pula dengan Mortala lah yang menggantikan Iris? Kalau kita tengok dibandingkan mereka punya prestasi lah.
Lagi-lagi game 1 dia menggunakan Grok memang sangat-sangat hebat. Dia punya gameplay tadi, last game juga bila dia menggunakan Esmeralda, sangat-sangat menunjukkan dia berjaya untuk gunakan dia punya stamina fall, pergi ke arah belakang. Overall, Mortala still very nice.
Bak kata orang putih, blessing in disguise. Ada hikmah setiap apa yang berlaku untuk pasukan RSG.
Hikmah tersembunyi.
Hikmah tersembunyi. Iris disembunyikan kerana ada COVID. Jadi mereka menggunakan Mortala.
Baik, tadi Abija tengok Grok kan macam baik kan. Jadi rasanya kita mungkin boleh belajar Grok lah kot. Jadi walau macam mana sekalipun, kita akan tengok dulu untuk jadual perlawanan kita pada minggu hadapan. Minggu yang terakhir, match yang boleh dikatakan agak seru di antara pasukan Homebois dan juga Todak. Manakala match yang kedua, Suhas bertemu dengan kumpulan RED Esports Lafel.
Seperti yang kita cakap tadi, pasukan Homebois kalau mereka nak confirm masuk playoff, mereka kena menang 2-0. Lawan dengan Todak bukan opponent yang mudah. Homebois kena menang 2-0. So okey, bila saya cakap pasukan Homebois nampak mereka punya peluang lebih cerah, dah macam malap sikit lah.
Takkan Todak nak tengok aja kan?
Takkan Todak nak tengok aja, mesti dia macam Homebois kita nak tunjuk yang kita lagi kuat. So I don't know, agak merisaukan tengok minggu depan ni.
So dalam masa yang sama, mereka juga cuba untuk berada di kedudukan yang pertama, memandangkan game yang kedua di antara pasukan Suhas Esports bertemu dengan pasukan RED. Saingan mereka dalam grup B, di mana RED juga mencari kemenangan bersih untuk pastikan kedudukan di tangga pertama tidak tergugat.
Ya, baik. Todak dengan RED duduk tak nak lawan dengan SMG. Homebois nak masuk dalam playoff.
Tapi kan untuk Suhas tadi kan kita tengok ada dekat Suhas pun perlu risaukan juga tentang Suhas punya kedudukan sekarang.
Sekarang ni saya rasa mereka jauh lebih selesa kalau nak bandingkan dengan MLBB dengan Homebois. MLBB Homebois mereka punya berpeluh sampai ke lantai. Ini apa nama dia? Suhas mereka dah tisu, just tak gitu, settle. I buat gini depan kamera. But anyways, mereka jauh lebih selesa, tapi ini adalah peluang yang bagus di mana mereka kena siapkan sendiri untuk playoff. So mereka dah kena start faham apa enemy nak lakukan. So I rasa mereka still kena main dengan sangat bagus.
Baik, sekarang ni Abija ada benda yang menarik untuk kongsikan dengan anda untuk kita punya MPL Predictor. Untuk pemenang tadi Nafsi Channel, Christopher Ahdi, Amy Ling. Untuk match yang ketiga tadi dapat skin ruby. Sebenarnya untuk MPL Predictor ni Abija nak explain, Abija nak jelaskan sekali lagi. Sebenarnya dia senang je. Bila match tu tengah berlaku, anda perlu teka kumpulan mana yang akan menang. Komen jawapan tu, kemudian letakkan ID dan juga server.
Yes. Game ID, server ID, Tak payah nak type panjang-panjang. Kalau nak tulis, swipe tepi lepas tu terus tengok game pun okey, no problem. Asalkan tekaan anda betul.
Yes. Boleh je type. Kalau nak minat Homeboys, tulis je HB.
Yes.
Macam korang wish dekat kawan-kawan.
Yes, betul.
Yes. Macam itulah jawapan dia.
HB, ID game, ID server. Kalau betul, dapat skin lah.
Yes.
Baik, jadi kita pun dah ke penghujung rancangan ni. Pejam celik dah nak habis dah. Match hari ni pun boleh kata nak agak excited.
Ya, ada lagi dah habis dah.
Alah, ikan?
Alah.
Baik, sekarang ini kepada anda semua terima kasih kerana menonton. Jangan lupa untuk kita punya match minggu hadapan kita kembali. Bukan kembali lah, kita jumpa pada minggu hadapan. Bye-bye, terima kasih kepada menonton.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine.